Chapter 1234 Class. In addition to temporary residency, Takata also arranged apartments for work and accommodation, since they were introduced as skilled workers. However, because their knowledge system is different from that of the Healing Star, they still need to take classes for a period of time. They attended classes at a local vocational school that specialized in training workers for various trades and professions in a short period of time. Chen Mobai was registered as a geomancer, so Gao Tian assigned him to the mineral identification class. Peach blossoms are for the care of spiritual plants, Chengshuan is for the maintenance of magical artifacts, and Qiyu Heng is for the raising of spiritual beasts. The school wasn't surprised that the 4 nascent soul cultivators came to class, presumably because Takata had given them prior notice. The class period was also very short, only 1 month. Besides basic knowledge, the main focus was on explaining to Chen Mobai and the others the various rules and common sense about the Xuanhu Daecheng, a type of martial arts school. Later, Chen Mobai and the others learned that all living beings entering the country had to go through this process. The first thing to introduce is the basic situation and system of the Healing Star. It turns out that there are 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage on this planet, one of whom is a permanent resident, and the one Chen Mobai and his companions encountered, named Lao Xiaoyu. The other one, named Huo Geiyuan, had a higher cultivation level than Lao Xiaoyu, but he spent most of his time living on Wangxing, the core of the Xuanhu Dojo, and would only come over when there were precious medicinal herbs to harvest. Reason there are 2 void refinement cultivators is that Fushing Star is one of the medicinal herb bases of the suspended pot Taoist school. It is sparsely populated, and most of the fields have been cultivated into spirit fields. The core medicinal fields are filled with 6th-order medicinal herbs. Among them, the most precious are the new varieties of the lesser Tao Harmony flower, which is a result of the suspended pot Taoist master's improvement of the 7th-order Tao Harmony flower. Chen Mobai had seen the term harmony flower many times in the realm gate. It was a rare and precious material that even true immortals who had achieved harmony of the Tao would fight over. This thing is naturally grown, taking 10,000 years to bloom, 10,000 years to bear fruit, and 10,000 years to mature. It can help cultivators who have reached the void refinement stage to avoid the impact of the great Tao for a period of time when they are about to merge with the Tao, allowing them more time to master and refine the great Tao. Even a true immortal who has reached the Tao can use it to master a second great Tao. However, the key to advancing from Tao to pure Yang lies not in the great Tao, but in external factors. After all, there are only so many paths to pure Yang, and those above won't just stand by and watch new ones of the same rank appear. The so-called Little He Dao flower is a new variety that the He Dao flower, which was naturally grown, has been artificially cultivated by the Xuanhu Dojo. However, the highest grade of the lesser Tao merging flower is only the 6th grade superior grade. Moreover, its effect on Tao merging is less than 1% of that of the Tao merging flower. Nevertheless, this lesser Tao Harmony flower is an unparalleled treasure for the process of refining the void. Because when practicing the void refinement stage, cultivators need to fully enter the great Tao. The small flower of the Tao is perfectly positioned to play its role in this process. The Taoist master of the suspended gourd even created a batch of suspended void pills, using the lesser harmony flower as the main ingredient. These pills can increase the success rate of cultivators attempting to break through to the void refinement stage. Fushengxing is one of the cultivation bases for Zio Hedao flowers. There are probably dozens of similar bases in Xuanhu Dojo. Every planet suitable for growing the lesser Tao flower has been transformed by the disciples of the suspended pot Tao Lord. Huo Geiyuan is a disciple of Xuanhu Daejun and is responsible for overseeing all the Zio Tao flower planting bases within the Xuanhu Daecheng. Lao Xiaoyu, on the other hand, successfully cultivated his void realm after taking the suspended void pill, and his main task was to guard the little healing star. It was precisely for this reason that, when Chen Mobai and the other 3 nascent soul cultivators arrived at Fushing Star, they alarmed Lao Xiaoyu. Fortunately, the latest batch of lesser Tao flowers had just matured more than a decade ago when Huo Geiyuan took them away. If Chen Mobai and the others had come at that time, Lao Xiaoyu would probably have made a move immediately. Besides the lesser harmony flower, there are many other medicinal herbs on Healing Star. 90% of the life on the entire planet relies on them for sustenance. Because of this, It's rare for even one person to apply for entry into the planet, perhaps only once every few decades. Everyone knows that the jobs here don't require much skill, the pay is low, and there's no future in it. Most people who want to settle down at the Xuanhu Dojo are aiming for the 4 stars of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Above these 4 stars, there are void spiritual veins opened up by Taoist suspended pot, filled with 7th order innate spiritual energy. Even the weakest areas of spiritual energy are only 6th order. The 4 stars in the central star, suspended pot star, form the core area of the suspended pot dojo. However, the suspended pot star is the residence of the suspended pot Taoist, and only his disciples or beings summoned by him are allowed to enter. Therefore, settling on one of the 4 outer stars has become the goal of all cultivators. On each planet of the suspended pot dojo, 2 currencies are used: suspended pot coins and purple cloud coins. Suspended pot coins are mainly used by low-level cultivators. Generally speaking, transactions between planets are settled using purple cloud coins. Approximately 10,000 suspended pot coins can be exchanged for 1 purple cloud coin, depending on the exchange rate. Chen Mobai then asked what these currencies were measured in. Do you know about a resource called spirit stones? The old man asked a question, and without waiting for Chen Mobai and the others to answer, he turned on the screen behind him and explained the system related to spirit stones. Chen Mobai discovered that this was actually the same as the meritorious deeds of the immortal sects. However, in the immortal sects, 1 low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 merit points. This is a high-grade spirit stone, worth 10,000 spirit coins. In other words, 1 top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 purple cloud coins. It seems that the merit system established by the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect was copied from elsewhere. Won't using 2 currencies cause market chaos? Chen Mobai didn't quite understand this. Xuanhu coins are the local currency issued by our own Taoist temple, and you can only use them in the 76 star systems of the Xuanhu Taoist temple. Zixel coins, on the other hand, are issued by the central Taoist temple and are universally accepted throughout the universe. For example, if our suspended pot dojo's spiritual plants and pills are to be exported to the Dragon, Phoenix, White Profound Palaces, we will definitely not accept the 4 palaces' own currency. We will require all transactions to be settled in purple cloud coins. However, even within the suspended pot dojo, interstar transactions are conducted using purple cloud coins. Suspended pot coins were created as a local currency primarily because the value of purple cloud coins was too high for low-level cultivators. Even Daejeon of the Hanging Pot admires Zixel coins, because the main reason why Daejeon has achieved what he has today is that he attended classes in Zixel Palace. This shows that Daejeon has not forgotten his original aspirations. Wait Zixel Palace to hear the Tao. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in surprise. They were still classmates. I just don't know which seat it is. Chen Mobai recalled his 3 visits to Zixel Palace, then asked the old man if he had a portrait of Xuanhu Daejeon, expressing his desire to pay his respects and see which old classmate it was. Throughout the entire suspended pot dojo, only Tao Lord's disciples and a few void refinement cultivators have seen Tao Lord's true face. For beings of such cultivation, admiration and longing are like a gentle breeze, and they don't care about them at all. The old man shook his head, indicating that although there were several temples on the healing star that enshrined the Taoist Lord of the Hanging Pot, their appearances were all imagined out of thin air, and even the statues of the Taoist Lord in these temples were not all the same. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that the Grandmaster of the Void was better. At least his statue had a real face and wasn't hidden. There is another, higher-level currency called Dao Gong, which is used among high-level cultivators. For example, in our Xuanhu Taoist temple, we can only export precious resources like Zio Dao flowers to the central Taoist temple to exchange for Dao Gong. Just as Chen Mobai was about to ask about Dao Gong, the old man spoke up himself. I wonder how much this skill is worth. Chen Mobai immediately followed up with the question. He wanted to know how much benefit Takata had taken from him. The latest exchange rate at the central dojo is 1.12 million Zixel coins, which can be exchanged for 1 Taoist cultivation point. The old man stroked his white beard and gave Chen Mobai an answer that caused him immense heartache. Based on the value of spirit stones, Takata took more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones from him. No wonder they so readily granted me temporary residency and arranged for classes and accommodation. Chen Mobai had already inquired and found out that it would normally cost around 100,000 to 200,000 medical coins per person to process a temporary household registration in Fushingxing. I'll make a note of this. Time flew by, and a month passed quickly. These are roughly the rules. You are all nascent soul cultivators, so you certainly wouldn't be interested in the work assigned to you by your superiors. Therefore, I won't be taking you there. After finishing the last lesson, the old man picked up his textbook, left those words, and departed from the classroom. Chen Mobai and his 3 companions did not linger there. They packed their things and left the vocational school. Since teleportation is not prohibited here, they went straight back to their apartment. Takata was clearly full, so he arranged a private suite for each of them. Although it was in the suburbs of the city, the area was filled with fifth-order spiritual energy, so it was not a problem for them to cultivate. No wonder all the nascent soul ancestors of the immortal sects throughout the ages wanted to go to the Taoist temple. This Fusheng star is merely the medicinal herb base of the Xuanhu Taoist school, and it already has several sixth-order spiritual veins. The city where they are located is even above a sixth-order high-grade spiritual vein. It is said that the city center is where that cultivator who has reached the void refinement stage resides. What's the next step? After the 4 sat down, Peach Blossom True Lord consciously picked up the tea set to boil water and brew tea, while Chi Yuheng asked Chen Mobai a question. I have some top-grade spirit stones here. You can each take some and exchange them for suspended pot coins to help you adapt to life on Fusheng Star. As Chen Mobai spoke, he snapped his fingers, and soon 15 top-grade spirit stones fell from the Dharma realm. He gave Chi Yuheng 3 5 yuan each. Converted into suspended pot coins, 1 top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to $1 million. If they use it sparingly, they can use it on this healing star for a long time. Thanks. Chi Yuheng didn't stand on ceremony and took his 5 yuan directly. I plan to go and check out the workplace that was introduced to me. Chengshuan shared his thoughts. On the planet of healing injuries, because all industries revolve around agriculture and medicinal herbs, there are many kinds of agricultural tools and equipment, and the demand for maintenance and repair in this area is also considerable. With his skill in weapon crafting, it wouldn't be long before he became a top expert in the industry. For them now, this kind of integration can also dispel other people's suspicions. Then I'll go check out the flower market too. Alchemy here requires a license, and to get that license, you need over 10 years of relevant work experience. True Monarch Peach Blossom also spoke of her plans, all of which she had learned in class. With her alchemy skills, she could easily pass the 5th-level exam through self-study. But here, she was a complete novice, so her first step was to accumulate years of experience. It's been almost several hundred years since I've raised a spirit beast. Chi Yuheng was rather unlucky. He only took this subject as an elective when he was studying at Kunpeng Dao Academy. Most of the rest of his time was spent honing his physique and combat skills. On Fusheng Star, agriculture is mostly mechanized, except in some rugged areas where spirit beasts are still needed. There is also a region dedicated to animal husbandry, but that industry is located on the other side of Fusheng Star. If Chi Yuheng is going, he will have to part ways with them. Herding cattle and sheep is quite nice. I heard that the ranch over there is run by a large interstellar company. Peach Blossom said something, but Chi Yuheng glanced at her and ignored her. Chenyang, what about you? Seeing that Chen Mobai hadn't mentioned his plans, Chengshuan couldn't help but ask. During my 20 years in the starry sky, I feel that my understanding of the void has deepened. Now that I have settled down for the time being, I plan to go into seclusion for a while. Chen Mobai spoke up, revealing that he actually wanted to go back to the Heavenly River realm to take a look. Although for a nascent soul cultivator, 20 years is merely a fleeting moment. But for a young nascent soul cultivator like him, 20 years was already a long time. Even if the formless puppet left there didn't urgently summon him, he still wanted to go back and see her. At least he missed Qing Nu a little. Your talent and comprehension are truly remarkable. Upon hearing his words, Chi Yuheng and the other 2 were filled with admiration. During these 20 years of travel, although Chi Yuheng broke through his realm, as long as he was in the immortal sect, he had taken some flying immortal dragon gall pills, and he was already at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm, only lacking the opportunity to advance. When I go into seclusion, I will retreat into my own Dharma realm. If you need to find me then, just activate this talisman. Chen Mobai took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and drew 3 talismans on the spot, giving them to Qi Yuheng and the other 2. Okay, don't forget to let us know when you get through customs. After Qi Yuheng finished speaking, he took his leave first. Chengshuan was the last to leave, and Chen Mobai gave him 5 more top-grade spirit stones, which he did not refuse. After he was left alone in the apartment, Chen Mobai did not activate the turtle treasure immediately. He took out a set of formations and set them up in his room. Once this formation is complete, it can simulate a small void. After all, this is the territory of the void refining sect. He first needs to test the waters to see if his disappearance will attract people to investigate. Chapter 1235, The Name of the Earth Mother. Chapter 1235, The Name of the Earth Mother. Chen Mobai disappeared into the void of Fushing Star for a while. When he found that no one came looking for him, he felt relieved and left behind a formless puppet before teleporting to the heavenly river realm. Huanglong Cave. Chen Mobai opened his eyes and looked around the familiar cultivation room. He activated his divine sense and quickly sensed familiar auras. He quickly located Qing Nu's location, only to discover that vast streams of water elemental energy were continuously flowing towards her. After observing for a moment, Chen Mobai smiled. This is the aura of Qing Nu breaking through her cultivation realm. It seems we've come back at just the right time. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately emerged from seclusion and arrived at the main hall where Qing Nu was in seclusion. To avoid disturbing Qing Nu, he concealed his presence. However, a fair-skinned, jet-black-haired girl stood guard before the main hall, sword in hand. As soon as Chen Mobai approached, she spotted him. The moment she saw him, her expression changed from solemn to delighted, and she rose to perform a deep bow. Chen Mobai immediately waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for such formalities. The girl was Jin Linger, a disciple of Qing Nu. After so many years, she had already reached the core formation stage. As expected of someone with a golden spirit body and heavenly spirit root, her cultivation speed was probably second only to Chen Mobai in the history of the 5-element sect. After Chen Mobai casually set up a sound-isolating barrier, he called Jin Linger over and asked about the 5-element sect situation over the years. Reporting to Master, everything is fine in the sect. A few years ago, both the acting sect leader, senior brother Yi Yun, and senior brother Zhou Wangshan of the 5-element sect in the Eastern Mausoleum region failed to form their nascent souls. However, with the 3 lights divine water, there were no major problems. Over in Dongyi, Uncle Master Chen Lingaming and Uncle Master Sheng Jiaxi led the sect's weapon refining department to restore 12 4th-tier treasure ships and 1 5th-tier ship as well. However, there are still some problems with the repair of the 5th-tier power furnace, and they are currently doing their best to overcome this problem. Also, Uncle Master Zhou Yi of Dongyi attempted to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, but failed. Only Master and I know about this. After Uncle Master Zhou Yi failed, he secretly sent Senior Sister Green Pearl to ask for medicine to heal his injuries. In response to his condition, Master specially went to the Myriad Transformations Immortal City to refine a batch of pills. Jin Linger's voice was very beautiful, clear and crisp like pearls and jade, truly deserving of the name Fairy Bell Sound, jade pendant ringing bestowed upon her by Qing Nu. It's a pity that Yi Yun and Zhou Wang failed to form a nascent soul. After listening, Chen Mobai shook his head regretfully. He originally thought that with his personal instruction and a complete set of resources for nascent soul formation, at least one of the 2 would succeed. It now seems that, in addition to resources, talent is also very important. Although Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan are considered geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness, their aptitude and talent can only be described as above average in the entire Eastern continent. If it weren't for the opportune time with the 5-element sect, he would probably have only reached the core formation stage at most. Next, Chen Mobai inquired about the situation of the Xiananchan lineage. This time all we received was good news. After refining the wood spirit talisman, the eldest disciple Liu Wenbai continued to follow Chen Mobai's teachings and cultivate steadily. 10 years ago, with the help of the barrier-breaking pill refined by Qing Nu, he successfully broke through to the late stage of core formation. This speed was naturally the lowest among all of Chen Mobai's disciples, but Liu Wenbai was very satisfied with it. He had long accepted that he was at the bottom, and that it was normal for him to be inferior to his fellow disciples. After Zhuo Ming achieved nascent soul, she became even busier. In addition to overseeing the arrangement of the Zhou Tian He Luo star array, she was also responsible for the Dongyi's sea blocking and land encircling, and the reform of spirit fields. She even had to go to the desolate ruins from time to guide and solve various problems in the mining of large spirit stone mines. She was also trying to find ways to guide the Five Elements sect and its subordinate forces to develop the land that had been opened up in the desolate ruins, and to plant various suitable medicinal herbs, spirit rice, and other crops. Despite being busy, every industry that Zhuo Ming is responsible for has flourished over the years. Especially in the area of blocking the sea, she collaborated with Chen Lingaming and Sheng Jiaoxi to create a fourth-tier earth elemental city wall artifact that could extend, expand, and move above the sea, almost completely enclosing the coastal area of Dongyi that had been submerged by the old dragon. That magical artifact is called the Earth Mother's Long Causeway by the Eastern Yi cultivators, and it is also the largest magical artifact in the Eastern continent. As Jin Linger spoke, she took out a model she had treasured. It was a gift from Zhuo Ming when he visited Qingnu at Huanglong Cave. The model depicted the scene where the Xuanhai Sea was blocked by a dike wall stretching for tens of thousands of miles, preventing the Dongyi coast from being submerged no matter how many waves roared. After reading it, Chen Mobai nodded with delight. The disciple who used to need his constant guidance can now finally stand on his own. Even if he did it himself, he couldn't possibly do it better than Zhuo Ming now. All the major powers in the Eastern continent are saying that this is a case of a great teacher producing a great student. Seeing Chen Mobai's expression, Jin Linger immediately offered some pleasant compliments. Currently, excluding the One Yuan Dao Palace, as well as the little yellow dragon girl, Tai Sui Child, and other extraordinary beings, the Five Elements sect has a total of 9 nascent soul cultivators. Among these 9 nascent soul cultivators, Zhuo Ming is the most renowned. His fame is even known throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas. After Zhuo Ming achieved nascent soul, Chen Mobai completely let go of her responsibilities. While taking charge of various affairs of the Five Elements sect, she demonstrated the skills of a 5th-order array master, a 5th-order geomancer, and a 5th-order spirit plant cultivator. Such talent and ability surprised several nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent. Thinking to himself, how could such an amazing talent exist in this small eastern wilderness? However, the reason why Zhuo Ming has made a name for himself all over the world is mainly because of an incident 7 years ago. Suddenly, the 5th-tier Shumei tea tree of the Dayad sect stopped sprouting. Wuchen and Shengxi, the 2 nascent soul cultivators, tried various secret techniques of the sect, but to no avail. Therefore, the moral sect issued a call for talent to all spiritual plant practitioners across the 5 continents and 4 seas, promising that as long as they could help solve the problem of longevity eyebrows, all conditions could be negotiated. The first to go were naturally the spiritual plant growers of the Eastern continent. Almost everyone with a name went. But all of them failed. After that, the high-level spiritual plant masters from all over the world were personally escorted by the Taixu Misty Palace to the Dayad sect's mountain gate. 2 of them were even at the nascent soul stage. After some treatment, Shumei did indeed sprout new buds, but after 1 round of sprouting, they discovered that several branches had begun to wither, which frightened Shengxi and Wuchen so much that they immediately stopped all treatments. And so, the problem with this Shumei peony plant became a dead end. Saving them is one problem, not saving them is another. Just as Shengxi and Wuchen, both nascent soul cultivators, were frowning in worry, Qi Jiansu remembered that her friend Qingnu was also a 5th-order spiritual plant cultivator. However, the moral sect did not have anything that Qingnu needed, and at that time, the latter had also noticed that her cultivation had shown signs of breakthrough. Therefore, she only glanced at the moral sect's recruitment notice. When Qi Jiansu sent a letter, Qingnu would certainly give her face, since she had a lot of medicinal herbs from the Dayad sect's herbal hall that she was able to refine. Through Zhuoming's continuous cultivation and farming over the past 200 years, the Five Elements sect now possesses the largest medicinal fields in the entire Eastern continent, but 90% of these medicinal materials are low-grade auxiliary medicines. The other high-grade medicinal herbs have only just sprouted after being planted, Even with the assistance of Yi Wood divine thunder and myriad transformation thunder water, it would take at least several hundred years, or even 1,000 years, to harvest them. In the eastern continent, the Moral sect undoubtedly holds the largest reserves of fourth grade and above high-level medicinal herbs. This is the foundation of this ancient holy land. Therefore, Qingnu needs to purchase many high-level pills from the Moral sect's herb hall if she wants to refine them. Qi Jiansu, the saintess of the Dayad sect, was of great help in this. After all, even with Chen Mobai's status as a nascent soul cultivator, if the people in charge below don't cooperate, Chen Mobai can't just bully the weak and go to Shengxi or Wuchen for such a trivial matter. So Qingnu took Zhuo Ming on a trip to the eastern land. The reason Qingnu brought Zhuo Ming along was because she knew that she was not as skilled as Zhuo Ming in terms of spiritual plants. Although Qingnu was very confident in what she had learned in the immortal sect, since all the spiritual plant masters in the entire 5 continents and 4 seas were powerless, she would not be arrogant, and just to be on the safe side, she would bring Zhuo Ming along. As it turned out, her action was absolutely correct. Because in the end, it was indeed Zhuo Ming who solved the problem of Shumei. It turns out this 5th-tier tea tree is about to advance to the next tier. Advancing from the 5th to the 6th rank requires accumulating a vast amount of energy, so Shumei instinctively stopped sprouting and concentrated all its energy towards its core, intending to trigger a transformation. One of the spirit plant masters, who was at the nascent soul stage, used a secret method to force the longevity eyebrow to sprout, which was equivalent to dissipating the energy it needed to advance, thus causing the branches to wither. Because for spiritual plants to advance, only the key trunk needs to be successfully promoted. The remaining branches can all grow back. Zhuo Ming, with his keen intuition, learned all this from Shumei's conversation. Wuchen and Shengxi were initially skeptical. After all, this Shumei tree was discovered by the ancestral morality true lord when he used the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument to investigate the spiritual veins, and it was already at the 5th level at that time. It has been countless millennia, and there has been no sign of any advancement. Some sages of the Dayad sect even asserted that the limit of Shumei immortal tea is the 5th grade. Isn't Zhuo Ming's conclusion a slap in the face to the sages of the Dayad school? Finally, the one who stood by Zhuo Ming's side was pharmacist Li, a nascent soul cultivator from the Medicine King sect of Nanju. After verifying the information, he felt that Zhuo Ming was right. Another nascent soul cultivator from Jiangsu, who came from the sacred Qiankun cave heaven, held an opposing view, believing that Zhuo Ming was talking nonsense. Amid the stalemate, the only ones who could make the decision were Wuchen and Shengxi, since Shumei belonged to their Dayad sect. However, if Shumei is indeed going to advance to the next level, it would be an unprecedented event for the Dayad sect. After all, in this world, beings at the 6th rank must ascend and leave. However, if the spiritual plants are handled properly, they might be able to survive. After all, the heavenly river realm has 6th-order spiritual plants. For example, in Du Guang of Nanju, the descendant of the Phoenix True Spirit has a 6th-order parasol tree. If the Moral sect could have a 6th-order longevity eyebrow, then the sect's foundation could be further enhanced, and it might even leap to become the most prestigious holy land in the heavenly river realm, on par with the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest and others. Therefore, for this matter, Wuchen reluctantly used a talisman left behind by the ascended patriarch to contact the upper realm. After communicating with the ancestor of the upper realm, true monarch Wuchen hurriedly used the interstate teleportation array of the Taixu Misty Palace to go to Nanju with pharmacist Li and invite Feng Qingshu over from Du Guang. Feng Qingshu is the top nascent soul cultivator in the heavenly river realm, someone who can step into the void refinement stage at any time. The reason Wuchen Zhenjun was able to invite her was because the ascended ancestor from the upper realm gave her a token. This was a token given by an ascended cultivator from the Moral sect who persuaded the Phoenix clan immortals of the spirit void immortal realm. Of course, the price of persuasion was extremely high. After Feng Qingshu arrived, she made the same judgment as Zhuo Ming. The nascent soul cultivators of Qiankun Cave Heaven were somewhat dissatisfied with this. However, since the ancestor of the Moral sect who ascended to the upper realm had paid a huge price, he would not have just sent Feng Qingshu to make a diagnosis. He also purchased a portion of the Phoenix saliva elixir treasured by Du Guang. Legend has it that this is the saliva left by the true spirit of the Phoenix. Any spiritual plant that gets a drop of this saliva will be filled with energy and vitality, and will be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth it needs in the shortest time and adapt to advance to the highest level. After the phoenix saliva elixir was applied, Shumei indeed began to emit boundless clear light, and then extracted as much as 30% of the sixth-order water vein spiritual energy of the morality sect in one go. The weak water pool, which had accumulated over tens of thousands of years at the Daedezong mountain gate, almost dried up because of it. However, the result was a pleasant surprise for Wuchen and Shengxi. Under Feng Qingshu's care, Shumei slowly absorbed the phoenix saliva spirit liquid. In addition, the moral sect provided a massive supply of top-grade spirit stones from its treasury. 5 years later, Shumei successfully advanced to the next level. Did Shumei ascend to heaven? This was the first question that flashed through Chen Mobai's mind when he heard Jin Linger mention this. There was no ascension light. According to Master's guess, it must have been the clan chief Feng Qingshu who used a secret method to keep Shumei here. Before clan chief Feng Qingshu arrived, Master returned to the eastern wilderness, citing a breakthrough in his cultivation. Senior sister Zhuo had many matters to attend to, so after issuing the diagnosis, she returned with Master. She didn't wait for him at the moral sect. However, just 2 years ago, the moral sect's mountain gate was struck by an unprecedented calamity. After that, news of Shumei's advancement also spread from the Wuqingjai. The moral sect did not hide this from us. In fact, Uncle Qi Jiansu came over in person to thank Master and senior sister Zhuo. But my master was already in seclusion at that time, so I was the one who received him. It was from then on that senior sister Zhuo was taken in by the Wuqingjai, and her titles became Earth Mother, the #1 spiritual plant master in the eastern continent, and the #1 geomancer in the 5 continents and 4 seas. As Jin Linger spoke, a hint of pride appeared on her face. Zhuo Ming had lived in Huanglong Cave for a period of time. When Jin Linger first came here, Zhuo Ming took care of her most of the time, and the two had a very good relationship. Chen Mobai looked pleased after hearing this. Chapter 12:36, The Devouring Serpent in Half-Transformation. Chapter 12:36, The Devouring Serpent in Half-Transformation. Just as Chen Mobai and Jin Linger were chatting, Qing Nu inside the main hall also reached a crucial moment. A vast and continuous stream of fifth-order water spiritual energy surged in, being absorbed and refined by a deep vortex, vaguely resembling the evolution of a sea eye. This is the Black Emperor's Abyss scripture. Among the 5 elements immortal scriptures of the longevity sect, this technique is the easiest to learn but the hardest to master. However, once one forms the nascent soul, one can transform the Danshan and Sea of Qi into a vortex similar to a black hole, making the efficiency of refining spiritual energy far exceed that of ordinary cultivators. It was precisely for this reason that the holy son of the longevity sect, who once practiced this technique, became a demon and created the 9 Abyss 9 Nether Sea devouring technique, becoming a demon ancestor. The time when King Nu formed her nascent soul was considered late in the 5 Elements sect, only 100 years. However, he is now the first among the 9 nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Elements sect to break through to the late nascent soul stage. Besides having abundant resources and having refined and consumed the pill formula from the Jade Scroll of the Water Mother Palace, the most important reason is this cultivation technique. Under Chen Mobai's concerned gaze, the vast water spiritual energy surging towards them was easily refined by Qing Nu into her Danshan, and then supplied to strengthen the nascent soul in her purple mansion and sea of consciousness. Among them, several pills that had been taken in advance were also dissolved under the control of the goddess Qing Shen's consciousness, combining with the profound and mysterious abyss true water. While continuously condensing and refining, they also faintly gained a trace of innate aura. These are also pill formulas from the jade slips of the Jellyfish Palace. Several of the main ingredients are innate pure qi and earthly evil qi, which Chen Mobai had already prepared for Qing Nu using the power of the primordial Tao. These pills can enable nascent soul cultivators with water attributes to evolve their true water towards the innate direction ahead of time. This is also one of the steps before transforming into a deity. Qing Nu begins her transformation ahead of time at this point, which will save her a lot of effort in the future. Qing Nu has been in seclusion for 3 years, and judging from the current situation, it is clear that a breakthrough is imminent. Chen Mobai marveled at his good fortune. With the final tremor of the Yellow Dragon Cave, The pure water spiritual energy around it suddenly contracted towards the direction where Qing Nu was in seclusion. Then, a clear spiritual light shot into the sky, like a spring gushing from the earth, irrigating all things and bringing endless vitality. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai suddenly recalled the time when he encountered the immortal water spiritual root in the heavenly river realm. He transformed into countless streams of water in various forms, eventually flowing into the sea and merging into a deep, dark eye of the ocean. And it wasn't just him. Even when Qing Nu heard the Tao and obtained the myriad transformations and dark union technique, she witnessed a similar scene. That is said to be the spring, where the jellyfish created the world at the beginning of the creation of the Milky Way. Endless vitality flows from it, nourishing all things and all phenomena, the great creation of the universe. Could it be that the Black Emperor Abyss scripture ultimately imitates the jellyfish creation technique? As Chen Mobai was thinking this, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall in the Huanglong cave. He was about to conjure an invisible barrier to block the rain when he discovered that the rain seemed to have a spirit of its own, avoiding him and Jin Linger. "Congratulations, madam." Chen Mobai immediately understood that Qing Nu had successfully broken through, and all the rainwater had gathered together from the water spiritual energy that she had not refined. A clear ray of spiritual light flew out from the main hall, transforming into a graceful and beautiful female cultivator. She smiled, but her eyes held a hint of excitement. For the couple, 20 years apart was an unprecedentedly long separation. "My husband," Qing Nu has lived in Tian realm for over 100 years and has long since adapted to local customs. Her usual way of addressing Chen Mobai is in accordance with the local traditions. "Congratulations, master, on your great progress in cultivation. I will not disturb you any longer as you consolidate your realm." Jin Linger, who was standing nearby, wisely took her leave so as not to disturb the couple's long-awaited reunion. After whispering sweet nothings to each other, Chen Mobai and King Nu began to talk about their respective situations over the years. The situation in Dongzhou was basically what Jin Linger had said, except for one thing. The Star Heaven Dao Sect's Star Extreme God transformation attempt had failed again. This time because he didn't have the true Three Lights Divine Water, he died instantly. The Star Heaven Dao Sect was still concealing the news, keeping the death a secret, but they couldn't hide it from the Holy Land, which had been paying close attention to them. Qing Nu was someone Qi Jiansu told her about when she took Zhuo Ming to the Dayad sect last time. Chen Mobai was also deeply moved by this. Another acquaintance has left. Of course, there are failures and successes. For example, his good brother Yi Qing, but Chen Mobai was not surprised at all. If Yi Qing fails, he doesn't know who else in the Eastern continent can successfully transform into a nascent soul. Then Chen Mobai talked about the situation on the other side of the immortal sect. However, for Qing Nu, there was nothing left for her to care about there, since all her relatives had died. But Chen Mobai said she listened attentively. The three-eyed clan has been dealt with, so the immortal sects no longer need to worry about past troubles. The only question is whether they will attract another, even more powerful, demonically corrupted planet in the future. After Chen Mobai finished explaining the Taoist cultivation, the demon-infected planet, and why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sects came to the Earth origin star, Qing Nu's eyes shone with extraordinary light. She never imagined that the universe would be so vast and mysterious. "King Nu, in other words, the Earth origin star where we were born is merely a small planet in the most remote star region of the central dojo. It is only because the demon lord has entrusted his divine thoughts to it that it is somewhat special, and can even attract the descent of the Purple Cloud Palace." Chen Mobai, "That's about right, but I suspect that the demon lord specifically chose stars that had been visited by the Zixel Palace to entrust his spirit to. After all, compared to the Zixel Daozun who has already attained eternity, he is only at the 8th level." Although Chen Mobai has not yet figured out the pattern of Zixel Palace's descent, Zixel Daozun's cultivation is higher, so it can only be that the demon lord is trying to get close to Zixel Daozun. Perhaps the demon lord felt that there was a tremendous opportunity hidden by the Purple Cloud Taoist on the planet where the Purple Cloud Palace descended, so he specifically chose these places when offering sacrifices to the gods. "King Nu, for me, the 8th rank is already an unimaginable height. Qing Nu is currently only at the 4th level of nascent soul, and the highest level of knowledge she has learned in the immortal sect is only the 6th level of void refinement. In the heavenly river realm, among the founders and legendary figures of the various holy lands, there are not many who have reached the seventh order Tao integration realm. The eighth order Pure Yang is a powerful being from myths and legends, such as the Water Mother, the true King of the Void, and the Heavenly Emperor. If the Demon Lord were to come here, he would probably be able to sweep through the spirit void immortal realm. In the future, my husband and I will also be able to reach that level. Chen Mobai only said this one sentence. After listening, King Nu looked on with admiration. She believed Chen Mobai could do it, and she hoped she could too. She doesn't have high expectations for herself. As long as she can align herself with the Tao, that's enough. That way, she could stay by Chen Mobai's side for all eternity. I will try my best. King Nu raised her head and said to Chen Mobai with a firm tone. Yes, I believe you. Chen Mobai hugged his wife tightly, feeling the soft warmth he hadn't touched in 20 years, and once again guided her to make love. After several spring breezes, Chen Mobai and King Nu finally expressed their longing for each other. The couple took a rare break from their spiritual practice and spent some time living a slow-paced life in Yunmeng's. That day, they came together to see the devouring serpent. To Chen Mobai's surprise, the spirit snake had already transformed halfway, with a human upper body and a snake tail lower body, long arms, a slender waist, and an appearance exactly like the deceased Yang Jing. Sister, you haven't come to see me in so long. What shocked Chen Mobai even more was that the devouring serpent actually called Qing Nu's sister in a sweet voice. What's going on? Chen Mobai immediately asked Qing Nu, has Yang Jing been resurrected? Didn't I ask you to download and print out the papers by Su Yan and Zhenren from the immortal sect? I used his method to guide Jinger in her transformation. While stroking Jinger's head as she nuzzled over, King Nu explained to Chen Mobai. Su Yan is a golden core cultivator in the immortal sect who married the green snake he raised in human form. He is a prodigy of the Kunpeng Dao Academy. After Qing Nu lost her younger siblings, Chen Mobai occasionally went into seclusion for extended periods, so he wanted the devouring serpent to take human form and keep him company to alleviate his loneliness. With the successful experience from the immortal sect, plus the many pills she refined, the devouring serpent successfully transformed halfway into human form. According to Qing Nu's speculation, this is because she already has the bloodline of a true spirit within her. Generally, the more common a spirit beast is, the easier it is for it to transform into human form. In the heavenly river realm, the spirit beasts are of the fourth rank and can transform into human form. The immortal sects theories are a bit more advanced, so the third rank is sufficient. However, the devouring serpent has been nurtured here for over 200 years, and with the addition of many life-refining blood pills refined by Qing Nu to feed it, it has actually developed the azure dragon bloodline within its body. This is why it has only partially transformed into human form. This is your brother-in-law. King Nu patted Yangjing's head, pointed at Chen Mobai and said, but the latter shook his head and retorted with innocent eyes. This is the master, not the brother-in-law. Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly embarrassed after hearing this. He had signed a spirit beast contract with the devouring serpent. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the devouring serpent still recognized him as its master because of the contract. Just call me brother-in-law from now on. Let's change how we address each other. Chen Mobai coughed lightly and corrected Yang Jing's address before Qing Nu could react. Oh, okay, brother-in-law. Yang Jing nodded obediently. She had only recently taken human form, and her intelligence was equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old. Chen Mobai asked her to extend her hand, so he could examine the true spirit bloodline within her body. Sure enough, they discovered that her blood was filled with a rich spiritual light of wood, and they could even faintly see wisps of blue lightning swirling around the scales on her snake body. This is very similar to the legendary aura and bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Moreover, Chen Mobai discovered that this true spirit bloodline seemed to have already begun circulating within the devouring serpent's body. As her heart pounded, it continuously refined the wood spirit qi between heaven and earth, circulating it throughout her entire body. That true spirit transformation technique was quite useful back then. After Chen Mobai finished his examination, he discovered that the most important factor was the effectiveness of the Wanling sect's great magic. In the past, a venomous dragon could evolve from a water snake into a colorful viper. It is also reasonable for the devouring serpent, as the masterpiece of the dragon and tiger ancestor, to transform into a blue dragon. Of course, his insistence on feeding his child with vegetarian food and fruit for over 200 years must also be one of the reasons for his success. When Jing'er undergoes her fourth stage tribulation, it will likely trigger a heavenly tribulation that will transform her true spirit bloodline. Qingnu said with some worry. A single heavenly tribulation would definitely not be a problem for Yang Jing with his profound foundation, but the combination of the two is beyond the experience of the heavenly river realm. At least in the eastern continent, there has never been such a situation. Once a true spirit emerges here, it is marked by the Holy Land and killed for alchemy and weapon crafting. However, there are still records about the basic situation of the true spirit bloodline. For example, the transformation tribulation and the true spirit tribulation are best passed by the spirit beast itself. If others interfere, even if the spirit beast passes through them, the transformation will not be perfect, or the bloodline will not be completely transformed, which will create flaws in its future cultivation. This is what Qingnu is worried about now. All the worries stem from insufficient cultivation. Just let Jing'er focus on improving her physical strength. It just so happens that the longevity body is also of the wood element. I will go through a little trouble to redesign it according to Jing'er's needs so that she can cultivate. I will also use a large amount of longevity tree sap to try to raise her physical strength to the 4th level before she takes human form. That way, even if the heavenly tribulation is powerful, as long as it doesn't turn her into ashes in an instant, she can survive no matter how severe her injuries are. Chen Mobai quickly came up with a solution. Upon hearing this, Qingnu's eyes lit up, and she looked at her husband with admiration. Only someone with his unparalleled comprehension could create a human-headed, snake-bodied version of the longevity Tao body. At least Qingnu couldn't have thought of this idea, nor would she have dared to. Qingnu, thank you. Chen Mobai, Jing'er is my sister-in-law, so it's only right. According to Kong Feikin, this devouring serpent was the other half of Yang Jing's divine art. Although it was the discarded part of the serpent, it was, for them now, the continuation of Yang Jing's life. It is also one of the things that Qingnu, the goddess of the green, hopes for. Chen Mobai definitely needs to be taken good care of. For the next period of time, he focused on this task using the 5 tones of the musical scale. Under his patient guidance, Yang Jing began cultivating the longevity body in a daze. With her simple mind and the added benefit of the Azure Dragon bloodline, she was able to cultivate this wood attribute body tempering technique at a speed that surprised even Chen Mobai. In just 1 month, he mastered the 1st level of immortality. Another 6 months passed before I entered the 2nd stage. Reaching this point means that the special version of the longevity body that Chen Mobai customized for her is no longer a problem. Next, it's time to continuously refine the dew of longevity. Chen Mobai and Qingnu discussed this matter and decided to entrust it to Gu Yan, who was very familiar with this kind of thing. Chapter 12:37 The Imperial Aura of the 5 Elements Sect. Chapter 12:37 The Imperial Aura of the 5 Elements Sect. While Chen Mobai was in seclusion, Gu Yan, who was his maid, was naturally idle, so Qingnu arranged for her to help out at Danxia Pavilion. Currently, Qingnu's Danxia Pavilion is the leader in the low-end pill market in Dongzhou. Its business is extremely heavy, and it has even spawned the profession of purchasing agent. Zuding is completely overwhelmed. However, compared to Yang Jing, business is a minor matter. Upon receiving the news, Gu Yan rushed to Huanglong Cave. She was also very surprised to see Chen Mobai. Ancestor, madam, this is the latest message from senior brother Liang of the northwest branch of Danxia Pavilion in the eastern continent. Gu Yan brought an urgent message talisman with her when she arrived. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised after reading it. Danxia Pavilion has now spread throughout the eastern continent. In addition to selling pills, it also serves as an intelligence-gathering agency. In the harsh northwest, it has sent Liang Lingjun, a golden core cultivator from the 5 Elements sect, to take charge. The message talisman recorded that some time ago in the northwest of the eastern continent, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged towards one place, as if a great cultivator had broken through to a higher realm. It should be noted that Liang Lingjun had seen many grand occasions, and had even fought alongside Chen Mobai in her youth. Comparing this to the nascent soul stage aura she had witnessed in Baiyuan City, she realized that the scale of this surge of spiritual energy far surpassed that of the past. In other words, someone has become a god. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is still surging wildly, but there is no sign of a heavenly tribulation taking shape. Liang Lingjun dared not venture into such a place, so she immediately sent the message over. However, by the time Chen Mobai received it, the other holy lands in the eastern continent should also have known about it. Northwest of the eastern continent, the god of transformation. These two keywords immediately reminded Chen Mobai of the broken jade true lord he had encountered in the frozen tomb. Did the true spirit pill that Han Xingzi obtained from him truly enable Luo Yingshangren to become a deity? Thinking about this, he became restless. What's wrong? King Nu, who was standing nearby, noticed that Chen Mobai's expression was somewhat solemn and couldn't help but ask curiously. It should be noted that Chen Mobai's cultivation level was already at the pinnacle of the heavenly river realm, and he had even slain the old dragon above the profound sea. I'm afraid we'll need to make a trip to the northwest of the eastern continent. Chen Mobai gave the message talisman to Qing Nu and shared his guesses. If it really is an ascended cultivator possessing my body, wouldn't there be danger? King Nu was very worried after hearing this. Don't worry, I won't move my real body. I'll go and take a look with my second primordial spirit. Even without Qing Nu's prompting, Chen Mobai, having learned his lesson the hard way, wouldn't take the risk again. Although Tong Tianjai didn't warn him this time, he still opted to use his avatar as a precaution. Moreover, Chen Mobai also informed the other three holy lands of the eastern continent about this matter. The appearance of a new nascent soul cultivator, or even an ascended cultivator, would surely pique the interest of Wu Chen and his group. That's good. King Nu was relieved after hearing this. A flash of fire appeared behind Chen Mobai's head, and a crystal-clear pearl transformed into a rainbow of light, piercing through the void. Carrying the pure yang set, he left the yellow dragon cave and flew towards the northwest of the eastern continent. Although the lands of the east and northwest are bitterly cold, they are not barren. When Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit slowly arrived, he discovered that most of the soil here contained spiritual energy, and some were even spirit fields. However, due to the cold climate, only a few types of cold-resistant low-grade spirit rice can be grown, making this the place in the eastern lands that cultivators are least willing to come to. Even the three great holy lands of the east rarely come here to recruit disciples. Compared to the core area of the eastern lands, where 1 in 10 children might possess a spiritual root, the probability here is only 2% to 4%. Since the establishment of the eastern lands imperial court, this region has been the core of the human race. Spirit fields are everywhere and spiritual veins are everywhere. Just scatter a handful of seeds and you can harvest sweet spiritual rice. It is precisely because of this that the humans who took root here in the past are strong, have vigorous blood and energy, and there are many with spiritual roots. According to the records that Jiang Xingheng brought from the secret realm of the imperial court, during the golden age of the human emperor, almost every family had someone with spiritual roots. From grand celestial cities to humble rural villages, cultivators everywhere run private schools, charging tuition fees such as spirit stones and spirit rice to teach techniques of qi cultivation and methods of immortality. It is precisely because of such a huge number of cultivators that the Eastern Imperial Court was able to achieve its grand ambitions. However, every dynasty eventually rises to its peak and then declines. The eastern lands are rich and fertile, naturally attracting those who covet them. Many ordinary people, hoping their children will one day achieve immortality, are willing to relinquish their spiritual lands in exchange for cultivation resources, or even cultivation techniques and secret manuals. But 99 times out of 10, it all comes to nothing. Meanwhile, the upper echelons kept releasing news that the poor and lower classes had achieved instant enlightenment through cultivation, using this method to entice and acquire the spiritual land resources held by the people. By the middle period of the Eastern Imperial Court, land annexation had become extremely serious. More than 90% of the country's spiritual fields were in the hands of powerful and wealthy families, causing the common people to be unable to afford spiritual rice. Under such circumstances, there will naturally be those who awaken. A failed candidate whose family was destroyed because of his pursuit of immortality led a rebellion of low-level cultivators, which triggered a massive uprising across the Eastern Imperial Court. Although the Eastern Imperial Court, relying on its strong foundation and power, suppressed the entire rebel army. It could not extinguish the raging fire burning in the hearts of the common people. The surviving rebels fled to the harsh northwest of the eastern lands, where they evaded the pursuit of the 10 Directions Palace while continuing to stir up trouble and expose the corruption of the Eastern Imperial Court to the world. During this process, the rebel army, which originally upheld its principles, began to become radicalized, merged with the demonic path, and even developed into a part of the demonic path. What followed was the Shifeng Palace's centuries-long massacre of the remnants of the uprising. Relying on its powerful foundation, the Eastern Imperial Court suppressed and quelled the uprising. However, to prevent such a thing from happening again, the emperor of that generation could not overthrow his own regime, since the royal family was the largest landowner. So he ordered that the common people were forbidden from cultivating immortality. Once discovered, their qi would be destroyed, and they would be exiled to the bitter and cold northwest. As a result, the art of cultivating immortality became the exclusive domain of the upper class and sects. As long as the lower classes lack power, any form of resistance can be easily suppressed. The emperor intended to secure his empire forever through this. Unfortunately, this move only made the Eastern human race weaker and weaker, and in the end, under the threat of a great enemy, the human emperor died in battle, and the imperial court disintegrated. After the Eastern Imperial Court, the 3 holy lands of the Eastern continent inherited this fertile land. To prevent further uprisings, the Daoud sect advocated a policy of small states and few people. There are hundreds of countries of varying sizes in the East. This not only prevents the formation of a dragon vein, but also hinders the accumulation of wealth. Even if one of these countries collapses, at most a small area will decay, left to its own devices to recover. Moreover, under the allocation of the moral sect, there are nascent soul forces in these hundreds of countries, or there were nascent soul forces in the past, which can be considered as their territory. Even if one of the forces rises and gains a few more nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul forces of the surrounding countries will immediately become alert and unite to suppress it. Unless a peerless figure like Chen Mobai emerges, it would be extremely difficult for such a policy to develop into a new holy land. Under these circumstances, even a sacred site that could be brought out is recognized by the Daoud sect. Compared to the Eastern Imperial Court, the 3 great holy lands of the Eastern continent are now willing to show their subordinate forces a path to progress. This aligns with the system in the immortal sect. It can only be said that the great path leads to the same destination, and the wisdom of the ancients and the solutions they came up with were all the same. However, this means that the current situation in the Eastern wilderness is somewhat reminiscent of the former Eastern Imperial Court. After all, the 5 Elements sect has no shortage of food now because of Zhu Ming, a farming master. Ordinary people can even eat spiritual rice every few days. Because the Eastern wilderness was the first to implement agricultural reforms, its population exploded. A single couple had at least 5 or 6 children, and some even had more than a dozen. With ample rice and meat to feed them, the physical condition of the current generation of humans is already comparable to that of the Eastern Imperial Court during its golden age. Almost every household has a child with spiritual roots. Even among the mortal families under the 5 Elements sect, there is now a trend of insisting on giving birth to children with spiritual roots. In contrast to the Eastern lands, where the 3 holy lands and hundreds of nascent soul forces share the spoils, the 5 Elements sect can choose freely in the 3 border regions of the Eastern continent. Parents of all children diagnosed with spiritual roots go to great lengths to send them to the various academies of the 5 Elements sect. This is even true for the 3 non-5 Elements sect territories, the Eastern lands, the Eastern Mausoleum, and the Eastern Peak. Even students from the more distant Dongli region are currently enrolled in the 5 Elements sect academy. Only those who are eliminated from these academies will consider joining other sects or forces. It is precisely for this reason that, although the number of nascent soul and core formation cultivators in the 5 Elements sect is still at the bottom among the holy lands, the number of foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators has caught up and surpassed others in the last 100 years, making it the number 1 in the Eastern continent. Chen Mobai remembered these things because true monarch Wuchen mentioned them. The nascent soul cultivators from the 4 great holy lands of the Eastern continent are currently above the Snow Mountain sect. Young friend Chen, judging from this trend in a few hundred years, the combined number of disciples of the three of us might not even be comparable to that of your five-element sect alone, true monarch Wu-Chen said meaningfully. Oh, I never imagined that the three border regions of the eastern continent would be governed into a prosperous imperial era by you, young friend. True monarch Dakong seemed to have just learned of this. Upon hearing Wu-Chen's words, he was both greatly impressed and slightly surprised. Na Yunzhang remained silent. Chen Mobai naturally understood what they meant and couldn't help but laugh. I was lucky to have taken Ming'er as my disciple when I was young. She improved many spirit rice seeds and even mortal rice seeds, so that everyone could have enough to eat, which led to the current prosperous five elements era. Knowing Chen Mobai's temperament, true monarch Wu-Chen praised Yuo Ming a couple of times before getting straight to the point. Young friend, you have been in seclusion all these years, so you may not know that currently, many children with spiritual roots from the 100 kingdoms of the East are being sent to your eastern wilderness by their parents with great effort to take the entrance exams, all in order to join your five-element sect. This matter has caused many local forces in the East to complain, and they have all come to our sect, wanting us to speak to you about this situation. The three holy lands were not greatly affected, since if they could become disciples of a holy land, they certainly wouldn't travel thousands of miles to the five-element sect. Because in the five-element sect, no matter how good one's spiritual root talent is, everyone is treated equally. They must take the entrance exam and pass the exam during their 6 years at the academy before they are qualified to join the five-element sect. In other words, there is one screening process for entering the academy and another for entering the sect. In recent years, apart from a few spots recommended by the academy, the rest of those who have been able to join the five-element sect are all top-tier talents. Consequently, the current top 10 true disciples of the five-element sect have reached a point where even achieving the foundation establishment perfection stage is not guaranteed. Last year, there was even a foundation establishment perfection disciple who failed to be selected as a true disciple. After returning to his cave, he successfully formed his core in a fit of anger, which greatly surprised Chen Mobai. Even if he had tried to suppress all the other cultivators of the five-element sect back then, he probably wouldn't have been able to do so now. Since it's a senior who's speaking up, I'll definitely give them face. Here's what I'll do. After I get back, I'll issue an order to open up new policies for private schools, allowing forces other than the five-element sect to establish academies and recruit students in the three border regions of the eastern continent. However, only the permitted enrollment policies can be used, and after enrollment, students must study locally for 6 years, and the students must be willing to do so before they can be taken to the east. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Wu-Chen and the other two nascent soul cultivators all widened their eyes. Can the three of us go? Wu-Chen asked the question, somewhat embarrassed. Although their combined influence is greater than that of the five-element sect in the eastern continent, the hundreds of millions of strong people in the three border regions of the eastern continent, almost as powerful as during the golden age of the Eastern Imperial Court, still make them extremely covetous. The main reason is that, if they don't compete, in the next few hundred years, the five-element sect's disciples might be able to overwhelm the other three sects in terms of both quantity and quality. However, Chen Mobai's cultivation was too strong, and their relationship was also quite good, so they couldn't use other methods. The original plan was to wait until Chen Mobai ascended to immortality before figuring out how to share in the huge demographic dividend of the five-element sect. But to my surprise, Chen Mobai was so easy to talk to and immediately opened up. Fair competition is definitely welcome. After all, it's not a good thing if my clan becomes too powerful. As my cultivation level increases, I can no longer manage every detail of the affairs below. As time goes by, there will inevitably be corruption among the disciples of the sect, with collusion between superiors and subordinates. With the presence of major sects from the Eastern Holy Lands establishing schools, it can also restrain the people below, preventing them from becoming reckless and complacent, and also putting some competitive pressure on them. We must always learn from the mistakes of the Eastern Imperial Court. Chen Mobai's last words sent a shiver down the spines of Wu-Chen and the other two. I recommend a great new book, After Swapping Bodies with a Superstar. The male and female protagonists swap bodies, a sweet romance novel, and a light-hearted entertainment story. Chapter 1238 Dongzhu Immortal Alliance. Chapter 1238 Dongzhu Immortal Alliance. I wonder how the jade-broken true monarch's ascension went. Chen Mobai shifted the topic to today's important matter. You should know that they are currently above the Snow Mountain sect, and below them is Master Loing, who is refining a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth and attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage. That's exactly what I was thinking of saying, and also the matter my young friend entrusted to me back then. After listening, True Lord Wuchen nodded and began to talk about True Lord Suyu. In recent decades, the extreme yin ancestor in the Lingkong immortal realm has been collecting elixirs to heal injuries. From this, we can infer that True Lord Suyu should be alive. Because it wasn't one of their own ascended cultivators, the three sects of the moral sect didn't specifically inquire about this matter in the spirit void immortal realm. The reason why true monarch Wuchen knew about this was because he had communicated with the patriarch of the upper realm when Shumei advanced in his cultivation. The reason is that when True Lord Suyu was undergoing his tribulation, Chen Mobai told True Lord Wuchen that he wanted to inform True Lord Yiyuan of the upper realm to avoid True Lord Suyu seeking revenge without being fully informed. Under the circumstances, True Lord Wuchen would naturally give Chen Mobai face. Therefore, when the patriarch of the moral sect was communicating and negotiating with the Phoenix clan, he also inquired about the situation of the lineage of the extreme Yin patriarch. However, True Lord Yiyuan is a carefree immortal in the Lingkong immortal realm, living a nomadic life, so this news has not yet reached his ears. But the moral sect also has a group of disciples in the immortal realm, and someone will be in charge of this matter. Thank you, Senior. Chen Mobai felt extremely ashamed after hearing this. He had almost forgotten about it, but he never expected that true monarch Wuchen would keep it in mind all this time. He truly deserves to be called a senior figure of the righteous path. His virtue is exceptionally high. This is good news for Chen Mobai. He and the Jade-Shattering True Lord were enemies. If the Jade-Shattering True Lord died under the heavenly tribulation, he wouldn't be able to get revenge when he ascended to heaven. I hope that True Lord Suyu will not be ungrateful and go to True Lord Yiyuan to die. It would be best if he were spared and could settle his karmic debts after he goes up there. By the way, do you all have any news about the Heavenly Emperor's seal? Chen Mobai had been dealing with matters of the immortal sects for the past few years, and here he claimed to have just emerged from seclusion. So he took advantage of the fact that the nascent soul cultivators from several holy lands in the eastern continent were all here today to inquire about the various situations in the spirit void immortal realm. As long as no other transcendent pure yang beings return to stop what the patriarch has promoted and led, it will definitely be carried out, said true monarch Dakong with a proud expression. Wuchen Zhenjun and Na Yuanzhang both nodded. Even though the heavenly emperor is also pure yang, he still has to give face to a transcendent being like the true king of the void. The heavenly emperor and the true immortals of the celestial realm are already using the power of the great Tao to change the order of heaven and earth, but this will take some time. 20 years ago, at the Central Plains Sacred Tao Assembly, Taixu Immortal and Haoran Yiki Immortal jointly announced this matter. Changes in order and rules will cause great changes in the world. Under such circumstances, the first to descend upon the heavenly river realm were actually those demonic powerhouses who had previously escaped, or even strange beings from the netherworld. Over the years, 7 demonic treasures have descended upon the heavenly river realm from the void of the outer realms. Our righteous holy lands intercepted and sealed 3 of them. 2 of them disappeared without a trace, and the other 2 were taken away by the central demon lord. These were all located by powerful demonic beings from the outer realms before their descent. Each of these demonic treasures could cause a calamity similar to the Eastern Continent Ghost Mother disaster. Knowing that Chen Mobai had just emerged from seclusion, true monarch Wuchen began to recount the major events that had occurred in the heavenly river realm over the years. These are secrets known only to the nascent soul cultivators of these holy lands. They are considered top-tier cultivators in this realm. I never imagined that so many things would happen during my more than 20 years of seclusion. After listening, Chen Mobai was also full of amazement. The matter of the Holy Tao Assembly had been mentioned once before by true monarch Wuchen, but he never cared about empty fame, and after obtaining the primordial bell, he was no longer in a hurry for other resources. So he simply used the excuse of going into seclusion to avoid this troublesome matter. Looking back now, it seems we missed out on quite a bit of excitement. However, even if Chen Mobai were given another chance to choose, he still wouldn't go to Zhangzhou. After all, true monarch Yuan caused quite a bit of trouble over there. In the eastern continent, he ostensibly inherited the Yuan Dao lineage, and since he cultivates saintly virtue, if he were to go to the central continent and be targeted by the eastern continent master, Thousand Autumn's ink and brush forest, he might not be able to return. After all, there are 7th-tier Dao treasures over there. The good fortune of the 1 Yuan true lord may not be available to him. So how do the major holy lands deal with these magical treasures? Do we in the eastern continent have any? Chen Mobai continued to ask. The ghost mother had also condensed a void refinement dharma body in the eastern continent. If the Eastern Imperial Court hadn't been at its peak back then, it probably wouldn't have been able to suppress that great calamity. We in the eastern continent are considered lucky. So far, no extraterrestrial demonic treasures have appeared. The current approach to dealing with these demonic treasures is to take them to the Thousand Autumn's ink forest and suppress them with the Tao treasure of that Thousand Autumn sage. The one who answered this question was true Lord De Kong, because one of the demonic treasures was captured by their Tai Su Misty Palace. For this, Tai Su Immortal even suppressed and killed a 5th-tier demonic beast from the Earth Sea, the Phantom Deer, one of the 9 true spirits of the Heavenly River realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression also turned serious. The old dragon he killed was one of the 9 true spirits. Comparing them this way, it seems that Taixu Immortal's strength is no less than his, truly befitting his position among the 3 immortals. I wonder if he used the Tao-attaining treasure of Taixu True King. Great Sky True Lord, the only pity is that the Central Demon Lord escaped. Over the years, due to these extraterrestrial magical treasures, almost all the experts from the major holy lands of Jiangsu have come out in droves. After all, they have a closer connection with the Linkang immortal realm, and it is estimated that they have received orders from above. Any demonic cultivator who obtains a demonic treasure can almost certainly create a top-tier nascent soul cultivator like one of the 5 demonic lords. And when that time comes, the coordinates will be mature, and powerful demonic beings from beyond the realm will be able to descend through the demonic treasure. Since the Linkang immortal realm has not yet sent anyone down, they can only rely on the various holy lands of the righteous path in the Tian realm. Among them, Taixu Xian, who possessed the void escape technique, became the one to put out the fire. Go wherever you find magical treasures. However, when he fought the lord of the central demonic path, the latter had already refined a demonic treasure. Caught off guard, Taixu Immortal suffered a great loss as the latter snatched away another one. Although afterwards, Taixu Immortal, carrying the measuring ruler Dao treasure, chased the central demon lord for 13 years, destroying his 27 incarnations in various parts of the Heavenly River realm, he still failed to retrieve the demon treasure and find his true form. However, the lord of the central demonic path was also furious at being chased so relentlessly by the immortal Taixu. When one of his avatars was destroyed, he vowed that 300 years later, after he had refined the 2 great demonic treasures, he would personally go to the Taixu Misty Palace in Jiangsu to avenge himself. Taixu Immortal readily agreed to this. It was after that Taixu Immortal stopped pursuing them, and the central demon lord also stopped causing trouble for the other branches of Taixu Misty Palace. Wu Qingjai also published a special volume to record this matter. The story is titled, 300 Years Later, Good and Evil Clash. The lord of the central demonic path, could he be hiding in our eastern continent? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai, while marveling at Taixu Immortal's strength, also asked with some concern. The central demonic path is the strongest demonic force in the Heavenly River realm that has survived the suppression and pursuit of so many holy lands in the central continent. If it were hidden in the vast and expansive eastern continent, there would be no way to find it. Although we are a holy land, our strength is limited. We can only do our best to protect our own people. As for the other forces, they can only pray for their own good fortune in the face of such a great calamity. Wu Qinzhen spoke these words. Every great calamity is also a reshuffling of the existing order, with new forces rising to become holy lands and ancient traditions disappearing completely. All things and phenomena are constantly collapsing and reorganizing in this cycle. The 3 schools of morality, 9 heavens demon slayer, and great void have stood at the pinnacle of the eastern continent through this cycle of reincarnation. That is why it is called an ancient sacred land. That may be true, but they are all righteous forces in the eastern continent after all. If we can help, we should. Chen Mobai, however, felt great compassion. After all, he cultivated saintly virtue, and given the opportunity, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by and watch the creatures around him turn to ashes. "Oh, what do you plan to do, young friend?" Upon hearing this, true monarch Wuchen asked curiously. "I plan for the four of us to take the lead in establishing an Eastern Continent Council, forming a loose alliance of righteous forces that encompasses all the righteous forces in the 7 domains of the Eastern Continent. In this way, we can intervene in time to mediate any disputes in the future. If a great calamity does occur, we can immediately assemble a large army of cultivators to resolve the situation and contain the disaster within a small area, rather than allowing it to ravage the entire Eastern Continent." Chen Mobai briefly explained his thoughts, the main point being, unite. There were similar incidents in the Eastern Continent before, such as during the war between good and evil, when the Holy Lord ordered the forced allocation of manpower. Chen Mobai felt that the system was somewhat crude. He thought that forming an alliance and electing permanent council members would be a better way to reconcile conflicts and spread virtues, even in times of peace and calamity. "We can give it a try." This was the first time Nai Yuanzhang had spoken since he arrived. "Then let's give it a try. Young friend, come up with a plan, and I'll have Shengxi come over to discuss it with you later." Wuchen also gave Chen Mobai face, and he felt that if the alliance could be formed, it would save their moral sect a lot of trouble. After all, currently, when the major righteous forces in the Eastern Continent have any conflicts, they usually turn to them. With the alliance, these trivial matters can be delegated to the other holy sites. Our main goal in the Taixu Misty Palace is to earn spirit stones. As long as it doesn't affect that, I have no objections. True monarch Dakong didn't think much of it and simply said a few words. "Then we should definitely form an alliance. This way, all the resources in the entire Eastern Continent can be exchanged within the alliance. I'll go back later and put together a draft of the alliance proposal, and then I'll show it to you all." Chen Mobai's words made Dakong Zhenjin's eyes light up, and he realized that it was indeed true. "Very well, young friend, you've worked hard." While talking with true monarch Dakong and the others, Chen Mobai was already thinking about how to change the system of the immortal sects Kaiyuan Hall and move it to the Eastern Continent. "Since we are cultivators, this alliance should have a formal name. How about we call it the Immortal Alliance?" Chen Mobai said, adding a little of his own opinion. The initial ideal of transforming the Eastern Wilderness into a minor immortal sect has now been achieved. The next step is to spread it throughout the entire East Continent, and even to all corners of the world. True monarch Wuchen, good name, but for better recognition, should we add the prefix Eastern Continent? Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. That's not bad, but Chen Mobai has the ambition to encompass the entire Tianhe realm of the Immortal Alliance. However, under the current circumstances, he still needs to keep a low profile. Thus, the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance was established on the lips of the 4 transformation gods. Just as they were chatting, a nascent soul light flew up from the snow-capped mountains below. As the light faded, it revealed Han Xingzi, the leader of the Ice Heaven 3 sects. "Greetings to the true lords." Han Xingzi greeted him with a respectful expression. "Why aren't you staying in the shattered Jade Hall? What are you doing here in the Snow Mountain sect?" Chen Mobai and Han Xingzi had a decent relationship, so he spoke first and asked. Among the 3 branches of the Ice Heaven sect, the Ice Heaven Palace is now defunct in name only, and the broken Jade Hall where Han Xingzi resides has been very low-key in recent years. On the contrary, the Snow Mountain sect of Master Luo Ying is showing signs of dominating the east and northwest. Junior sister Loying has broken through in cultivation, and I have been ordered to come and protect her. Han Xingzi knew that since the 4 nascent soul cultivators had arrived, they must already know the situation, so he did not hide anything and told them the truth. The phrase "by order" basically indicates that he is no longer in charge of the 3 Ice Heaven factions. Oh, so it really is the nascent soul stage cultivator, Master Loying. Upon hearing his words, true monarch Wuchen nodded slightly, as if he had expected it. "Are you sure it's Master Loying?" But Chen Mobai asked this question unexpectedly. After hearing this, Han Xingzi stood awkwardly in the air, but dared not respond. "Now that you have reached the divine transformation stage, you are one of us. It just so happens that the battle between good and evil will take place in 300 years, and our Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance needs more new forces. True monarch Wu Chen repeatedly winked at Chen Mobai, telling him not to delve too deeply into this matter. Chen Mobai naturally understood what Wu Chen Zhenjian meant. If true monarch shattered jade had died in the heavenly tribulation, then today the four nascent soul cultivators might have to interrogate venerable fallen blossom to find out what his true background was. The problem is, the Jade Emperor is still alive. In that case, it's possible we'll meet again in the future. Moreover, given the current turbulent situation in the Heavenly River realm, the addition of a nascent soul true monarch to the eastern continent is also a good thing for them. Just then, a cold, icy white light shot up from the top of the snow-capped mountain, transforming into a bright, round moon. A female cultivator with snow-white skin and a colorful dress flew towards them, stepping through the cold mist. Chapter 12:39 I cannot tolerate the act of possession. Chapter 12:39 I cannot tolerate the act of possession. Compared to the venerable Loying I saw last time, she is now almost completely transformed. Her appearance and figure remained the same, but her aura and expression were completely different. Even when facing the four nascent soul cultivators of the eastern continent, his gaze was cold, and his expression was solemn, completely regarding himself as an equal to them. You should know that although Venerable Loying has already reached the nascent soul stage, he has not yet passed the heavenly tribulation and is not considered a true nascent soul. Wait, where is the heavenly tribulation? Thinking about this, Chen Mobai and the other three also noticed something unusual. That is the fallen flower venerable in front of us. He has already broken through to the nascent soul stage, but he did not trigger a heavenly tribulation. There is only one explanation for this situation. The person before them had already passed through the heavenly tribulation, and his aura had been recorded by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, this was assumed to be a return to his original realm, rather than a breakthrough. In that case, the situation can be determined. How dare you? In front of us, you actually dare to possess a righteous cultivator. Such behavior is no different from that of the demonic path. What kind of demonic path are you? Tell us the truth. The newly ascended, fallen flower immortal, was still reserved and hadn't spoken when Chen Mobai shouted angrily and questioned him. HMPH, you mere demonic cultivators are not even worthy to carry my shoes. I am the inheritor of the icy and snowy lands of the eastern continent, believe it or not. Master Loying is arrogant and coldly retorted when faced with Chen Mobai's questioning. Young friend, Wu Chen and Dakong Zhenjian, who were standing to the side, were also somewhat puzzled by Chen Mobai's sudden targeting. After all, Master Loying has already been possessed by true Lord Suyu, which is an obvious fact in the absence of a heavenly tribulation. Although possession is not a good practice in the righteous path, cultivators who have already ascended to immortality will definitely turn a blind eye and pretend they don't know anything about it. After all, what's in front of us is just an avatar. Even if they were to kill him, it would only be pointless to offend the jade-broken true monarch who already existed in the spirit void immortal realm. I'm a person who hates evil and cannot tolerate such things as possession. From now on, if I discover anyone in the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance who has been possessed, I will execute them. Moreover, I suspect that she is the fugitive lord of the central demonic path, who wants to use her to hide in my Eastern Continent and cause trouble. Chen Mobai's attack on Master Loying wasn't because he had a grudge against true monarch Suyu, but because, as someone from a celestial sect, he couldn't stand things like possession. Even if it's Kaingsing and Baiguang when they're trying to reduce the void, they're looking for a stillborn fetus, not forcibly killing a life. Such behavior is something only evil people from the Ascension sect would do, within the Immortal sect. In the past, he was a nobody, and even if he couldn't stand such things, he could only think about them in his heart. But now, he is the #1 person in the Eastern Continent and the leader of the righteous path, so he feels that he can speak his mind freely. After all, he cultivated saintly virtue. Hey, if you want revenge, just say so. Why beat around the bush? True monarch Suyu believed that Chen Mobai was merely using this as an excuse to attack her. As a cultivator of the void realm, even though this avatar had only recently entered the divine transformation realm, she was not someone to be trifled with. If you can prove that you are not a possessed person but the real Master Loying, I am willing to apologize to you. But if you cannot prove it, in order to protect the reputation of the already vanished fellow Taoist Loying and the righteous path of the 3 lineages of Ice Heaven, I have no choice but to send you to the Yellow Springs. Chen Mobai said calmly. "I'll see what you can do to me today." True Monarch Suyu sneered, and an icy chill emanated from her, causing True Monarch Wuchen and the others present to activate their spiritual light to protect themselves from being frozen. Han Xingzi, whose cultivation was the weakest, shivered, and without saying a word, immediately used his escape light to flee towards the Snow Mountain sect below. Han Xingzi's previous experience in the frozen tomb made him realize that even the aftershocks of a battle between nascent soul cultivators were something he couldn't stop. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, he decisively retreated. "Young friend," Wu Qinzhenjin wanted to offer another word of advice, but Nai Yuanzhang, who was standing beside him, took a step forward. "Possession is a demonic act. Our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, following the decree of our ancestor, performs the duty of exterminating demons, but we are unwilling to wrong any cultivator. Fellow Taoist, as long as you swear that you are the fallen flower immortal and have not been possessed, our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect is willing to stand up for you." Upon hearing these words, even Chen Mobai looked at Nai Yuanzhang with some surprise. It should be noted that even True Monarch Wuchen was unwilling to offend True Monarch Suyu, who had already ascended to immortality and wanted to smooth things over. However, Nai Yuanzhang still stood up according to his heart under these circumstances. It can only be said that he is indeed a cultivator of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. The atmosphere from top to bottom is rare in the Heavenly River realm. "HMPH, what right do you have to make me swear an oath?" In response, True Lord Shattered Jade sneered and gave him a cold look. Once those words were spoken, there was no other option but to take action. Without further hesitation, Chen Mobai immediately summoned the Yuanyang sword. Then the Pure Yang scroll, which was close to the peak of the nascent soul stage, erupted with energy, activating the remaining 5 Pure Yang magic artifacts. With the complete set of actions, it directly raised the power of the second primordial spirit to the perfect nascent soul stage. Above the snow-capped mountains, a blazing purple sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The ancient, unmelting snow began to melt rapidly, turning into a torrent of water that flowed down the mountainside. However, much of the melted snow was immediately evaporated into water vapor. The snow-capped peaks, stretching endlessly, were suddenly engulfed and shrouded in endless fog, disappearing from this northwestern land. This was merely a precursor to the changes brought about by Chen Mobai, transforming into the Nine Heavens primordial Yang Purple extreme phase. His second primordial spirit had already been able to evolve into the peak strength of the primordial Yang ancestor, and now, with his cultivation greatly improved and aided by the even more powerful Pure Yang set, he has surpassed this sage of the immortal sect. Originally, the Yuan Yang sword technique was only at the 5th level, but now, in Chen Mobai's hands, it has been deduced to have 6th level content. The 6th order sword technique is a supreme sword derived from the Great Tao of Sacred Virtue, which is based on the Great Tao of Sacred Virtue and incorporates the other 5 Great Taos of the Pure Yang scroll. If we were to draw an analogy, it would be equivalent to the primordial golden cauldron that integrates the 4 Great Taos of the One Yuan Tao scripture. Chen Mobai was inspired by this and created and evolved the 5 tones of the musical scale. He felt that as his cultivation level improved, he might be able to sublimate and fuse the entire set of Pure Yang magic artifacts, transforming them into his own treasure for achieving enlightenment. Today is also the first time he has made a move in the Eastern continent, since his swordsmanship greatly improved. Amidst the endless hazy mist, a golden sun rose, illuminating the 10 directions of the void. Its crystalline rays, like fire patterns, carried terrifying heat and boundless light capable of incinerating everything, resembling countless sword beams shooting towards the jade-shattering True Monarch. Faced with Chen Mobai's Yuan Yang sword technique, which was clearly more powerful than in their last encounter, True Monarch Suyu directly used his strongest power. With a spit, an ice-blue, gem-like Dao fruit flew out, resembling a cold, bright moon, carrying a terrifying cold wave that could freeze everything, bursting out in all directions and colliding with the high-temperature torrent formed by Chen Mobai's primordial spirit Dharma form. The melted snow was frozen again in a short moment, only to be melted again by the high temperature in the next instant, and then frozen again in an endless cycle, which eventually caused a violent explosion and roar, making the snow-capped mountains cry out in agony. The 2 completely opposite forces of ice and fire, in the hands of Chen Mobai and the broken jade True Monarch, were both at the pinnacle of their respective realms. Nai Yuanzhang, who originally planned to join forces with Chen Mobai, discovered that he couldn't get involved at all without using the power of the sect's sixth-tier magic weapon. While Nai Yuanzhang hesitated, true monarch Wu Chen also looked troubled. After all, for the moral sect, true monarch Su Yu represents two ascended cultivators from the spirit void immortal realm, so it's best not to offend him. However, the grudge between Chen Mobai and Su Yu Zhenjun is also out in the open. If he doesn't help either side at this time, he will end up not getting any benefit from either. After all, in the eyes of true monarch Shattered Jade, the moral sect was on Chen Mobai's side, and the four nascent soul cultivators had all come together. In Chen Mobai's view, the four holy lands of the eastern continent usually had such a good relationship. It was his disciple who even solved Shumei's problem. Now, facing the demonic act of the true monarch Su Yu's possession, if they turned a blind eye, wouldn't that chill the heart of this ally? Compared to the jade-broken true lord, with whom he had no interaction, Chen Mobai's friendship with the dustless true lord was ultimately the deepest. Moreover, although the moral sect doesn't really care about possession in private, it does violate the principles of the righteous path when it comes to it openly. After convincing himself, true monarch Wu Chen transmitted a message to true monarch Dakong, who was also hesitant beside him. While the nascent soul cultivators were discussing their plan, Chen Mobai and true monarch Su Yu unleashed their combined powers, intensifying their battle. The sixth-tier sword technique, combined with the Yuan Yang sword and the enhancement effect of the complete pure Yang set, brought out about 60–70% of the power of this holy virtue sword. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators would almost certainly be killed with a single sword strike if they encountered Chen Mobai in this state. However, true monarch Su Yu was essentially an ascended cultivator. She used her true realm to unleash the power of the Taiyan fruit, and with the power of the early stage of the nascent soul realm, she mastered and displayed the complete power of the great Tao, fighting against Chen Mobai's increasingly refined sixth-order sword technique in the battle. In just a few breaths, the two manifested the sun and moon dharma forms and exchanged countless blows. If it weren't for true monarch Wu Chen using the heavenly and earthly Chuanji instrument in time to protect the snow-capped mountains and the earth's crust below, the eastern and northwestern lands would probably have been cracked, frozen, or even shattered and collapsed. Rumble! Another earth-shattering roar erupted as Chen Mobai's 9 heavens primordial yang purple extreme form suddenly shone brightly. A golden sword beam that reached the heavens and the earth pierced through the air and slashed straight down. However, before it could reach the Taiyan fruit of broken jade true monarch, it was frozen into an ice pillar and then shattered into countless snowflakes. At the instant the sword light shattered, Chen Mobai's consciousness returned, and he transformed one sword into 10,000 swords. Countless crystal-clear sword lights, like golden rain, rained down on the cold blue moon in the sky opposite him. True monarch Shattered Jade immediately countered the move, spitting out another Tao fruit, which transformed into a stream of dark light that spread outwards, completely freezing the surrounding void. The brilliant sword light that had already entered this void was also frozen, as if time had been paused in this area covered by the dark light. Moreover, as the divine sense of the broken jade true monarch erupted, the direction covered by this dark light was gradually expanding, and it looked like it was about to engulf Chen Mobai's 9 heavens primordial yang purple extreme form. Faced with such strange power of the great Tao, Chen Mobai remained calm and summoned his natal magic weapon, the Hayashan mirror. For 20 years, Chen Mobai spent his free time, apart from providing directions, refining the magic artifact with the Cantong Qi. After fusing with the fragments of the heavenly phoenix mirror from the pill cauldron Taoist, this pure yang magic weapon possessed its greatest potential. 6 years ago, it easily ascended to the 6th rank. Today marks the first time that the 6th-order Hayashan mirror has been revealed in the Tian realm. Under the vast and mighty pure yang energy and the power of the nirvana great Tao, the ancient bronze mirror shone with a brilliance no less than that of the bright moon dharma image of the broken jade true monarch. The original wooden frame has long since been transformed into a phoenix-shaped ring. As the Hayashan mirror shone brightly, a transcendent power that transcended all calamities ignited, like a beam of light in the darkness, piercing into the dark, flowing light that true Lord Su Yu had kept hidden away. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the broken jade true lord, her jet-black light was cut into by the light of the Hayashan mirror, like a black cloth being cut open, splitting along both sides of the mirror light. Within the nine heavens primordial yang purple extreme form, the primordial yang sword, which had already accumulated the power of the pure yang set, flew out from the Dharma form. A golden blade, like a shadow, merged with the light of the Hayashan mirror. With the help of the Nirvana power, it easily broke through the Tao fruit cover in front of the broken jade true monarch and pierced his brow in an instant. The threat of death caused the expression on the face of the Jade Emperor to change drastically. She never expected that, even with the power of her two Tao fruits unleashed, she would still be no match for the opponent without the Hunyuan Bell. Although it was merely an incarnation, it was something that had been achieved with great difficulty, so True Lord Shattered Jade did not want to lose it so easily. She gritted her teeth and dropped the Taiyan fruit that was placed above her head, abandoning it to block the Yuanyang sword. As the blue moon crashed down, even the unstoppable Yuan Yang sword paused for a moment. At this moment, True Monarch Shattered Jade had already put away the other Tao fruit, taken a step back, and stepped into the void. She is the essence of the void refiner, and has long since mastered the power of the void. However, Chen Mobai had also comprehended the great Tao of void. If the true body of the broken jade true monarch were present, he would indeed be unable to compete for control over the power of the void. However, the avatar in front of him was merely an avatar that had just entered the nascent soul stage, and he felt that he could try to contend with it. However, he remained very calm and did not use the void lock in front of De Kong and the others. He only intended to interfere with and disrupt the operation of the void power by the broken jade true lord, but he found that the effect was minimal. The broken jade true lord's figure still disappeared from the spot without being stopped. However, Chen Mobai remained calm in the face of this. Through this encounter, he had already tested out the strength of True Monarch Shattered Jade. It's nowhere near as good as it was when it was in the frozen tomb. Far away in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai's true form, after testing the Tengxianji to ensure there was no danger, raised the Hunyuan Bell, preparing to personally go out and, like Taixu Xian had hunted down the central demon lord, hunt down Suyu Zhenjun. Without Wuchen and the others by his side, he was able to unleash his true power. But just as his true form was about to set off, Wuchen and the other two, who had been silent on the battlefield, suddenly made their move. First, the golden and silver rings of the great void true monarch trembled. The most terrifying control of the Taixu Misty Palace, the void lock, had descended from afar, imprisoning the broken jade true monarch, whose body had already disappeared halfway. Then, true monarch Wuchen raised the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument in his hand, and the vast earth element true power condensed into a large earth yellow hand, which condensed the power of the Tangshan refining tower that Nai Yuanzhang was remotely controlling into an illusory pagoda, and slammed it heavily towards true monarch Suyu. Faced with the sudden attack from the three nascent soul cultivators of the eastern continent, true monarch Shattered Jade cursed inwardly, but he could only offer up his last Tao fruit. Upon seeing that she had used both Tao fruits, Chen Mobai immediately used the Hayashan mirror to block the Taiyan Tao fruit and released the Yuanyang sword. The holy virtue sword, gleaming with a faint gray glow, once again pierced before the eyes of the jade shattering true monarch, who unleashed a series of icy spells in an attempt to block it. But under the power of the final destiny, everything melted away. As the golden light passed through, the brow of the avatar of the broken jade true monarch was pierced by the Yuan Yang sword. Chapter 12:40 Reunion with Yi Qing, the Holy Maiden of Taixu. Chapter 12:40 Reunion with Yi Qing, the Holy Maiden of Taixu. Thank you all for your help. After Chen Mobai killed the avatar of the broken jade true monarch, he immediately bowed to the three people, including the dustless true monarch, who were not far away, and thanked them. He had originally planned to take on this task himself, but he never expected that the morals of the nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent were so high. Like him, they both disapproved of possession. As righteous cultivators who have reached the divine realm, we certainly cannot stand idly by and watch such demonic acts, said true monarch Wuchen with a smile. Since he had to choose between Chen Mobai and true monarch Suyu, he would definitely side with Chen Mobai, with whom he had a better relationship, and this was also the side of justice. What should we do with these two Tao fruits? Please advise, senior. Chen Mobai pointed to the two Tao fruits, one blue and one black, that were hovering in midair after the death of the true monarch Suyu. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be the other two Tao fruits of the three yin. My Taixu Misty Palace has no shortage of Tao fruits. True monarch Dakong said this directly. Chen also shook his head, indicating that the karma of the Tao fruit was too great. After obtaining it, they would have to help pass on the ice and snow lineage, and their moral sect would not want it. The same applies to Yuanzhang. Chen Mobai was unaware of this, but since none of the three wanted it, he would have to suffer. It seems that passing down the lineage of the ice and snow world within the immortal sect can be considered a form of inheritance. Since true monarch Suyu died at my hands, I should naturally bear the consequences. Chen Mobai spoke righteously, then waved his sleeve and put the 2 Tao fruits into his pocket. After dealing with the spoils, the nascent soul cultivators prepared to leave. Chen Mobai's divine sense surged forth, locking onto Han Xingzi, who was hiding within the Snow Mountain sect's grand formation. Under his telepathic communication, Han Xingzi obediently flew up. On arrival, he repeatedly thanked Chen Mobai and the others, expressing that he had been intimidated by the tyrannical power of the old hag, true monarch Suyu, and had done many wrong things. As he spoke, he even shed tears. Junior sister was such a good person. Just because of the compatibility of our constitutions, her divine consciousness was annihilated and her body was possessed. I swore in my heart at that time that if I had the chance in the future, I would definitely avenge junior sister. Today, the true monarchs have taken action, which can be considered as removing the greatest scourge from the Ice Heaven 3 lineages. Seeing Han Xingzi's genuine emotions, Chen Mobai and the other 3 did not pursue the matter further. Yuanzhang simply confirmed with his Tao Heart oath that Han Xingzi had not engaged in any demonic activities, and that was the end of the matter. Our 4 Holy Lands plan to form the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. If the Ice Heaven 3 veins are interested, they can also try to join us. Before leaving, Chen Mobai remembered that there were many good things in the frozen tomb where the broken jade true monarch was buried, which should now belong to Han Xingzi, so he extended an invitation. Thank you, true lord, for insisting that I join. Han Xingzi thanked him repeatedly, pretending not to have seen Chen Mobai take away the 2 Tao fruits. After dealing with matters here, the 4 nascent soul cultivators went their separate ways. However, true monarch Wu Chen walked with Chen Mobai the whole way, mainly talking about Zhuo Ming. Xiumei was able to advance thanks to junior nephew Zhu's diagnosis. Clan chief Feng Qingshu said that if it had been delayed by another year or 2, this spiritual plant would probably not have been able to withstand the power of the inner condensation and would have failed to break through even if it had tried. I'm very happy that my little apprentice can be of help, Chen Mobai replied politely, and then asked more about the Linkang immortal realm. After the Heavenly Emperor seals his seal, the great Tao rules of the Heavenly River realm will gradually change, allowing beings at the Void Refinement realm to remain. But that's definitely not possible right now, so there will be a time frame. Chen Mobai hoped that he could break through to the Void Refinement stage at that time, so that he wouldn't have to ascend. He's not one to move around easily, and now that there's a boundary gate, he can find ways to earn Tao merit to exchange for various high-level resources, so he has even less interest in the spirit void immortal realm. After all, once he goes up there, he will be under the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Emperor and the true King of the Void, 2 powerful beings of pure yang. He has obtained the Heavenly Emperor's decree and the turtle treasure, and thus has karmic ties with both of them. My thought was to avoid it if possible. We'll figure out a solution when it's truly unavoidable. Master Wu Wei has predicted this time. It should be 300 years from now. True monarch Wu Chen owed a favor regarding Xiumei's matter, so he did not hide this important time and told him directly. 300 years from now, wouldn't that be the perfect time for the battle between good and evil? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was slightly surprised. It seems that the sword duel agreement between the central demon lord and the Taixu immortal has a deeper meaning. Since the creation of the Heavenly River realm by the jellyfish, it has undergone several great calamities and cycles. Currently, it is under the leadership of the righteous path of our human race. However, the other demon races, the extraterrestrial demons, and even the ghosts and spirits of the underworld all want to defeat us and regain control of the world. The battle between good and evil, though on the surface it is a contest between the Taixu immortal and the central demon lord, is actually a war among several major forces to redistribute the power of discourse. In the next 300 years, the Heavenly River realm will definitely be in great turmoil. Although my eastern continent is not in the center, it also has several major karmic connections. If we, the righteous path, do not work together, there will probably be a great calamity where 9 out of 10 houses are empty and bones are exposed in the wilderness. Wu Zhenjian told Chen Mobai some secrets he had heard from the ancestors of the upper realm, and then his face showed hope. The establishment of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance should be able to save some lives in this great calamity. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that this might be why he had come to this world. His path to sainthood, the opportunity for its perfect fulfillment, lies within this very calamity. When the people face a great calamity, a sage will surely emerge. Although the great Tao of sacred virtue in the heavenly river realm has been occupied by the sage of 1,000 autumns, Chen Mobai can still comprehend the perfected realm of refining emptiness here, before going to the purple cloud universe to merge with the Tao. After all, the principles concerning holiness are the same across different paths. With this in mind, Chen Mobai became even more concerned about the soon-to-be-established Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. He simply went directly to the mountain gate of the moral sect with true monarch Wuchen and began discussing matters with Shengxi. The gist of it was to transplant the systems from the immortal sect, albeit with some localized modifications. As they talked, they remembered the 2 sacred lands. Not long after, the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect and the Taixu Misty Palace each sent a nascent soul true monarch. The one from the 9 Heavens Demon Slaying Sect was naturally Yi Qing, Chen Mobai's good friend. The two met and smiled at each other. However, the one who came from the Taixu Misty Palace was not the Great Void true monarch, but a female cultivator with slightly round cheeks and a plump figure. Chen Mobai had met her once before. She was the holy maiden of Taixu, Shan Maiasu. To everyone's surprise, she actually succeeded in reaching the nascent soul stage. Recalling Zhang Pengkong's initial worries, it was clear that true monarch Dakong had indeed given the saintly spirit pill to Shan Maiasu, and the latter had achieved nascent soul status at the headquarters of the Taixu Misty Palace in Zhangzhou, which explained the lack of news from Dongzhou. It's quite a coincidence that Shan Maiasu just returned a few days ago and is here today for this meeting. I have met several of my senior brothers. As soon as Shan Maiasu arrived, she politely bowed to Chen Mobai and the other 2. Congratulations, junior sister Shan. It's truly shameful to think that among your generation, of the 4 great holy lands of the Eastern Continent, only our Taoist sect's Taoist disciple and holy maiden haven't yet reached the nascent soul stage. Alas, there's no one to carry on the legacy. After Shengxi and Shan Maiasu exchanged greetings, they looked at the 3 young people beside them, including Chen Mobai, and couldn't help but sigh. Xuan, who was serving beside him, couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Yi Qing and Shan Maiasu remained silent, but Chen Mobai spoke up to smooth things over. I think Xuan has already reached the pinnacle of his energy and spirit, and I imagine that he will soon be one of us. I hope so. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about the specific charter of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. Shengxi shook her head, but didn't take the matter to heart. After all, even in the Holy Land, only a few Taoist disciples and holy maidens could become gods. Even if Xuan and Qi Jiansu both fail, with him succeeding, the Dayad sect will not have to worry about the problem of nascent soul cultivators for at least the next 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years, the Taoist saintess can nurture several generations. We can't have every generation failing. Next, Chen Mobai explained the rules and regulations of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance that he and Shengxi had discussed. Yi Qing and Shan Maiasu also raised some questions based on their own positions, and the 4 nascent soul cultivators then began a discussion. 2 weeks later, the 4 of them finally finished discussing all the frameworks. The Immortal Alliance needs a base. Where would be a suitable place? Shan Maiasu asked. After the establishment of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, it will absorb qualified righteous forces in the Eastern Continent. Moreover, with the great changes in the world and the arrival of the great calamity, all forces will definitely want to be protected by the Holy Land, so they will try their best to join. In this way, the righteous path of the Eastern Continent, which was originally a disorganized group and was only forcibly conscripted during the Great War between good and evil, will become a behemoth because of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. With this power as a hub, it will be much more convenient for the Taixu Pio Male Palace to do business. At least we can completely control the developments of resources in the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Mausoleum Domain has just been established, and its geographical location is in the center of the Eastern Continent. It is about the same distance from our four great holy lands, so why don't we settle there? In order to set up the Zhou Tian He Luo star array, Chen Mobai already had a thorough understanding of the map of the eastern continent and quickly pointed out the most suitable location. Good. Shangxi and Yi Qing did not object and immediately agreed. Moreover, if the eastern mausoleum domain does not have enough land in the future, it can expand to the surrounding wastelands. After the four nascent soul cultivators reached an agreement, they each needed to call over a person in charge. After all, given their status, they couldn't possibly oversee every single detail. They needed someone to take charge of the specific tasks. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai concluded that, in terms of competence, the most suitable candidates within the Five Elements sect were either Yi Yun or Zhou Wangshan, especially the latter, who was the sect leader of the Five Elements sect in the Eastern Mausoleum region. It's just a pity that these two have a lower level of cultivation. The representative of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, formed by the four Holy Lands, must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, if a golden core cultivator represented the Five Elements sect and sat at the top during the meeting, Chen Mobai, the #1 person in the Eastern Continent, would lose all face. Among the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect, the Dharma body nascent soul cultivators are of a lower caliber and not up to par. Therefore, only a few are left to choose from. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai finally chose Chen Lingaming. After all, Mo Duguang is only good at fighting and killing. Zhou Yi needs to stay in Dongyi, and Qing Nu Yin King, Zhu Ming and others are not suitable to scheme and fight with other forces. Chen Lingaming's abilities are undeniable, and it's a waste of his talents to have him constantly responsible for repairing the treasure ship. Chen Mobai had even considered having him succeed him as the leader of the Five Elements sect, a thought that intensified after Yi Yun's failure to achieve nascent soul. But considering that Yi Yun had followed him for so long, he decided to give him another chance. Since the primordial Dao fruit was no longer of any use to Chen Mobai, it could be passed down to him. This would allow Chen Lingaming, representing the Five Elements sect within the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, to transfer the relevant threads of the One Yuan Dao Palace from Chen Mobai to him. I doubt he would refuse. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai took out a communication talisman and briefly explained the matter concerning the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. He then instructed Chen Lingaming to come to the Morality Sect's mountain gate as quickly as possible. Because of the advanced teleportation array of the Taixu Misty Palace, Chen Lingaming arrived 2 days later after receiving the message talisman. After receiving Chen Mobai's instructions, Chen Lingaming, with a calm expression, began to discuss the specific matters of establishing the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance in the Eastern Mausoleum domain with the nascent soul representatives of the other 3 Holy Lands. Since the general framework had already been established by the nascent soul cultivators, Chen Lingaming and the other core formation cultivators mainly discussed how to implement it. Those at the nascent soul stage need to save face, so they are reluctant to speak about certain matters that involve interests. However, those at the core formation stage don't need to worry about such things. They are meticulous in their calculations so that their own sects can gain more benefits. The nascent soul cultivators who can represent the Holy Land are all top talents, and some even have more than one nascent soul cultivator. While the people below were arguing, Chen Mobai and Yi Qing drank tea together. After I became a nascent soul, I asked Wu Qingjai to find out the whereabouts of Mingzun. He must still have incarnations hiding in the 5 continents and 4 seas. The grudge from back then must be avenged. Yi Qing talked about what he had been busy with recently. He had just received the news and made a trip to the Western continent, but he found nothing. There will be an opportunity. I hope that Mingzun will not fall into my hands before you find him. Chen Mobai and Mingzun also had some karmic connection. After all, he had killed the ghost fetus that Mingzun had conceived using Su Zilu's Hunyuan body. Now he understands just how important that ghost fetus is to the Mingzun. That is almost the foundation of enlightenment. Even if Ming Chang were to return to his peak, or even advance further, he would likely be defeated by Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit wielding the Yuan Yang sword in a single strike. When I went to the Western continent before, I encountered a nascent soul cultivator from your sect. She was being chased by several nascent soul cultivators. Yi Qing mentioned something that surprised Chen Mobai slightly. Do they have any nascent soul cultivators in the Western continent? But soon, as Yi Qing continued speaking, he suddenly realized something. It turns out to be Xuan Shui from the Yiyuan Dao Palace. She once piloted the treasure ship to escort Ku Zhu to the Western continent, and theoretically, she should have returned after delivering him. Why are you still lingering here? She was heavily pregnant. After I rescued her, she begged me to save her Taoist partner. Yiqing's second half of his sentence almost made Chen Mobai spit out the tea in his mouth. Chapter 12, 41 Western Continent. Chapter 12, 41 Western Continent. Whose child is it? That was the first question that came to Chen Mobai's mind. Yiqing, she said it was from Bitter Bamboo. You idiot, you look so upright and honest. I never expected you to be this kind of person. After hearing this, Chen Mobai finally understood the meaning of the phrase, you can't judge a book by its cover. He had originally thought that Ku Zhu was a swordsman like Mo Duguang, a hermit who was extremely skilled in swordsmanship. Lamenting his poor judgment of character, Chen Mobai inquired about Xuan Shui and Ku Zhu's situation, though Yiqing knew little. However, it was clear that Xuan Shui was sincere. After all, a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't have offspring without true love. Moreover, after Xuan Shui was rescued by Yiqing, the first thing he did was ask for help for Ku Zhu, who attacked the couple. Although Chen Mobai had only met Xuan Shui a few times, she was still one of his subordinates, and he certainly couldn't stand to see her being bullied like this. Yiqing spoke, recounting the information he had learned from Xuan Shui. The leader was a nascent soul elder from Tianlei Temple, along with several nascent soul elders from sects in the Western continent that were affiliated with them. During the Eastern Imperial Court period, the Great Thunder Immortal and our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect had a good relationship, so I couldn't kill them. I only used one sword strike to scare them away. After rescuing Xuan Shui, I went to the place where she and Ku Zhu separated, out of respect for you. After arriving in Zizhu, the couple accidentally entered an ancient ruin. There was a love flower there that aroused desire. Its fragrance bewitched them, and in their dazed state, they consummated their marriage. Ku Zhu is a responsible person. After that, he and Xuan Shui became Taoist partners. The two lived together in the ruins for many years. They even prepared to give up their hatred and never leave for the rest of their lives, so they had a child. Who would have thought that the ruins were actually a forbidden area for the two great holy lands and several major sects of the Western continent, who would send disciples in to harvest resources every so often. After Ku Zhu and Xuan Shui were discovered, the former did his best to hold off the Western continent cultivators who came to the ruins, allowing Xuan Shui to escape. Then, he was lucky enough to run into me. After I took Xuan Shui to that ruin, I found that it had been sealed again. It must have been left by an ascended cultivator, so I didn't dare to trespass. Afterwards, I went to Tianlei Temple and told Zhao Leixian about it. He said that Ku Zhu had a grudge against them. The feud had already been settled with the mediation of Qingjing Shanggong. Now that Ku Zhu has returned, he obviously wants to take revenge on them. So this time, they will not let him go no matter what. However, Little Thunder Immortal still gave me face and allowed Xuan Shui to leave. But in order to avoid future revenge, he made Xuan Shui swear an oath never to set foot on the Western continent for the rest of his life. Afterwards, I inquired with Wu Qingjai and found out that after Ku Zhu sent Xuan Shui away, although he was severely injured by the cultivators from Zizhu, he still retreated into that ruin, so he should still be alive. But if we don't rescue him before the ruin opens again, I'm afraid Little Thunder Immortal will personally descend and kill him. Upon hearing this, countless TV dramas that Chen Mobai had watched flashed through his mind. If things continue like this, could it be that hundreds of years later, the child of Ku Zhu and Xuan Shui will have achieved great cultivation and set off for the Western continent to find and save his father? How is Xuan Shui now? Chen Mobai asked again. After all, he was one of his own and naturally wanted to show his concern. Yiqing, she didn't want to go too far from Zizhu. After I took her away, she found an island in the nearby Xuanhai, probably to wait for Ku Zhu. How foolish! How could they, mere nascent soul cultivators, possibly handle this? They might as well go back to the Eastern continent and ask me for help, Chen Mobai said with a heavy heart after hearing this. Yiqing, Xuan Shui probably thinks you wouldn't go to such lengths to help her, a mere branch sect elder. After all, rescuing Ku Zhu would mean confronting Tianlei Zen Temple, and for the Five Elements sect, there was no need to open up the Western continent front. Moreover, Ku Zhu wasn't a member of the Five Elements sect, especially considering the locals' mindset. But for Chen Mobai, this was a trivial matter. He didn't need to personally intervene. After all, in the Western continent, The strongest being is King Feng Zhenjun, who could probably exchange a few blows with his second primordial spirit. But what is Zio Laxian? Just an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Thank you for informing me of this, Brother Yi. Now that I know, I will definitely make a trip there. As Chen Mobai spoke, he stood up. Brother Chen, you are well positioned to roam freely in the Western continent, so please remember to show mercy. Yi Qing knew Chen Mobai's personality and only offered a brief word of advice. Good. Chen Mobai nodded, left a message for Chen Lingaming, then bid farewell to Shanxi and the other nascent soul cultivators and disappeared in a flash of fire. The specific details of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance were discussed for a full 3 months. Even with Chen Lingaming's energy, he felt mentally exhausted the moment the conversation ended. He returned to Wudi Mountain and met with Zio Yuli. During the meeting, Lian Shui asked about her younger sister Chuan Shui, since she had gone to Dongyi with Chen Lingaming to work. Chen Lingaming only said that there was still no news. When he sent the bitter bamboo to Zizhu, it was Chen Mobai who assigned the task, and he chose Chuan Shui. Because Chuan Shui's soul lamp in the One Yuan Dao Palace was still there, Lian Shui wasn't too worried and only asked one question. It was only when Chen Lingaming went to Huanglong Cave to visit Chen Mobai that he learned that Chuan Shui had actually become a Taoist couple with Ku Zhu and was pregnant with his child. Even with Chen Lingaming's composure, he was speechless upon hearing this news. I have already sent an avatar to the Western continent, so you don't need to worry about this. Just focus on the soon-to-be-established Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. Chen Mobai's words put Chen Lingaming at ease. Over the years, Chen Mobai's name has resounded throughout the world, and he truly deserves the title of the #1 person in the Eastern Continent. Although Tianlai Temple in Zizhu is also a sacred place, it only has one nascent soul cultivator, Zio Laxian. It is definitely not possible for them to offend Chen Mobai for the sake of a nascent soul cultivator. Next, the two discuss some details related to the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. After Chen Mobai instilled his views, he re-extracted the primordial Tao fruit he had refined. I once promised you that I would pass on the primordial Tao fruit. Now that your cultivation has broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, you can take over the karma of the primordial Tao lineage on me. Are you willing? As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Chen Lingaming did not hesitate at all, and immediately stood up and bowed deeply to him to show his willingness. Good. Chen Mobai nodded and imparted all the methods related to the Hunyuan Dao fruit, then personally guided Chen Lingaming in refining it. On the other side, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit has also arrived in the Western continent with the help of the super teleportation array of the Taixu Misty Palace. Upon his arrival, he was immediately received by the local nascent soul cultivator, True Lord De Dang. After all, it was about to teleport a top-tier nascent soul cultivator. The Eastern continent must have informed True Monarch Dang in advance. If they didn't agree, the teleportation array wouldn't be able to be activated. I have long admired the name of Master Chen, and seeing him today, I can confirm that he is indeed extraordinary. The great Lord of Dang was a thin old man who was very polite to Chen Mobai. I've met you, senior. You should already know what happened, sigh. Chen Mobai sighed and followed the great Lord of Dang to his cultivation cave. The two drank tea and chatted. Chen Mobai was in Zizhu and unfamiliar with the area, so he could only ask the local De Dang Zhenjun for information first. After junior sister Shan told me about this, I immediately went to investigate. That Lan Yuan Valley was where Taoist Tian Lan cultivated. He had a spirit beast that was a pair of yin-yang snakes, and he loved to brew tea with love flowers. Before Chen Mobai arrived, Lord Dading had already prepared the basic information and informed him of it one by one. Thousands of years after Tianlin Daoran ascended to heaven, Lanyuan Valley was exposed due to a major earthquake that caused the spiritual veins to shift, and it subsequently became a forbidden area for major powers in the Western continent. However, the methods of ascended cultivators are extraordinary. Even with the spiritual veins shifting, the grand array of Lanyuan Valley continues to self-repair. But after those forces from the Western continent entered, they obtained many of the inheritances of Taoist Tianlin. Among them, a fifth-order array master from Qingjing Shanggong thousands of years ago, after comprehending those inheritances, took action to modify one of the array flags, enabling future generations to open a portal every 100 years and enter for a month. Lanyuan Valley contains many precious 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and it is also a sixth-order spiritual vein. You only need to sow the seeds at will, and after a few activations, they can be harvested directly. Therefore, at certain times, local forces in Zizhu would send cultivators to Lanyuan Valley. As the largest merchant guild in the Western continent, the Taixupayo Male Palace consumes almost all the ancient spiritual herbs produced in Lanyuan Valley. When will it be open again? Chen Mobai asked. Lord Dadang, it was just opened 3 years ago. In other words, Kuzhu can stay safely inside for at least another 97 years. But how did the couple get in? It should be noted that both Qingjing Shanggong and Tianlei Chan Temple could only be entered through the hidden methods left by their predecessors. That's what I'm also curious about. I guess the reason why Little Thunder Immortal is so determined to kill him is because of this. After all, Lanyuan Valley is quite important to the forces in the Western continent. It's the oldest medicinal field in this resource-poor land, said True Monarch De Dang, expressing his speculation. In the entire Western continent, apart from desolate and wild places, only Lanyuan Valley can be found where ancient medicinal herbs can be found. Thank you for informing me, Senior. I will go and check on my sect's cultivators first. After understanding the situation, Chen Mobai bid farewell to True Lord Dadang, who politely saw him out of his cave. After seeing Chen Mobai disappear in his escape light, True Lord Dadang thought for a moment and told True Lord King Feng about the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor's visit to the Western continent. Chen Mobai was, after all, an outsider. Although he had to give face to his fellow disciples in the Eastern continent, True Lord Dadang had been in the Western continent for hundreds of years and had a good relationship with this top-tier nascent soul cultivator from the Pure Palace. So, he definitely had to inform him. After all, although Chen Mobai was very gentle in front of him, anyone who had read the Wuqingjai files knew that he was a man of strong character who could not tolerate any injustice. Once Chen Mobai's magical artifacts reached their peak, he would directly go to the Xuanhai Sea and kill the old dragon without waiting for it to arrive. As for that Little Thunder Immortal from Tianlei Temple, he's not very bright and probably won't back down. If a verbal altercation happens and he angers the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, he might just kill him with a single sword strike. Lord Dadang himself did not want to get involved in this mess, so he notified Lord King Feng. As the #1 person in the Western continent, if Chen Mobai and Zio Laxian were to start a fight, he could step in time to stop them and mediate. Upon learning of this news, King Feng Zhenjun immediately informed Zio Laxian, urging him not to act impulsively and to negotiate amicably should the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor come to his door. Chen Mobai was unaware that his arrival in Zizhu had immediately alerted the 2 major holy lands there, who were on high alert. He followed the map given to him by Yi Qing and arrived at the Western continent. The divine sense of the nascent soul cultivator swept across the thousands of islands and quickly locked onto the aura of Xuan Shui. While holding 2 children, Xuan Shui, with a sorrowful expression, suddenly felt a vast and terrifying divine consciousness sweeping over him, as if it encompassed the blue sky and the sea. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. She could naturally sense that this undisguised divine consciousness was at the nascent soul stage. Of all the nascent soul cultivators in the Western continent, the only one who would come looking for the mother and her 2 children is the Little Thunder Immortal from the Heavenly Thunder Zen Temple. Just as Xuan Shui was about to put the 2 children in her hands into 2 small treasure ships and throw them into the sea, and then face the enemy alone to her death, a sword light descended from the sky and landed in front of her, transforming into a tall figure that she was very familiar with, but which she never expected. Greetings, sect leader. Xuan Shui felt an indescribable surge of excitement and immediately bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. Is this your child with Kuzhu? After Chen Mobai landed on the island and gestured for Xuan Shui to get up, he looked at the 2 children, a boy and a girl, in her arms and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Xuan Shui's mind raced, and he realized that it was Yi Qing who had told Chen Mobai, since everyone in Dongzhou knew that the 2 were sworn brothers. That's right, one has a Xuan Yang spiritual body, and the other is born with a Yin meridian. Chen Mobai only needed one glance to discover the 2 children's talents, but unfortunately, they were somewhat reversed. Girls are born with a Yang spirit body, while boys are born with a Yin meridian. Xuan Yang spiritual body is a simplified version of the pure Yang body, while the innate Yin meridian is equivalent to a portion of the 9 Yin absolute meridian. If a boy has the Xuan Yang spiritual body and a girl has the innate Yin meridian, then it is an unparalleled physique for cultivation. But now, it is considered incurable, a physique that, in the heavenly river realm, can barely allow one to live to the age of 10. Please, sect leader, save Kuzhu and the children. Upon hearing this, Xuan Shui understood that this was a chance for his family to survive, and once again bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. After you return to Dangzhou, bring these 2 children to Huanglong Cave. Chen Mobai said that he didn't know if others in the 5 continents and 4 seas could cure him, but Qing Nu definitely could. After all, Chen Ziohe's 9 Yin meridians were easily cured by the 3 absolutes. As a top student of Jumeng Academy, King Nu is also an expert in medicine. After they recover, these children will have aptitudes no less than those with celestial spiritual roots. Chen Mobai was even considering whether to pass down the pure Yang scroll of the purple cloud Taoist here. Chapter 1242 The Millennium Elixir, the Yin-Yang Pearl. Chapter 1242 The Millennium Elixir, the Yin-Yang Pearl. According to the classification of the immortal sects, the Xuan Yang spiritual body is equivalent to the pure Yang Dharma body that has cultivated to the 4 Yang realm. Moreover, he possesses a unique Yang energy with innate Taoist charm, making him a promising candidate for cultivating the pure Yang scripture. Among the immortal sects, there is Pang Yingru, a Xuan Yang spiritual body from the same year as Chen Ziohe, who is considered a key nascent soul cultivator to be nurtured in the future. For men, the Xuan Yang spirit body is a good thing. However, the Yin energy that is naturally abundant in a woman's body will conflict with the Xuan Yang energy. As they age, the Yin energy becomes more and more vigorous, and the body will be unable to withstand the conflict between Yin and Yang, leading to exhaustion and even death. Another person with a naturally occurring Yin meridian has a similar situation. After examining the 2 children's bodies, Chen Mobai took out 2 jade pendants, inscribed 2 talismans on them with his divine sense, and handed them to Xuan Shui. Put these on the children. They will seal the Yin and Yang energies in their bodies and make them feel better. Xuan Shui respectfully accepted the jade pendant from Chen Mobai, then condensed water into a rope and hung it around the necks of the 2 children. Immediately, their somewhat flushed and pale cheeks began to return to normal. Thank you, sect leader. As Xuan Shui repeatedly expressed his gratitude, Chen Mobai inquired about Lan Yuan Valley, wanting to know how the couple had gotten in. When we were sailing the treasure ship through the Xuanhai Sea, Kuzhu accidentally killed a sea serpent and found a treasure map and a token inside its body. After comparing it with the map of Zizhu, we found the location of Lanyuan Valley and went there together. After arriving at Lanyuan Valley, we activated the token, and the entire array was suddenly torn open. Before we could react, we were swallowed up by an invisible suction force. After that, we continued to explore Lanyuan Valley. Because many places were shrouded in powerful restrictions, and the token seemed to be able to be opened from the outside but could not take us away, we could only live in some medicinal fields where the restrictions had been broken. As my wife and I continued to explore Lanyuan Valley, we discovered that the token was left by Taoist Tianlin. If we practiced his techniques, we could use the token to officially take control of the great formation that covers Lanyuan Valley. Unfortunately, Kuzhu and I had already set our techniques, so we could not inherit Taoist Tianlin's lineage. Then, we accidentally encountered the love flower in full bloom. After Kuzhu and I inhaled the pollen, we made love. What happened next is what Yi Qing has already told us. Xuan Shui finally took out the treasure map from his storage bag. It showed the location of Lan Yuan Valley, and even after true energy was transferred into it, arrows would appear to actively guide the way. According to Xuan Shui, this is how they were able to avoid the powerful restrictions set up by Tianlan Dao Ren in Lan Yuan Valley. The token was in Kuzhu's hands, and it was that token that prevented them from being eroded by the Great Formation when Lan Yuan Valley was closed. It should be noted that if cultivators from the 2 major holy lands and other forces in the Western continent do not leave before the Lan Yuan Valley closes, they will be directly turned into dust by the Great Formation. In a sense, Kuzhu and Xuan Shui, the husband and wife, can be considered successors of Tianlan Daoren. Since Xuan Shui has the right to inherit the Lan Yuan Valley, and given her current inability to do anything about it, Chen Mobai, as the sect leader must help her. After understanding the whole situation, Chen Mobai nodded gently and said, "You wait here. I'll go to Lanyuan Valley to see what's going on with the bitter bamboo." For him, he can freely enter and exit any formation that isn't too powerful. Besides expressing his gratitude, Xuan Shui could only offer up the treasure map. With Chen Mobai's incredible speed, combining his sword and human abilities, he quickly arrived at Lanyuan Valley on the eastern side of Zizhu. This is a basin, but it is deserted and all that can be seen is barren and cracked land. But the moment Chen Mobai set foot on this land, he sensed the vast sixth-order spiritual vein hidden within it through his spiritual connection with the earth. However, it was shrouded by a low-grade sixth-order array, making it impossible to see its true form. For cultivators from the Western continent, this was indeed an insurmountable barrier. Even a sixth-level array master like Chen Mobai, relying on the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, spent a long time finding the weakest point of the array. In addition to the sixth-order spiritual vein, there should be another sixth-order spiritual object suppressing the core of this grand formation, constantly attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and gathering it into powerful forces to maintain the operation of the grand formation. That is why even top-tier nascent soul cultivators like True Monarch King Feng dare not trespass. Chen Mobai was able to enter using the void escape technique because he was proficient in formations. Stepping inside is like entering another world. The vast fertile plains are covered with ancient trees reaching for the sky, deep valleys, and magnificent waterfalls that flow like ribbons, all imbued with a pure and boundless spiritual energy that is truly breathtaking. Chen Mobai activated his divine sense, and with the help of the local spiritual energy, he quickly discovered some ancient medicinal herbs hidden throughout Lanyuan Valley. These places are all shrouded in restrictions, but as the medicinal herbs mature, these restrictions will become ineffective, allowing people to harvest them. It is for this reason that the sacred land of the Western continent has designated this place as a forbidden area. Chen Mobai arrived in front of a 10,000-year-old ginseng that had almost transformed into the shape of an infant. Even through the barrier, he could smell a refreshing fragrance. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, the ginseng seemed startled, and like a dragon entering the sea, it disappeared into the depths of the earth. Chen Mobai could tell that this ginseng would need another 100 years to reach full spiritual maturity. If it were any other spiritual plant expert, they would probably just mark it and come back to collect it when the time was right. After all, even a 1,000-year-old elixir may perish and cease to grow once it leaves its adapted environment. Once this ginseng reaches perfection, it becomes equivalent to a high-grade 5th-rank medicinal herb. If some ginseng juice is squeezed out and some roots are cut off and used as the main ingredient, it can be used to refine all the 3 spiritual herbs for nascent soul formation in the immortal sects. It can even be used to refine high-grade purple, yang, immortal longevity pill, and lifeblood refining pill. For Chen Mobai, picking this medicinal herb was not difficult. He directly used his Dharma realm to take away the ginseng along with the several acres of soil in which it grew. Then, within his Dharma realm, he simulated the spiritual veins of Lanyuan Valley, allowing this ancient herb to be relocated without anyone noticing. Then, following the instructions of the spirit, he incorporated all the ancient elixirs he could use into the Dharma realm. It can only be said that it is indeed the greatest treasure land in the Western continent. It is left behind by ascended cultivators and has all kinds of spiritual medicines, which can greatly supplement the high-level spiritual medicines that the 5-element sect does not have. With Chen Mobai's mastery of formations, he almost perfectly controlled the edges of the Lanyuan Valley Grand Formation and various restrictions, cutting and packing the spiritual herbs along with the soil into pieces without causing the Grand Formation to react in the slightest. However, Chen Mobai did not forget his main purpose for coming here. After collecting all the medicinal herbs he could find, he quickly arrived at the valley where Xuan Shui had mentioned living with Kuzhu. This place was originally a spiritual field where cultivators from the Western continent planted medicinal herbs. All the restrictions have long since disappeared. Although the spiritual energy is only at the 5th level, it is more than enough for a nascent soul cultivator. When Chen Mobai arrived, he discovered that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was surging wildly into the valley. He had just seen this sign not long ago. That was the Snow Mountain sect's Luo Ying Shangren, whose body was possessed by the broken jade True Monarch. The bitter bamboo is transforming into a spirit. Realizing this, Chen Mobai felt slightly worried. After all, over the years, he had witnessed many nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent attempting to reach this realm. However, apart from peerless geniuses like him, Yi Qing, and the Holy Maiden of Taixu, most ordinary nascent soul cultivators who had reached the perfection stage failed. For example, Earth element and the planetary pole. Especially the bitter bamboo, which can only assist in the transformation into a divine being, has only one Dao fruit. Xingji also consumed 2 Tong Sheng True Spirit pills. Even someone as fundamentally void refinement realm true monarch as Suyu Zhenjun, just to be on the safe side, exchanged one of his Dao fruits with Chen Mobai. Although Ku Zhu's talent is not bad, Chen Mobai estimated that his success rate in becoming a nascent soul cultivator was at most 10%, given that he only had the Dao fruit. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately used the sound of the empty valley to listen to the current situation of the bitter bamboo. After a long while he sighed. Ku Zhu has already reached the nascent soul to deity transformation stage, meaning that even if he intervenes, he cannot stop it. The only good news is that the qi in Ku Zhu's body is still flowing smoothly, and there is no sign of failure due to the surge in sword qi and sword intent. But this could also be because he has just begun the process of transforming into a nascent soul. Chen Mobai could only wish him success in achieving godhood. Considering that the spiritual energy here might not be enough, Chen Mobai took out 30 top-grade spirit stones and placed them around the bitter bamboo hermitage, setting up a simple array to release the spiritual energy of the spirit stones. The transformation of bitter bamboo into a divine being would take at least several years, or even more than a decade, to yield results. Chen Mobai certainly couldn't wait here to guard him, so after finishing these tasks, he went directly to the rest of Lanyuan Valley. The most crucial part, of course, is the very center of this site. That is the core of the formation, and the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy. If the formation is suppressed by a 6th-tier spiritual object, then it can only remain there. The journey became somewhat difficult. Not only are there numerous restrictions, but it is also linked to a grand formation, which could trigger a chain reaction if one is not careful. Chen Mobai possesses the void escape technique, allowing him to retreat at any time. However, such a retreat would cause the spiritual veins to tremble, which would certainly bring disaster to Ku Zhu, who is currently undergoing the nascent soul stage. Therefore, he moved cautiously and with unprecedented seriousness, inching his way toward the core of the formation. About 3 months later, he finally arrived at a grand hall made of bluestone. The main hall is simple and solemn. The bluestone floor leading into the hall is as smooth as a mirror and free of dust. Pine and cypress trees stand tall on both sides, and at the end there is a statue of black and white snakes, which looks majestic, like a guardian deity. Upon arriving here, the treasure map in Chen Mobai's hand suddenly lit up with streaks of blue-green light, which complemented the restrictions of the main hall and marked a looping path on the treasure map. After consulting his own array formation skills, Chen Mobai discovered that this was actually the only passage in and out of the main hall. He followed the road and soon arrived at the main hall, only to find that the tightly closed hall doors were protected by a 6th-level restriction. Above the palace gate, there is a token-shaped groove, which is obviously the key. According to Xuan Shui, this should be on Ku Zhu. If Chen Mobai were to go and retrieve it, it would definitely alert Ku Zhu, who was currently undergoing nascent soul transformation. Therefore, he could only attempt it slowly using the void escape technique. This escape technique of the Taixu Misty Palace is indeed worthy of being left by the Taixu True King. It actually allowed Chen Mobai to cross the palace gate and step into the palace. Upon entering the hall, Chen Mobai saw a huge snake-shaped corpse. Like the statues outside, the corpse had 2 heads, one black and one white. Based on what Yi Qing said, this should be Tianlin Daoist's spirit beast, the yin-yang twin snakes. It's likely that his cultivation wasn't high enough when he ascended, so he wasn't taken to the spirit void immortal realm by Daoist Tianlin. Even with the precious land of Lanyuan Valley, he still turned into a corpse over thousands of years, demonstrating just how difficult it is to reach the void refining realm. Chen Mobai sighed and reached out to touch it, wanting to find out what level of cultivation the yin-yang twin serpents had before they died. But the moment his hand touched it, the corpses of the yin-yang twin serpents suddenly scattered into a handful of ash, turning into pure white bone powder that fell all over the floor of the hall. Chen Mobai looked surprised. It should be known that the yin-yang twin serpents were at least peak 5th-tier spirit beasts in life, and even after they passed away, their bodies should have remained undecayed. But now it's as if all their energy and spirit have been drained, leaving them dead. What exactly happened? Could it be that a master of demonic cultivation entered this place beforehand? Just as Chen Mobai was filled with doubt, a black and white spiritual light suddenly shone from the ash heap formed from the corpses of the yin-yang twin snakes. Chen Mobai shook the cuffs of his pure yang immortal robe, blowing out a warm breeze that dispersed the pile of ash. Soon, a fist-sized pearl appeared before his eyes, its yin and yang energy circulating. Chen Mobai's face lit up with surprise, and he immediately took the precious pearl into his hand. He could naturally tell that this was the inner core of a spirit beast. Moreover, it has already reached the 6th level. Considering the fact that the corpses of the yin-yang twin snakes had turned to ash, Chen Mobai had a rough idea. It must have been the spirit beast of Taoist Tianlin that, at the end of its lifespan, forcibly attempted to break through to the 6th rank. Although it eventually condensed a 6th rank inner core, its physical strength could not withstand the pressure, and it died in this hall. Chen Mobai used his understanding of the yin-yang Tao to sense the pearl in his palm, and sure enough, the pearl lit up with an even more crystalline and profound black and white spiritual light. As his yin-yang Tao power seeped in, a dormant spirituality deep within the pearl gradually began to awaken. After a roar, a pair of black and white snakes, seemingly shrunk to 1,000 times their original size, emerged from the pearl and bared their fangs at Chen Mobai. With a clang, Chen Mobai expressionlessly unleashed the Yuan Yang sword, severing the spirit of the black and white twin snakes in two. Chapter 12, 43 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo, Wanlin Spiritual Tao Technique. Chapter 12, 43 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo, Wanlin Spiritual Tao Technique. After the black and white snakes were severed, the pearl emitted yin and yang energies, which then restored them to their original state, transforming them into a single, complete snake. But Chen Mobai's sword strike had already awakened it, and it no longer dared to be presumptuous, retreating somewhat timidly back into the yin-yang pearl. Come out honestly and I'll answer your questions, otherwise I'll turn you to ashes. Chen Mobai held the yin-yang pearl in his palm. With the operation of the Cantong Qi, even though the spirits of the black and white snakes were resisting, they were already being slowly refined. The black and white snakes knew very well that, given this trend, once the pearl was completely refined, they would have nowhere to escape. It felt somewhat aggrieved. As a spirit beast of a dignified ascended cultivator, it had touched upon the 6th order yin-yang great Tao before its death. Who knew that now, without a physical body, it would be bullied by dogs when it was down on its luck? But having lived for so long, it knows that when it's time to bow its head, it should. Please spare my life, true Lord, I will come out immediately. As the black and white snakes pleaded for mercy, they emerged again from the yin-yang pearl, bowing repeatedly with their two heads clasped. Chen Mobai, what are you? As he was being questioned, the Yuan Yang sword flew out from behind Chen Mobai's head, its golden tip landing between the two heads of the black and white snakes, making them feel even more humiliated. The smaller one is the spirituality that this inner core has developed over thousands of years, but it has inherited the memories of the original yin-yang twin serpents, so it can also be called the yin-yang twin serpents. Faced with Chen Mobai's gaze, the black and white snakes, who had originally intended to deceive him, suddenly felt a chill and directly revealed their true origins. It turns out that the yin-yang twin serpents failed to reach the 6th rank thousands of years ago, but before they died, they poured all their essence, energy, and spirit into their inner core, enabling them to successfully transform and leaving behind a portion of their memories. Failure to cultivate emptiness means that one's true spirit is impacted by the great Tao, causing one's soul to be scattered. Therefore, although the black and white snake spirits that have now been revived from the yin-yang pearl possess the memories of the yin-yang snakes, they cannot actually be considered as the yin-yang snakes. Aside from this yin-yang pearl, are there any other 6th-tier spiritual objects in this land Yuan Valley? Chen Mobai, however, relied on his professional array mastery to ask a crucial question. Before the yin-yang twin serpents practiced their void refinement, Tianlin Taoist had already set up a 6th-order grand formation in Lanyuan Valley. Given the level of formation masters in the Tian realm, there must be a 6th-order item to suppress the central core. If it's not this yin-yang pearl, then there must be another one. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's question, The black and white snakes knew that the nascent soul cultivator before them was a formation master, and that being able to safely enter this hall meant they must be the top formation master in the Heavenly River realm. Once they understood this, their idea of using the Lanyuan Valley formation to suppress Chen Mobai began to dissipate. To be honest, true lord, there is indeed something called pure bamboo. It was exchanged by my lord from the Pure Palace. Originally, it was only a 5th-grade high-quality bamboo. After being nurtured in this spiritual vein for 1,000 years and fed with a lot of spiritual liquid and heavenly dew, it was promoted to the 6th grade. After advancing to the 6th rank, this pure bamboo becomes extraordinary and can be called the 6 roots pure bamboo, because it can make any cultivator who possesses it instantly eliminate their troubles, clear their mind, and be in the best state of cultivation and enlightenment at all times. However, these 6 pure bamboos are no longer of any use to cultivators at the void refinement stage. So when my master ascended to immortality, he left them behind, hoping that I could use them to comprehend the 6th-order realm. At this point, the black and white snakes looked somber. Even with such a spiritual object, they had still failed. Where is this item now? Chen Mobai was also very much looking forward to it after hearing this. He had reached the realm of the 5 tones and did not need the bamboo of 6 roots purity, but the people around him needed it very much. With this, Qing Nu might be able to break through to the nascent soul realm in the shortest possible time. Even Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan were able to comprehend the true meaning of the scripture of immortality through this. The reason why Qingjing Shanggong has maintained its position as the #1 holy site in Zizhu for tens of thousands of years is because it possesses a 6-rooted Qingjing bamboo. Such a treasure can guarantee the minimum standard for cultivators of the Pure Palace, allowing them to realize their talents. Even without spiritual treasures like the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, the Qingjing Shang Gong still produced generations of nascent soul cultivators. Please follow me, my lord. One of the black and white snakes pointed towards the back of the main hall. Chen Mobai, skilled and daring, and with no warning from Tangshan Zhai, followed them directly. Behind the main hall was a courtyard with little decoration, except for a single, graceful bamboo stalk standing in the very center, which was clearly one of the 6 pure bamboo stalks. The bamboo stalks were smooth as jade, with a faint luster. When Chen Mobai looked at them, he felt a sense of peace and purification. The bamboo leaves were lush and green, swaying gently in the breeze as Chen Mobai stepped in, making a rustling sound like heavenly music, clear and pleasant to the ear. These clear sounds, accompanied by the fragrance of bamboo, gave Chen Mobai the feeling of listening to a cultivator of profound and mysterious arts performing. No wonder it was named Bamboo of 6 Pure Roots. Chen Mobai suddenly realized, with such a spiritual object, the 5-element sect's weakness of having fewer high-level cultivators compared to other holy lands could be overcome in the shortest possible time. He immediately set about taking the 6 bamboo sticks away. However, it was discovered that this 6th-order spiritual plant had, over the long course of time, become one with the spiritual veins of the entire Lanyuan Valley. If he were to take it away, he would inevitably have to disturb the spiritual veins and 6th-order grand formation of Lanyuan Valley. However, if that were the case, Ku Zhu, who was in the process of transforming into a spirit, would definitely be implicated and might even fail as a result. True Lord, I can actually replace the 6 roots purification bamboo and become the central hub of the formation and spiritual veins. Seeing Chen Mobai's expression, the black and white snakes guessed that this nascent soul true monarch wanted to take away the 6 roots pure bamboo and thus volunteered themselves. It didn't want to help Chen Mobai. It was merely thinking about whether it could use this opportunity to break free from Chen Mobai's control or even completely take control of the 6th-order grand formation of Lanyuan Valley. Perhaps it could even turn the tables and use the power left behind by Tianlin Daoran to suppress this nascent soul true monarch who had humiliated it. Oh, are you sure you can? After listening to its words, Chen Mobai, combined with his own skill in array formations, had already come up with a solution. Just as the black and white snakes kept nodding, Chen Mobai pushed the power of the earth spirit realm to its limit, even listening to the 6 roots pure bamboo with the sound of an empty valley, thus perfecting his plan. After confirming that there were no problems, Chen Mobai used the yin-yang pearl to temporarily replace the central hub of the Great Formation. The black and white snakes cooperated perfectly in this step, but after completing the central replacement, They were shocked to find that they did not have the authority to control the Great Formation. Chen Mobai would definitely not hand over the Grand Formation to it. With his level of formation mastery, adding a restriction would be a piece of cake. After the black and white twin serpents plan failed, Chen Mobai unleashed the Yuan Yang sword. Under a burst of golden sword light, the upper parts of the 6 pure bamboos were severed, but the roots remained in the ground. Only half of the 6 pure bamboos remain at the 6th rank, but their effect will be weakened for nascent soul cultivators. But Chen Mobai didn't need it. For Qing Nu and the others, half a stick was enough. After taking away half of the 6 pure bamboos, Chen Mobai made a mark here, so that, when the bitter bamboo transforms into a spirit in the future, other disciples of the 5 Elements sect can come to the Western continent to inherit this Lanyuan Valley villa. Next, Chen Mobai searched through his savings and found more than a dozen 5th-grade medicinal herbs that he had just dug up in Lanyuan Valley. Using the technique of void transformation, he expanded the soil in the courtyard and buried them. This is 6th-order spiritual energy. For these medicinal herbs, it's like moving from a bungalow to a large villa, making their spiritual energy much more active. Chen Mobai made a rough estimate and estimated that these 5th-tier medicinal herbs would be able to mature in 100 years. The 5 Elements sect will be very fortunate to receive the disciples from this detached courtyard in the future. After resetting the central hub of the Grand Formation, Chen Mobai took out the yin-yang pearl once again. The black and white snakes landed back in Chen Mobai's palm, looking utterly aggrieved. It had just used all the incantations left by Taoist Tianlin to control the formations, but it just couldn't break through the restrictions set by Chen Mobai. This means that the Great Formation has been completely broken by the nascent soul true monarch in front of us. Which Holy Land's nascent soul cultivator is this? So young, yet not only is his cultivation profound, but his mastery of formations has also reached the 6th rank. Where is the legacy of Taoist Tianlin? Chen Mobai then asked about another crucial point. The sovereignty of Lanyuan Valley undoubtedly belongs to the ascended cultivator Tianlin Daoran, and then to the couple Kuzhu and Chuanshui. However, to have a legitimate claim, they still need to cultivate Tianlin Daoran's techniques. Both Kuzhu and Chuanshui are practicing the nascent soul stage, so it's impossible for them to switch to other cultivation methods. Therefore, they need to see if there are any suitable practitioners within the 5 Elements sect. Ideally, their child would inherit the inheritance. However, it also depends on whether Tianlin Taoist's cultivation method is suitable. I remember there was also a jade slip left by the master in the side hall on the west side. I will take the true lord there. After the 6 pure bamboos, the black and white snakes realized they were no match for Chen Mobai and cooperated even more fully. The side hall on the west side also had a restriction. Before Chen Mobai could speak, the black and white snakes chanted incantations and activated it on their own. Inside was a cultivation room with a futon in the middle and an incense burner on the side. They were all made of 5th-grade materials, but the crafting technique was poor, so they were only 4th grade in quality. Chen Mobai couldn't bear to see the materials being wasted like this, so he planned to take them back and refine them again before leaving, and then hand them over to the 5 Elements sect disciples who would inherit the Lanyuan Valley courtyard in the future. The cultivation room had wooden bookshelves on 3 walls, displaying hundreds of jade slips of various kinds. Chen Mobai scanned them with his divine sense and discovered that, in addition to the inheritance of Taoist Tianlin, there were also ancient books and miscellaneous writings that he had collected. These are all very ancient, some even being local myths and legends from the Western continent. In Chen Mobai's view, there are many contradictions among them, but they can be used to fill the 5 Elements sect's library and broaden the disciples' knowledge. Finally, Chen Mobai focused intently on studying the legacy passed down by Taoist Tianlin. This ascended cultivator's cultivation technique is called Wanlin Spiritual Tao Technique, which requires a wind spiritual root to even begin, and involves both physical and spiritual cultivation. In Chen Mobai's opinion, the technique was just average, but it had its unique aspects. After one's primordial spirit and physical body have both reached the peak of the 5th level, this technique allows one to use a secret method to fuse the two into one, forcefully break through to the void refinement stage, and step into the great Tao. Taoist Tianlin used this method to successfully cultivate his emptiness and ascend to the upper realm. In other words, practicing this method will definitely allow one to take the first step towards the void refinement stage. Moreover, Since Taoist Tianlin was able to succeed, it means that the possibility of success is not low. However, there are both advantages and disadvantages. If one cultivates the void in this way, the arduous physical body will be absorbed by the primordial spirit. However, after cultivating the void, the primordial spirit has already stepped onto the great Tao, and even without a physical body, it can directly travel outside the body or even create an avatar. If one really wants a body, it can be reformed using various spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Of course, conversely, it might be possible to nourish the physical body with one's primordial spirit and attempt rebirth through a drop of blood. This was Chen Mobai's thought when he saw this technique, but whether it would actually work, he couldn't say for sure. After carefully comprehending the Wanlin Lingdao Gong, Chen Mobai memorized the most essential part of the dual cultivation of body and mind and the breakthrough to the void refinement stage. He then analyzed it using the 5 musical notes and transformed it into his own. Among all the nascent soul cultivators in the entire Heavenly River realm, only he, possessing the 5 tones of music, could achieve this. Other cultivators who wish to use this method to advance to the void refinement stage must possess a wind spirit root and cultivate the myriad mist spiritual path technique. 2 more months passed after this period of contemplation. When Chen Mobai opened his eyes, he found that the incense burner next to the futon had been lit, and wisps of fragrant aroma rose up, making him feel calm. After asking the spirit of the Yuan Yang sword, Chen Mobai learned that it was lit by the black and white twin snakes, and that the incense was also brought from another side hall. If someone is this sensible, it becomes a bit difficult to make a move. After listening, Chen Mobai hesitated slightly. He originally thought that the black and white twin snakes would be an obstacle for the future disciples of the 5 Elements sect to inherit the Lanyuan Valley Villa, and planned to get rid of them when he left. However, thanks to its excellent cooperation, Chen Mobai received many benefits, but he was somewhat embarrassed to take action. "Come here, I'll give you 2 choices." Finally, Chen Mobai summoned the black and white snakes and spoke. One option is for Chen Mobai to take it away from here and return to this place in the future, to accompany the disciple chosen by the 5 Elements sect to inherit Lanyuan Valley. Another option is to leave it in Lanyuan Valley. Chen Mobai will move it to one of the remaining 6 pure bamboos to become the array spirit here. When disciples of the 5 Elements sect come with Chen Mobai's token in the future, they will need to recognize it as their master. Then this precious pearl. The black and white snakes stared longingly at the yin-yang pearl in Chen Mobai's palm. Under the latter's ambiguous smile, they swallowed the rest of their sentence and chose option 2. It was a little afraid of Chen Mobai and felt it was better to stay. Chapter 1244, Meeting the Western Continent's God Transformation. Chapter 1244, Meeting the Western Continent's God Transformation. The yin-yang pearl's attributes are compatible with the morning bell, and Chen Mobai intends to use it to upgrade his natal magic weapon to the 6th rank. Naturally, he wouldn't allow uncontrollable spiritual energy like the black and white twin snakes to be inside. After resetting the grand formation of Lanyuan Valley and creating a new treasure map and entry-exit tokens, Chen Mobai went to check on Kuju one last time. The latter was still in the nascent soul stage, and it was unlikely that there would be any results regarding its aura in the short term. After leaving this forbidden area in the western continent, Chen Mobai first went to the island where Xuan Shui was located and told her about it. As a nascent soul cultivator from the One Yuan Dao Palace, Xuan Shui naturally knew that a nascent soul cultivator from a small force like Ku Zhu would most likely fail when attempting to break through to the divine transformation realm. Therefore, he was heartbroken and held his 2 children, tears streaming down his face. "Don't worry, Ku Zhu has great perseverance and already possesses the Dao fruit. He might just succeed in transforming into a nascent soul cultivator." Chen Mobai knew that Ku Zhu's chances of achieving nascent soul were slim, but under these circumstances, he still offered some words of comfort. "Besides, you and he have 2 children. Why don't you come back to the eastern continent with me and raise the children well? If they achieve success in their cultivation in the future, they can come to the western continent and inherit this villa in Lanyuan Valley." Xuan Shui was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator from the 5 Elements sect, and she was well liked in the One Yuan Dao Palace. Chen Mobai still hoped that she could turn her grief and anger into maternal love and return to the eastern continent to live a good life. Moreover, if King Nu takes good care of these 2 children, their future achievements will be limitless. At least in Chen Mobai's mind, This Lanyuan Valley villa is the most suitable successor for the siblings. Yes, sect leader. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Xuan Shui also composed herself and thanked him while holding her two children. At least Kuju is still alive, which is good news for her. Next, Xuan Shui began packing his things, preparing to go to the port and board the Five Elements sect's treasure ship to cross the Xuan Sea and return. After obtaining the treasure map of Lanyuan Valley, she and Kuju flew into Zizhu from the sea first, while the other disciples of the Five Elements sect and the treasure ship remained in Xiancheng, the largest port in Zizhu. It was probably due to the relationship between Kuju, Xuan Shui, and the Five Elements sect that the people on the western continent were unaware of, so the treasure ship was able to dock there without being bothered. Over the years, Xuan Shui has been able to keep in touch with those disciples. She relies on the Five Elements sect disciple to send her many supplies to survive on the island. These two children still need timely treatment. I'll take you to the Taeksumisti Palace first to arrange the interstate teleportation array. Chen Mobai thought about it and felt that it was too slow. When it comes to treating illnesses, it is better to do it sooner rather than later. Thank you, sect leader. Xuan Shui thanked him again. The interstate teleportation array of the Taeksumisti Palace is so powerful that any other force that wants to use it needs to exert a great deal of influence. At least for Xuan Shui, a nascent soul cultivator, no matter how many spirit stones were offered, the Taeksumisti Palace wouldn't even glance at him. Because the intercontinental teleportation array requires a nascent soul cultivator from the Taeksumisti Palace to oversee it. As for the nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly River realm, spirit stones are no longer enough to sway them. But as he prepared to set foot on the western continent, Xuan Shui remembered something. She had sworn never to set foot on the western continent. Please take these two children to the eastern continent, and I will return with the disciples of the Five Elements sect aboard the treasure ship. Xuan Shui could only reluctantly hand the two children in her arms to Chen Mobai. Do these two children have names? After Chen Mobai took it, he asked a question. The original surname of Kuju is Zhang, so I named my child Zhang Yiku and Zhang Siju. Siju is the older sister, and Yiku is the younger brother. Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that he had remembered it. He then took Xuan Shui to the port of Zizhu and placed her on the treasure ship of the Five Elements sect that was docked there. You guys drive out first. After you leave the western continent, I'll take the two children back to the eastern continent and wait for you. Chen Mobai pointed towards the direction of Xuanhai and said that Xuan Shui nodded, vaguely understanding his meaning. After directing the disciples of the Five Elements sect to appear in the immortal city to prepare supplies for the voyage for several years, they boarded the fourth-tier treasure ship and left the port. Just as the treasure ship was about to set sail, several nascent soul cultivators suddenly emerged from the immortal city in the port and landed on the sea, stopping the treasure ship. I am Xuan Shui from the Yiyuan Dao Palace of the Five Elements sect in the eastern continent. I wonder why you fellow Taoists have stopped us. Xuan Shui knew that Chen Mobai was nearby, so he confidently revealed his identity and background. The leader of the interceptors was a burly, bald man with a cold and stern face and a scarlet lightning pattern between his brows. He exuded a terrifying aura. He looked at Xuan Shui and said with a sneer, "Hand over the Tianlin treasure map, or you and everyone on this ship will die here today." You must be a fellow Taoist from Tianlai Temple. 3 years ago, true monarchy of Dongzhou intervened and helped me and your sect to reconcile. As long as I don't set foot on the land of Zizhu, your sect will not pursue me any further. When Xuan Shui saw this big man, he was reminded of the person who had chased him back then. The attire and aura were almost identical, so he couldn't help but bring up Yi Qing. So that you may know that Brother Kai Lei has already left Tianlai Temple, so the agreement between the Holy Land and you has nothing to do with the four of us. Beside the big man was a nascent soul female cultivator with dimples when she smiled. So you are the four jackals of the western continent. No wonder you ignored the agreement between the two nascent soul cultivators. But you should know that we are cultivators of the Five Elements sect. Do you really intend to attack our entire group? At this moment, Xuan Shui had already learned about the origins of these four nascent soul cultivators from his disciples. They are the most powerful group of cultivators in the western continent. Leading the group was none other than Kai Lei, a burly man who had been expelled from Tianlai Temple. He was even a disciple of Zhao Laxian, but for some unknown reason, he was expelled from the sect 100 years ago. Neither Little Thunder Immortal nor the cultivators of Heavenly Thunder Temple pursued Kai Lei. After that, Kai Lei became the strongest rogue cultivator in the Western continent. Later, in order to obtain cultivation resources, he became sworn brothers with 3 other nascent soul cultivators and became a tribulation cultivator in the Western continent who made all forces tremble with fear. The Holy Land of the Eastern continent has no say in the affairs of our Western continent. Moreover, if a nascent soul cultivator from the Eastern continent wants to run wild in the Western continent, they'll have to see if Senior King Feng Zhenjian and Senior Zhao Laxian agree. The one who answered was still the dimpled female cultivator. She was once a female disciple of the pure and serene palace named Sun Kingsu, but she fled the sect after being discovered to be practicing demonic arts. It was precisely for this reason that she and Kai Lei shared the same ideals. Moreover, he had great confidence in the 2 great nascent soul cultivators of the Western continent, especially the true Lord King Feng of the pure and serene palace. Therefore, she wasn't worried at all when Xuan Shui introduced himself. Let's get started, stop wasting time talking to her. Kai Lei was getting impatient. He had finally found Xuan Shui's trail. If he could get the Tianlin treasure map on her, he might be able to enter the forbidden area of Lanyuan Valley and obtain the inheritance and treasures left behind by the ascended cultivators. In that case, he would be able to gain his master's forgiveness and return to Tianlai Temple. With this thought in mind, Kai Lei immediately unleashed his natal thunder spear, transforming it into a fierce crimson bolt of lightning that cleaved the sky and split the sea as it hurtled towards the treasure ship. Upon seeing such power, Xuan Shui knew that Kai Lei's cultivation was above his own, and that he was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. However, in the face of such an attack, Xuan Shui and the 5 Elements sect disciples on the ship remained calm, and some even looked at the 4 people in the sky with a mocking expression. This scene left Kai Lei and the other 3 somewhat puzzled. Did they think that the defensive restrictions of the 4th-tier treasure ship could withstand the bombardment of the 4 nascent soul cultivators? Just as they were filled with doubt, a wide sleeve suddenly appeared on the treasure ship. The powerful lightning unleashed by Kai Lei's natal magic weapon disappeared without a trace the moment it entered the sleeve. Then the sleeves grew wider and flew towards the 4 of them. It was as if an invisible giant stood on the sea and waved his sleeves at them. This scene shocked Kai Lei and the other 3, but without hesitation, they all unleashed their strongest techniques, striking towards each other. But this sleeve was like a bottomless deep-sea whirlpool. No matter what kind of attack they launched, they could not make it fluctuate. Without a sound, the natal magic weapons of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, including Kai Lei, were all taken away. Then, golden light flashed, and they felt as if they had lost contact with their magic weapons, as if they had never existed. As they coughed up blood, Kai Lei and Sun Kingsu, both from the Holy Land, suddenly realized something. Their eyes filled with terror. Transformation into a divine being. This is definitely a nascent soul true monarch. The 2 exchanged a glance, then bit their tongues, burning their life essence to unleash a demonic escape technique in an attempt to break free and flee. However, as the pure yang light flashed, the demonic energy they had just raised vanished in an instant. Then, streaks of crimson fire dragons flew out from the wide sleeves of the pure yang immortal robe, binding the infamous 4 jackals of the Western continent like ropes. You don't need to leave for now. Wait for true monarch King Feng and Little Thunder Immortal to arrive, and I'll take care of your matter. Chen Mobai's figure still did not appear, but his words rang out in midair, not only informing Xuan Shui, but also in the 4 members of Kai Lei. The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness has actually come in person. In an instant, the 4 members of the Crimson Thunder clan were horrified. Although they were separated by vast distances across the 5 continents and 4 seas, the nascent soul cultivators were still aware of the appearance of the divine transformation cultivator in the top holy lands. Naturally, he understood that the nascent soul cultivator of the 5 Elements sect was the #1 person in the Eastern continent, and the top nascent soul cultivator in the Heavenly River realm, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Is it worth it for such a being to make a personal trip for a mere nascent soul cultivator from a branch sect? Kai Lei and Sun Kingsu couldn't understand this matter. After all, in the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator is nothing special. Unless they are direct descendants or disciples of the lineage, the nascent soul stage cultivators simply won't care. So even though they knew that Xuan Shui was from the Yi Yuan Dao Palace, they didn't think that Chen Mobai would stand up for her. Little did they know, their very first move would backfire spectacularly. It was at this moment that they understood why Xuan Shui had suddenly appeared. Love is a reliable support. The four of them, unable to contain themselves, became the first fish to be caught. Big brother, will senior little thunder immortal come to save us? Bound by the fire dragon, Sun Qingsu stammered as she asked Kai Lei beside her, I escaped from Qingjing Palace. King Feng Zhenjin certainly won't step in for me, but there's a hidden reason why Kai Lei left Tianlei Temple. He still has some influence with Xiao Laxian. So Xiao Laxian became her only hope. Kai Lei remained silent in response. He secretly hoped that Xiao Laxian would come, but at the same time, he didn't want her to come. Since the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness didn't kill them directly and said those things, he clearly wanted to use them as a pretext. If little Lei Xian were to come and face the #1 person in the Eastern continent, he would only be humiliating himself. In the entire Western continent, it is estimated that only King Feng Zhenjun, one of the 4 true ones, is capable of fighting against the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Just as Kai Lei was thinking this, a bolt of lightning and a beam of clear light flew together from the inland lands of the Western continent toward this place. This scene brought surprise and delight to the 4 members of the Crimson Thunder clan. The 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Western continent have actually arrived. And they arrived so quickly. Clearly, Kai Lei still holds some place in Xiao Laxian's heart. For his sake, they even invited King Feng Zhenjun to provide support. Since fellow Taoist Chen has come to Zizhu, why not visit my sect? If you leave now, fellow Taoist Wuchen will probably blame me for not being hospitable next time we meet. A gentle, jade-like voice rang out, and a pale-faced scholar holding a folding fan landed on the sea surface, bowing respectfully to a certain place in the void. Chen Mobai's figure appeared, with 2 fire dragons beside him carrying the 2 children, Zhang Siju and Zhang Yiku. Greetings, true Lord King Feng. Chen Mobai returned the greeting to the pale-faced scholar, but did not look at the bald old man beside him. My unfilial disciple has been rude. Please forgive him, fellow Taoist Chen. I apologize to you on his behalf. The bald old man was naturally displeased with Chen Mobai's attitude, but after considering the old man's achievements and looking at Kai Lei, who was bound in midair by the fire dragon, he could only grit his teeth and lower his head. Oh, didn't he say he was no longer a disciple of Tianlei Temple? In what capacity are you apologizing on his behalf, fellow Taoist? Chen Mobai looked surprised and asked the old man. This person is none other than the transformation spirit of Tianlei Temple. Despite his advanced age, he calls himself Little Thunder Immortal. Fellow Taoist, it was my fault for chasing and killing your sect's disciples before. I wonder how we can let this matter rest. Now that Xiao Laxian has bowed his head, he certainly doesn't care about saving face anymore. He only hopes not to become enemies with Chen Mobai. Fellow Taoist's temperament is somewhat unlike that of someone who cultivates thunder magic. Chen Mobai was speechless after hearing this. He originally intended to find an excuse to use the blood of the Western continent's nascent soul cultivator to stand up for Xuan Shui, but to his surprise, Little Thunder Immortal directly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, showing no intention of fighting at all. It can only be said that sometimes an overly powerful reputation can make a person feel very lonely. Chen Mobai has come to understand this point. It's better to resolve conflicts than to perpetuate them. I urge fellow Taoist Chen to consider my position and turn hostility into friendship, said true Lord King Feng, who was standing to the side in a very polite manner. Given this posture, Chen Mobai really couldn't draw his sword. The highest 9 classes include Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. The lowest 9 classes consist of artisans and craftsmen. But then came the chaos of war. Neither immortal nor demon, neither monster nor Buddha. Fortunately, Lin Qi arrived. The skills of shamans, doctors, musicians, and artisans are all utilized, and the supreme method of cultivation is integrated. Of the 8 million heroes throughout history, I have been born, so remain silent. Chapter 12:45 Battle of Wits. Chapter 12:45 Battle of Wits. It's not that I'm targeting your heavenly thunder temple, but these 2 cultivators are practicing demonic arts. As a righteous cultivator, I absolutely cannot let demonic cultivators go unpunished. Chen Mobai pointed to Kai Lei and Sun Qingsu, who were bound by his fire dragon, and said, watching the two nascent soul cultivators from the western continent with a leisurely air, to see how they would handle the situation. "Oh, is that so?" King Feng Zhenjun looked surprised after hearing this. There might be a misunderstanding. They probably didn't know they had obtained demonic powers and cultivated them by mistake. Little Thunder Immortal continued to defend. "All right then, as long as these two swear that they didn't know they were cultivating demonic arts, I will believe you." Chen Mobai wasn't the type to hold a grudge. If they truly had mistakenly cultivated the arts, he would give them a chance to prove themselves, just like the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. After hearing his words, King Feng Zhenjun nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Xiao Leixian frowned, but he understood that unless he could defeat the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor in front of him today, as long as the other party insisted on the matter of cultivating demonic arts, he would be acting in a righteous manner. Seeing that Xiao Leixian remained silent for a long time, Chen Mobai assumed that he was unwilling and thus became alert, preparing for a magical duel. "You all heard what fellow Taoist Chen said, right? Swear it yourselves, or don't blame me for taking action myself to uphold the reputation of the righteous path in the Western continent." But at this moment, true monarch King Feng spoke up. He bypassed Little Thunder Immortal, faced the four of them, and coldly said. In front of Chen Mobai, King Feng Zhenjun was gentle and refined, a true gentleman, but on the land of Zizhu, he was the strongest person who had been unchallenged for hundreds of years. Seeing that Chen Mobai had given him such a way out, King Feng Zhenjun naturally wanted to deal with the potential conflict between the two major cultivation worlds of the eastern and western continents as soon as possible. In his eyes, the life and death of these four nascent soul cultivators were insignificant. "Yes, yes, true lord." The other two nascent soul cultivators of the four jackals of the western continent immediately followed King Feng Zhenjun's words and swore an oath, indicating that they had not cultivated any demonic arts. Although they were cultivators who had undergone tribulation, they were able to cultivate all the way to the nascent soul realm, which meant they had some good fortune. They were even the ancestors of two sects in the western continent, and their cultivation methods were quite good. They had never been tainted by demonic arts. After these two, everyone's attention turned to Kai Lei and Sun Qingsu. But they hesitated, especially Sun Qingsu, whose eyes were filled with despair. She had only escaped from the Pure Palace because her cultivation of demonic arts had been exposed. It was only because she had a lover in the Pure Palace that she was not hunted down by this holy land. Even King Feng Zhenjun was unaware that he had such a disciple. Today, under the watchful eyes of the three nascent soul cultivators present, Sun Qingsu knew she couldn't escape. But she still clung to a sliver of hope and looked at Kai Lei. They both practiced demonic arts together. Judging from Xiao Leixian's expression, she clearly wanted to protect Kai Lei, just in case. Just as Sun Qingsu was contemplating her possible chances of survival, true monarch King Feng frowned and said coldly, "I will count to 3 breaths. Swear an oath immediately, or I will consider you to have cultivated demonic arts and send you into reincarnation." Upon hearing his words, Sun Qingsu turned pale and tremblingly raised her hand, about to swear an oath, when suddenly a thunderous roar descended from the sky, turning her into ashes. It was Little Thunder Immortal who made the move. After killing Sun Qingsu, he frowned and glanced at Kai Lei, then sighed and extended his hand to this disciple as well. Seeing this, Kai Lei opened his mouth as if to say something, but the lightning had already engulfed him. After the thunder, the crimson lightning vanished from the spot, turning into nothingness. Since these two dare not swear an oath, they must have something to hide. When it comes to cultivators who practice demonic arts, our heavenly thunder temple would rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. After killing the two, Xiao Leixian spoke with an air of righteous indignation. The true Lord King Feng, standing to the side, clapped his hands and cheered, praising him for his righteous act of sacrificing his own family for the greater good. Chen Mobai's expression was slightly strange, as if Little Thunder Immortal was treating him like a fool. Kai Lei did not die. When Xiao Leixian made his move, he used thunder magic to activate the true energy within Kai Lei's body and used a thunder escape technique that could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. He sent Kai Lei along the thunder that fell from the sky into the heavenly gang, and after leaving Chen Mobai's sight, he fled to the north. If this were any other nascent soul cultivator, their attention would have been drawn to Little Thunder Immortal's thunderous might, and they might have been completely fooled. However, Chen Mobai's Hayashin mirror, the sound of the empty valley, the void sensing, the spirit eye technique, and so on, all detected it. Xiao Leixian's behavior was like that of a clumsy magician performing in front of Chen Mobai. Fellow Taoist, your technique of transferring flowers and jade is not bad, but it's a bit too rough, Chen Mobai said calmly. Then the Hayashin mirror appeared in his hand and shone towards the northern sky. Soon the image of crimson lightning, enveloped in lightning and constantly moving, appeared on the mirror. Seeing this, King Feng Zhenjian's face fell. He snorted coldly and looked at Xiao Leixian beside him. Because he was genuinely deceived. After Chen Mobai exposed him, King Feng Zhenjian felt that he had lost face. Fellow Taoist Chen, it was wrong of me to chase and kill your sect's disciples before, and I am willing to apologize. This Kai Lei is the successor I have chosen. He has picked up some bad habits after being sent out to train. I will definitely punish him properly after I bring him back to the sect. I hope you will forgive my mistake. Seeing that his methods had been seen through, Xiao Leixian shamelessly spoke up, clearly intending to protect Kai Lei. I'm not heartless. Bring that person here, make him apologize to Xu and Shui, then abolish his demonic cultivation and swear never to have anything to do with the demonic path again. Considering we are both on the righteous path, this matter will be considered over. Chen Mobai spoke these words. After hearing this, Xiao Leixian hesitated, because he didn't know what kind of demonic cultivation technique Kai Lei had practiced. After all, there is no force like the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect in the Western continent. So, although the righteous and the demonic are opposed, they have not yet reached the point of irreconcilable conflict. Having spent so much time with Sun Qingsu, Xiao Leixian feared that Kai Lei had already integrated demonic arts into his foundation. If this is ruined, the person might be completely ruined. If it were any other disciple, Little Thunder Immortal probably wouldn't have cared so much. Unfortunately, Kai Lei was not only his disciple, but also his bloodline descendant. So Little Thunder Immortal got carried away. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, he didn't say a word, but instead burst into lightning and disappeared into the spot. Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback when he saw Xiao Leixian run away, then smiled gently and waved his sleeve. In an instant, 9 crimson flame dragons flew out from the pure yang immortal robe, like 9 long rainbows, rushing towards the lightning transformed from Little Thunder Immortal. At the same time, the Hayashin mirror shone brightly, locking onto the flying Little Thunder Immortal in an instant, freezing the void where he was. The Heavenly Thunder escape technique, touted as the fastest in the Western continent, was easily broken by the 6th order Hayashin mirror. Then the 9 fire dragons caught up and crashed heavily into the frozen Little Thunder Immortal. At the critical moment of life and death, a jade pendant on Xiao Leixian's chest erupted with dazzling golden lightning, colliding with the 9 fire dragons transformed from the pure yang immortal robe, creating a violent roar. However, no matter how powerful the force was, it could not make Xiao Leixian break free from the stagnation of the Hayashin mirror. A 6th-tier magic weapon. Upon seeing this scene, King Feng Zhenjian was shocked and opened his folding fan to cover half of his face. It should be noted that within the Western continent Holy Land, only their pure palace possesses 2 inherited 6th-tier magical artifacts. One of them is a naturally formed 6-root pure bamboo, and the other is the free and unfettered heavenly fan in his hand, also made primarily of 6-root pure bamboo. Originally a 5th-tier artifact, it was only after generations of nascent soul cultivators spent thousands of years nurturing it that it was finally promoted to the 6th tier. Previously, the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor only had 2 6th-order magic weapons, a bell and a sword, in the records of the Impermanent Hall. How come there is now a mirror? Moreover, judging from the appearance, this mirror is used by him with great ease, somewhat like a natal magic weapon. If that's the case, then the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness might already be a 6th-tier weapon refiner. Upon realizing this, True Lord King Feng was even more shocked. If that's really the case, then I'm afraid that in the future, all the nascent soul true lords across the 5 continents and 4 seas will have to rush to the Eastern continent to have this person help them refine magical artifacts. Thinking of this, True Lord King Feng even felt an urge to take action. Help Chen Mobai deal with Xiao Leixian, and I'll do him a favor. However, it is obvious that Chen Mobai, who possesses a 6th-order magic weapon, does not need King Feng Zhenjian's help at all. After a shattering sound, the jade pendant on Zio Laxian's chest suddenly cracked open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the crack. Then, a tremendous golden lightning bolt exploded, actually creating a gap in the light of the Hayashin mirror. Seeing this scene, King Feng Zhenjun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Little Thunder Immortal's jade pendant is a treasured heirloom of the Thunder Temple. It not only records all the cultivation techniques of this lineage, but also contains a sixth-order thunderbolt condensed by a senior nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Heavens Tribulation. This is the most treasured item of the Tianlai Zen Temple lineage. But I never expected that I would be forced to use it so easily today. However, King Feng Zhenjun quickly realized that this was his chance. He immediately waved the Xiao Yushin fan in his hand, wanting to help Chen Mobai block the golden lightning. Fellow Taoist Chen, don't panic. Since this person is protecting demonic cultivators, then he is a sinner of my western continent. Let me take action to suppress him. As King Feng Zhenjun spoke, a jet-black hurricane rippled out from the treasure fan in his palm. This was the wind tribulation that the nascent soul sage of Qingjing Shanggong had condensed from the Nine Heavens Tribulation. However, unlike Little Thunder Immortal who needs essence blood to activate, he only needs to consume true Qi and Dao power because he has a sixth-order magic weapon. However, King Feng Zhenjun's move led Chen Mobai to misunderstand. This old bastard and Little Thunder Immortal are both nascent soul cultivators from the Western continent. They're definitely in cahoots, trying to attack me from both sides. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. He originally thought that he wouldn't have to fight these two nascent soul cultivators this time in Zizhu, but he didn't expect that King Feng Zhenjun and Zio Laxian would abandon their dignity for the sake of two demonic cultivators. It's estimated that Kai Lei and Sun Qingsu are the black gloves deliberately released by these two holy lands. After realizing he had seen through the truth, Chen Mobai decided to stop holding back. The second primordial spirit unleashed brilliant and profound pure yang energy, activating the two magical artifacts, the Hayashin mirror and the Yuanyang sword. With a phoenix cry, the mirror turned to face the sky, and the fire spirit energy within a radius of 10,000 miles was swept up in an instant, surging into the Hayashin mirror and transforming into endless energy, which evolved into a golden phoenix. The golden phoenix had just appeared in the sky when the wind and lightning tribulation surging towards Chen Mobai from the left and right were blocked in midair by its wide, multicolored wings, preventing them from advancing. The power of nirvana is transcendence, so no calamity in the world can shake or erode it. With the Hayashin mirror, Chen Mobai will have a 30–40% greater chance of successfully surviving the Nine Heavens Tribulation. If the grade of this magic artifact is continuously improved, and it reaches the sixth-order peak of the former Dan Ding Taoist Tianhuang Jing, it is estimated that it will be able to walk on flat ground in the Nine Heavens Tribulation. Although King Feng Zhenjun's Wind Tribulation and Zio Laxian's Lightning Tribulation were also 9 levels of heavenly tribulation power, their cultivation levels were only at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Chen Mobai reversed the Hayashin mirror, and the golden phoenix spread its wings, easily dissolving these two heavenly tribulation powers that were almost capable of destroying the world. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mobai thought that since they had already attacked him, there was no need to hold back. The Yuan Yang sword, which had been poised to strike, unleashed a golden radiance. With the enhancement of the pure Yang immortal light condensed by the Hayashin mirror, it unleashed 2 sword beams that landed on the heads of King Feng Zhenjun and Zio Laxian. Facing the sword demon, Zio Laxian unleashed all his abilities, but they were all shattered. His body, which was said to be the strongest in the western continent, was as fragile as paper, pierced through from both ends by a sword mark. Why did fellow Taoist Chen attack me? When King Feng Zhenjun saw that Chen Mobai had actually drawn his sword against him, he frowned, feeling that Chen Mobai was ungrateful since he was clearly helping him. Chen Mobai was too lazy to argue with King Feng Zhenjun. He had already attacked him, and the evidence was irrefutable. He had to return the favor with a sword. Seeing this, true monarch King Feng snorted coldly, feeling it necessary to uphold the reputation of the #1 person in the western continent. He activated the free and unfettered heavenly fan in his hand again, but facing the 6th-tier sword aura, the power of the wind tribulation was unable to withstand it and was cut in half. Seeing this, King Feng Zhenjun's expression changed. He finally understood why Zio Laxian didn't resist. It was because the difference in strength was too great, and he couldn't resist. To save his life, he had no choice but to pull out a bamboo stick that looked like green jade from his storage bag and lash it out at Giant Sha. As the green bamboo twitched, it emitted strange sounds, causing the Yuan Yang sword fiend, which had just survived the wind tribulation, to suddenly become loose. Chen Mobai looked surprised. He recognized the green bamboo in King Feng Zhenjian's hand as the six pure bamboo. He didn't expect it to be refined into a magic weapon. It seemed to have been imbued with the power of the great Tao of sound. Combined with the wind tribulation of the free and unfettered heavenly fan, it actually blocked his sixth-order sword aura. As expected of one of the four true ones, he was able to block one of his swords. Fellow Taoist Chen, you've misunderstood. I genuinely wanted to help you. Seeing that the Yuan Yang sword above Chen Mobai's head was about to unleash its second strike, King Feng Zhenjian disregarded his reputation as the #1 person in Zizhu and repeatedly offered explanations. Rebirth Myth Game. A game called God's Words has descended upon the world. Only a small percentage of lucky individuals qualify for the game. A transcendent awakening has brought about the collapse of the edifice. Should we choose the gods or the ancestors? Chapter 12, 46 Western Continent Demonic Path. Chapter 12, 46 Western Continent Demonic Path. As one of the 5 continents of the Heavenly River realm, Zizhu is relatively resource scarce. Precisely because of this, cultivators here often play the role of plunderers to seize resources. However, as an ancient righteous holy land in the Western continent, the Pure Palace still outwardly maintains peace and justice in the cultivation world, so cultivators will hide themselves on the continent. But it's different overseas. The Western continent borders the Xuan Sea and the Dai Sea, which are located in the 4 seas. Both of these sea areas are richer in resources than the Western continent, and there are many kinds of spiritual beasts. As long as cultivators are willing to work hard to hunt, they can always get something. However, the sea areas are vast, and the holy lands of the Western continent are short of manpower and simply cannot manage them. Therefore, they are filled with all sorts of people and cultivators. Not only rogue cultivators and tribulation cultivators, but even nearly half of the demonic cultivators in the Heavenly River realm are hiding in the sea. Even in the northern continent, where the righteous forces are weakest, there is a sacred place called the Star Temple. Although there are various true spirits in the sea, due to the vast territory, it is always possible to find some remote sea veins to cultivate in, avoiding the righteous path. In the realm of demonic cultivation, the highest-ranking master of the central demonic path is hidden in the Earth Sea. The righteous path in Jiangzhou also vaguely knew about this news, but even if Taixu Immortal personally took action, wielding the Taixu measuring ruler, he still could not find and kill its true form. Today, a very strange scene unfolded on a remote part of the Earthsea. Suddenly, black foam began to surge from the once calm sea, and darkness continued to expand across the surface, forming a black frame resembling a portal, as if leading to the underworld. Amidst a chilling and eerie atmosphere, a jet-black stone bridge extended from the gate, upon which stood a group of otherworldly beings, the impermanent ones, the underworld messengers, the judges. As the stone bridge continued to rise, these ghostly figures stood respectfully in 2 rows. In the middle of them was a sedan chair that was entirely black. The sedan chair's curtain swayed slightly, revealing the figure of a young boy inside. Soon after, the stone bridge stopped extending, like a black crescent moon appearing on the sea, teeming with ghosts and filled with eerie atmosphere. "They're here." A soft voice suddenly rang out, and then the void rippled like waves. A young man with an ordinary face but narrow eyes stepped out from it. Wherever he passed, black smoke curled up and illusions arose. "I have met the central demon lord." Upon seeing the young man appear, the figure inside the sedan chair lifted the curtain, stepped out, and bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. He was a handsome young man with pale skin. "Please wait a moment, the other guests should be arriving soon." As the central demon lord spoke to the boy, a faint rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. By the time it reached their ears, an old man riding a one-legged ox had already appeared not far away. The old man had a full head of gray hair, wore a simple cloth robe, carried a basket on his back, and looked drowsy and unremarkable. But the ox beneath him was bathed in pure light, its eyes shining as brightly as the sun and moon. Its single leg, standing in midair, was surrounded by thunderclouds, faintly emitting muffled thunderous sounds that made the hearts of living beings tremble, as if a vast ocean of thunder was contained within those thunderclouds. Heavenly Spirit, true monarch. The boy had never seen the old man before, but the QE beast beneath him was world-renowned, ranking alongside the Xuanhai Old Dragon as one of the 9 true spirits and known as the Thunder Lord. Tianling Zhenjun and QE Beast are both top-tier nascent soul cultivators in the Tian realm. If the two of them were to attack together, they would be virtually invincible, except for a handful of others. The boy was very surprised by his arrival. To everyone's surprise, the last guest turned out to be a righteous cultivator at the nascent soul stage. But soon the boy realized something, and his pupils constricted. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Tianling, for giving me face and being willing to come and have a chat." The central demon lord was clearly very happy to see the old man, and his face was full of smiles. "Who is he?" Tianling Zhenjun narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy standing on the stone bridge. Sensing his nascent soul realm, he asked with a hint of curiosity. "This is the leader of the Western Continent's disaster relief sect," the central demon lord introduced. Upon hearing this, Tianling Zhenjun looked astonished. "The lord of the Western demonic path, how come he has become younger?" The demonic path in the Western Continent reveres the 3 lineages of Ji, Zhili, and Dingxuan. Among them, the Zhili sect was destroyed by the Qingjing Shanggong sect a long time ago. The survivors chose to join the Ji sect in order to escape the pursuit of the Holy Land. After absorbing the legacy and power of the fragmented demon sect, the Ji sect's strength increased greatly. Under the leadership of its leader, it also annexed the Dingxuan demon sect and unified the demonic path of the Western Continent. The current leader of the Ji sect, as one of the top nascent soul cultivators of the 5 directions of demonic path, has never met the heavenly spirit true lord, but they have both read about each other's information in the Wuqingjai. The Lord of Relief from Calamity can be said to be the oldest nascent soul cultivator among the 5 demonic paths, even older than the heavenly spirit true lord. Theoretically, one should be nearing the end of their lifespan and growing old. This young man, though sinister and eerie, possessed abundant spiritual energy and didn't resemble the old man at all. "Fellow Taoist must be referring to my master. I have only recently taken over the Ji sect," the young man said calmly, revealing his identity. "A mere brat who has just reached the nascent soul stage has no right to speak to the two of us." Upon hearing this, true monarch Tianling spoke directly to the central demon lord in front of the young man. "Don't underestimate him just because he's only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Besides being the current leader of the Ji sect, he has another identity." The central demon lord's words made Tianling Zhenjun frown, and he looked again at the young man standing on the stone bridge with his hands behind his back. Gradually, Tianling Zhenjun seemed to realize something was amiss, and his face showed surprise. "What is your relationship with Tu Ming?" Because demonic cultivation techniques are all filled with yin energy, Tianling Zhenjun did not notice the boy's aura at first. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the boy was surrounded by the purest yin energy from the netherworld. "I am Tu Ming," the boy replied calmly. Upon hearing this, true monarch Tianling nodded slightly. "You are indeed qualified, and it has to be you." "Then let's begin." The central demon lord was about to continue speaking with a smile when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up in the direction of the Western Continent. "What's wrong?" Tu Ming asked when he saw him like this. "One of my avatars has run into trouble." As the central demon lord spoke, a wisp of black smoke flew out from behind his head, transforming into an eye that pierced through tens of thousands of miles of void and possessed a burly man fleeing amidst lightning. The 5-Element School. Tianlin Treasure Map. The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. With a slight shift in his mind, the central demon lord already knew the whole situation from the depths of this avatar's sea of consciousness. Just as he was about to do something, the void in front of him suddenly opened up, and an extremely wide sleeve, seemingly covering the sky, descended from the sky, cutting off his heavenly thunder escape and enveloping him at the same time. Upon witnessing this scene, and combining it with the memories he had just seen in Kai Lei's mind, the central demon lord knew that it was the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, who was using a powerful technique to capture him from afar. King Feng and Xiaolixian have already lost. In the eyes of the central demon lord, Chen Mobai's audacity in acting so lawlessly on the Western Continent could only mean that the nascent soul cultivators of the 2 great holy lands of the Western Continent had lost. As he pondered, he directly dispelled all the demonic energy within this avatar, and then deleted everything about the demonic sect from Kai Lei's memories. The inner demons born from his various desires simply slumbered in the deepest part of his purple mansion sea of consciousness. After all this was done, Kai Lei was taken away by Chen Mobai from afar without any resistance. West Island Port. After Chen Mobai and King Feng Zhenjun cleared up the misunderstanding, they did not kill Xiao Leixin. After all, Yi Qing had specifically instructed them to show mercy before coming. However, when he faced Kai Lei before, the world-destroying milestone within him reacted, and the side that lit up was exactly the same as the one Du Minjian had shown back then. The ultimate inner demon. Besides Kai Lei, Sun Qingsu, who was previously turned to ashes by Xiao Leixin, also reacted. It is the great Tao of Gu Li Tian Mo, among the 3,000 demonic paths. This is the legacy of the fragmented demonic sect, one of the 18 demonic sects. Reaching its highest level grants immortality. Of course, this is because the fragmented demonic sect's techniques can only achieve immortality at most. Those who can enter the 3,000 demonic paths, as long as the great Tao has not been occupied, all have the potential to reach the 7th level. However, it is estimated that there is no such high-level demonic lineage in the Tian realm. For Chen Mobai, the Gu Li Tianmo was completely irrelevant. What he was really concerned about was Kai Lei's supreme mental magic, which allowed him to transform into a demonic sect member. Did he cultivate on his own and develop inner demons, or was he lured into demonic possession by a master who had transformed into a demonic sect? Could it be the incarnation of the central demon lord? Does Xiao Leixin know about this matter? With a flick of his long sleeves, Chen Mobai captured Kai Lei, who had already fled thousands of miles away. Kai Lei felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and the world spun around him. When he saw the light again, he found that his master, whom he regarded as a god, Xiao Leixin, had been pierced through the chest by a sword wound. His face was pale and he was coughing up blood. Master has been defeated. Although he had long heard that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was the most outstanding nascent soul cultivator in the Heavenly River realm, in Kai Lei's eyes, his master's physique had already reached the 5th-order superior level. Even if he encountered true monarch King Feng, he could exchange 100 blows without using a 6th-order magic weapon. It seems that master's powerful physique was easily broken by the sword cultivator, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Fellow Taoist, please. After Chen Mobai brought Kai Lei back, he spoke to King Feng Zhenjun, who nodded, took out an ordinary bamboo stick, and tapped Kai Lei on the forehead. When the demonic sect ravaged the 5 continents and 4 seas, only the core disciples of the Pure Palace were not possessed by the supreme inner demon. Because the bamboo naturally suppresses inner demons. As expected after being struck, Kai Lei's expression suddenly twisted, veins bulged all over his body, his eyes turned blood red, and his nascent soul rushed out of his purple mansion sea of consciousness, unleashing a series of thunderous booms. As expected, he is already deeply troubled by inner demons. Seeing this, true Lord King Feng shook his head, raised the pure bamboo in his hand, and was about to send Kai Lei into reincarnation. But Xiao Leixin suddenly stood in front of Kai Lei. He coughed and stretched out his right hand, shattering most of Kai Lei's nascent soul and suppressing and neutralizing his rampaging thunderous true energy. Brother Tao, if you are going to act on emotion, I might have to take you down with me in order to protect the reputation of the righteous path in the Western continent. When King Feng Zhenjun saw this scene, his expression turned cold. Today's incident is due to the audacity of the 4 jackals of the Western continent, who attempted to ambush and kill the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect. When the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness intervened, according to the rules of the cultivation world, the party in the wrong dealt with and punished their own people, and the matter was considered closed. However, since Sun Qingsu and Kai Lei practiced demonic arts, a minor punishment was definitely not enough. But as long as they were killed, the reputation of the righteous path in Zizhu could still be salvaged. However, Xiao Leixin's repeated obstruction angered King Feng Zhenjun. It was such a simple matter of killing 2 people, yet you insist on making me lose face. With a frown, true Lord King Feng opened the free and unfettered heavenly fan in his hand. Little Leixin sighed and said, "Let me do it myself." Upon hearing this, King Feng Zhenjun looked at Chen Mobai, who remained silent, letting the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Western continent handle the matter. Did you cultivate demonic arts to refine your inner demons yourself, or were they planted in your heart by someone else? Little Thunder Immortal asked Red Thunder. The agreement between the central demon lord and the Taixu Immortal to duel between good and evil has spread throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas. Therefore, when they discovered traces of the inner demon, his and King Feng Zhenjian's first reaction was whether Kai Lei had been possessed by this number 1 demon. This disciple is plagued by inner demons. In order to avoid going astray, I have no choice but to cultivate demonic arts to subdue them. Facing Little Thunder Immortal, Kai Lei answered truthfully according to his memory. Little Thunder Immortal, where does this demonic power come from? Kai Lei, I obtained it by excavating an ancient demonic sect ruin with Sun Kingsu of the Pure Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mobai looked at King Feng Zhenjian, whose eyes widened in surprise. How come their Qingjing Palace is involved in this? Upon learning the truth, true Lord King Feng was filled with rage. As a top-tier nascent soul cultivator, he had long since handed over all worldly affairs and matters to his disciples, focusing solely on ascension. He was completely unaware that a disciple within the palace was practicing demonic arts. It is a misfortune for the sect. After returning, I will find a new sect leader, King Feng Zhenjian said to Chen Mobai with an apologetic expression. Even the Heavenly Emperor cannot control the thoughts of all cultivators, let alone us nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mobai expressed his understanding, noting that even the immortal sect had people like Lin Dayaming, let alone the holy land of the heavenly river realm. By this time, Zhao Leixian had finished asking his questions. Kai Lei's memories had been altered without his knowledge, and his inner demons had long been refined by the central demon lord, transforming into a guiding light for his possession. Therefore, he appeared completely at ease, stating that he had strayed from the right path and cultivated demonic arts. However, if it is true that he practiced demonic arts, Zhao Leixian will no longer plead for him. In any case, as a righteous force, if the matter of practicing demonic arts is made public, he will definitely be executed. Moreover, it's mind magic. Sigh, Little Thunder Immortal sighed, and then slapped Kai Lei on the forehead. Kai Lei's nascent soul was instantly annihilated, and he died and his Tao dissipated. You two should become sworn brothers with those who practice demonic arts and go with them. Seeing that Little Thunder Immortal had killed Red Thunder, true Lord King Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the other 2 of the 4 jackals of the western continent and tapped the pure bamboo in his hand twice in the air. Before the 2 nascent soul cultivators could even beg for mercy, their foreheads shattered like watermelons falling to the ground. Little Leixian, who had already raised his hand, swallowed his anger upon seeing this scene. Chapter 12, 47 Reincarnation. Chapter 12, 47 Reincarnation. Above the sea, the central demon lord withdrew his eyes and clicked his tongue. What's wrong? Tianling Jinjin asked. It's a minor matter. One of the avatars has died, the central demon lord said nonchalantly. Let's get down to business then, I have limited time. After hearing this, true monarch Tianling got straight to the point. The central demon lord nodded, and then a bright red wheel rose from behind his head. The aura around him changed from the eerie and illusory at the beginning to bloody and violent, and his eyes even gleamed with bloody light. Asura Disc. When Tu Ming saw the bright red roulette wheel, his guess was confirmed. His ghost child was hidden within the Western Continent's disaster relief sect, and he originally thought no one would know about it. However, one day decades ago, the central demon lord's possession, Kai Lei, came knocking on his door. The reason they were able to find him was because he had obtained a magical treasure that flew in from outer space. That magical artifact is the Hell Plate, one of the 6 paths subplates. It was precisely by relying on this magical treasure that Tu Ming was able to break free from the possession of the Western Demon Lord, and instead devour and absorb his unparalleled demonic energy, returning to the realm of the divine transformation. After the Hell Disc recognized him as its master, the Central Demon Lord also found him. Because the Central Demon Lord obtained the Usra Disc from the 6 paths sub-disc. These 2 roulette wheels were refined by powerful demonic cultivators in ancient times and left the heavenly river realm with them, heading to the outer starry sky. However, amidst the recent cataclysmic changes in the world, these powerful demonic beings who had originally fled now wish to return, and thus have been projecting their demonic treasures upon themselves. Among them, Hell Disc found Tu Ming, who was most compatible with it, and merged into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. The Usra disc was refined by the central demon lord, using supreme demonic power. In theory, the Samsara disc in Tu Ming's hand should be able to roughly sense the location of the six-path subdisc. However, he was killed by Yuan Kink, and he also lost the reincarnation disc. But now the central demon lord has mastered an incredibly terrifying demonic art, and has even used the Usra disc to sense the locations of the other subdiscs of the heavenly river realm. Under the influence of the central demon lord Usra disc, the hell disc within Tu Ming's body spontaneously emerged from between his eyebrows and flew out, transforming into a pitch-black jade disc divided into 18 angles. After the two large plates appeared, a grayish-white plate that looked like it was made of bone flew out of the basket on Tianling Zhenjian's back. The reason this righteous cultivator came here is because the beast is in his hands. This disc can continuously purify and revert the bloodline of any true spirit to its ancestral state, until it reaches the innate state. The nine-headed great sage of the eastern continent was able to successfully cultivate his void realm in the heavenly river realm precisely because of this beast disc. After the death of the nine-headed great sage, the beast plate returned to the hands of the myriad spirits sect. However, in order to avoid being caught by the heavenly emperor as evidence, the nascent souls of the myriad spirits sect throughout the ages have never dared to use this faceplate. Even the heavenly spirit true lord only received this secret when the previous generation of the myriad spirits sect's nascent soul stage cultivator passed away. To maintain secrecy, even the method for refining the beast plate was not passed down. It was only from the central demon lord that Tianling Zhenjian learned the method of refining the six-path subdisc. It was thanks to this beast plate that Tianling Zhenjian's QE beast showed signs of breaking through to the 6th rank. The advancement of his natal spirit beast also gave him a glimmer of hope for advancement in his realm, which had been stagnant for hundreds of years. Not long ago, the celestial spirit true lord received a message from the central demon lord, inviting him to the Earth Sea to discuss the reorganization of the life and death plate. If it were anything else, the heavenly spirit true lord, being cautious, might refuse to meet with the central demon lord. However, if the life and death disc, this supreme treasure, were to be reassembled, it would be at the 7th rank. It is the foundational treasure of the great Tao in the heavenly river realm, capable of controlling the cycle of life and death. Tianling Zhenjian's QE beast is a thunder true spirit, but its myriad illusions azure thunder is related to the great Tao of life. If he can use the life and death disc to grasp the great Tao of life, then his entry into the void refinement stage will be a sure thing. It was for this reason that the heavenly spirit true lord arrived. After the beast plate emerged from the basket on his back, it resonated with the bright red Usra plate and the pitch-black hell plate. Soon, 4 beams of light of different colors shone from the directions of the eastern continent and the central continent, merging with the 3-sided plates in their hands, transforming into a vast and illusory giant plate that covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all kinds of living beings, and was eternally rotating. The 7th-order life and death compass is actually a personification of the great Tao of life and death in this world. This great Tao controls the cycle of reincarnation for all beings in the 6 realms. Once you refine the life and death disc, you can break through the boundaries of life and death and the shackles of reincarnation. Even without achieving Tao, you can still obtain eternal lifespan. To reconstruct the life and death plate, besides the 6-path subplate, the most important thing is the reincarnation plate that Tu Ming originally had. That was something he obtained from the netherworld dragon, one of the 9 sons of the ghost mother, in the deepest part of the underworld, when he fell into the Yellow Springs. It was at this moment that Tu Ming finally learned the truth. It turns out that the reason he brought the wheel of reincarnation to the human world was to reorganize the wheel of life and death. Danzhu Tanshan Peak. Yi Qing, who was meditating, suddenly changed his expression. With a flash of sword light, he had already arrived at the top of the tower of heavenly refining. Na Yuanzhang was already there. The 2 nascent soul cultivators of the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect looked at the reincarnation disc placed at the top of the tower, when suddenly a dark, deep, and mysterious beam of light shot up into the sky. The 6th-order magic artifact, the Tower of Heavenly Refining, was completely unable to block or shield itself from this beam of light. As expected, someone wants to break the cycle of reincarnation and bring back that being that has long since died. A majestic Taoist voice rang out, and a supreme divine light shone brightly in the dazzling starry river formed from the immortal energy at the top of the tower, condensing into a Taoist with disheveled hair, bare feet, and wearing a black robe. "Greetings, Master." Na Yuanzhang and Yi Qing immediately bowed deeply upon seeing the Taoist priest. "No need for formalities. We and the heavenly Emperor Takes a True King are changing the rules of the great Tao. First, we need to change the cycle of reincarnation, so the wheel of life and death needs to be reorganized. Reincarnation is one of the foundations of the great Tao cycle. It should have been controlled by the ghost mother, but she brought this upon herself by trying to covet the creation Tao fruit of the jellyfish, so her true spirit has been shattered. But such beings, even if they die and their souls perish, can be reborn from the past cycle of reincarnation. The 9 sons of the Ghost Mother want to take advantage of the great changes in the world to bring back the Ghost Mother and control the cycle of life and death. To achieve this, you first need to collect the life and death discs. The reincarnation disc is in your hands, and the heavenly Tao disc has already been sent to the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace by the Heavenly Emperor. Add to that the human Tao disc in the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, and you'll only have the 4 subdiscs of Usra, Hell, Evil Ghost, and Animal left. It seems that the 9 sons of the Ghost Mother have gathered at least 3 sides of the Wheel of Life and Death in the Heavenly River realm, and are beginning to call upon and locate the remaining components of the Wheel of Life and Death. Soon, Tangshan Peak will face its most terrifying calamity. I also intend to take advantage of the opportunity of the Wheel of Life and Death being reorganized and reincarnated in the mortal world to sublimate my acquired great Tao. After the 9 heavens demon-subduing ancestor finished speaking, both Na Yuanzhang and Yi Qing were shocked. None of them expected that the wheel of reincarnation left behind by Yuan Kink would have such a hidden meaning. "Please rest assured, Master, even if I die on the spot, I will not let the demonic villain take away the wheel of reincarnation." Hearing the 2 men's resolute words, the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor nodded, then pointed his right hand at the Taste sword in Yi Qing's hand. A beam of mysterious light entered the blade, and the 6th order sword trembled and rang. At the same time, Chen Mobai, inside the Huanglong cave, also looked solemnly at the evil ghost Taoist plate that had sprung out of his storage bag. Once this item fell into his hands, its only use was for condensing the Earth's evil energy. Most of the time, Chen Mobai kept it at the bottom of his storage bag and almost forgot about it. In this situation, even with his current level of cultivation, he couldn't stop the evil ghost Tao Child disc from unleashing its serene beam of light, which could only mean that it involved the power of the 7th rank. Considering the origin of this plate, Chen Mobai had a vague guess in his mind. What's wrong? Although the ghostly light from the demon Taoist plate was fleeting, Qing Nu still noticed it and immediately flew over to ask. After giving a brief explanation, Chen Mobai sent Su Zilu a message talisman, instructing her to come to Huanglong Cave immediately. Fortunately, the evil spirit Tao disc only emitted a beam of eerie light before returning to its original state, and Chen Mobai put it back into his storage bag. What would happen if I brought this disc back to the Xuanhu dojo? This thought suddenly flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. Earthsea. The central demon lord, seeing the 4 beams of light from distant directions, nodded smugly. 2 from the eastern continent, 2 from the central continent, just as expected. Yuan Kink really didn't take the reincarnation disc to the immortal realm. Tu Ming murmured to himself, looking at the serene and profound beam of light coming from the direction of the eastern continent. Even after he was killed by Yuan Kink, he still had some people in the eastern continent. He had inquired about the events on the battlefield and learned that, when Yuan Kink ascended to immortality, she did not leave the reincarnation disc to her disciples. Now that he thought about it, it was clearly to cover up the truth. The wheel of reincarnation is of utmost importance. Let's destroy the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect first, the central demon lord said. The 9 heavens demon-slaying sect has a decent foundation, and there are several other holy lands in the eastern continent. I'm afraid it won't be easy to destroy them, True Monarch Tianling said calmly after hearing this. It's better to start with the easy stuff and then move on to the difficult stuff, Tu Ming said, because he had seen the subplate of the evil ghost path. This reminded him of a debt. The strongest ghost fetus he had once placed great hopes on, conceived with the primordial chaos body, died inexplicably in the desolate ruins. Afterwards, because of his battle of wits with Yuan Kink, he didn't have time to investigate thoroughly. Later, he heard that Su Zilu had joined the 5 Elements sect, which was theoretically the sect's doing. But two, Ming didn't think that his strongest ghost fetus would lose to the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor, who was only a nascent soul cultivator at the time. Within the same realm, Tu Ming's ghost fetus is invincible. However, the truth is about to come to light. Whoever possesses the evil spirit Dayazi is the one who will kill him. He wanted to see just who this person was. Chapter 1248 Innate Taikai. Chapter 1248 Innate Taikai. Huanglong Cave. Chen Mobai, who was talking to Su Zilu, suddenly changed his expression. When he looked up, a flame lit up the sky, which then transformed into a precious pearl and disappeared behind his head. This is the second primordial spirit that returned from the western continent. Chen Mobai waved his hand, and Xu and Xui's two children were already in his palm. A short while later, Qing Nu, who had received the news, rushed over. Should we inform the Yiyuan Dao Palace about this, or should we wait for Xu and Xui to return and let her tell us herself? After hearing the details, Qing Nu hugged the two children with some pity and asked, "Notify Chen Lingaming and have him talk to Lion Xui. Chen Mobai has already passed on the Hunyuan Dao fruit, and Chen Lingaming is now in charge of all the miscellaneous matters related to the Yiyuan Dao Palace. I don't know if Lion Shui will be angry or happy to have two more nephews." King Nu nodded, called Gu Yan in, and took the two children to have a comprehensive and detailed examination to formulate a treatment plan. Then Chen Mobai talked to Su Zilu about the situation of the Tangyu demon sect and Mingzun. He doesn't have many threads left to carry. He's basically already transferred all the disciples who could be transferred, and there are still some related to the nascent soul true monarch, so he still has to bear the burden himself. Among these, Mingzun's line is one of them. Although this lord of the Eastern demonic path lost 2 lifetimes in the nascent soul stage, one to the incarnation of one Yuan and the other to Yuan Kink, even a centipede with 100 legs will not die easily. As long as his lifespan has not ended, with his nascent soul essence, he may be able to return to the ranks of the experts in the heavenly river realm. This time, with the strange movement of the evil ghost Dao Zai Pan, Chen Mobai also discovered that the connection between himself and the Mingzun had begun to brighten from its previous dimness. This means it's time to resolve this issue. Moreover, only by killing the nascent soul stage cultivators of the demonic path can his final path of destiny progress. He has cultivated the pure Yang scripture his whole life, and it's time to test its edge with the demonic cultivators of the heavenly river realm. That day, Yi Qing suddenly sent a message saying he wanted to visit. Chen Mobai naturally welcomed him and hosted his good brother at Huanglong Cave. "Brother Chen, our 9 Heavens demon suppression sect may soon face a great calamity, and we will need your help." After sitting down, Yi Qing went straight to the point and talked about the life and death disc. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly shocked and finally understood why his evil ghost Dao Compass was behaving strangely. Unexpectedly, it was because of the need to reorganize the life-or-death balance. In other words, many powerful beings from higher realms are watching this matter closely. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai was startled, wondering if the fact that he possessed the evil ghost Dao Child disc was already known to others. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the mysterious old man he had met at the Beidou conference. The most crucial part of the life and death disc is the reincarnation disc suppressed within the Tower of Heavenly Refining. When powerful beings like the Heavenly Emperor of the immortal realm alter the rules of the great Tao, the cycle of life and death will also take it as a Tao marker and manifest it in the mortal world. During that process, the reincarnation disc will summon the 6 paths subdisciplines one by one to rebuild the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, due to the mutual entanglement of the 3,000 great Taos, when the great Tao of innate life and death appears in the world, the other innate great Taos will also be linked and manifested, making them easier to comprehend. The Patriarch wanted to use this to sublimate his own great Tao into the innate Taiji. But the Patriarch also has many mortal enemies, and those powerful figures from the side sects certainly won't just stand by and watch the Patriarch's cultivation advance so much, so they will definitely try to stop this. The simplest way would be to steal the reincarnation disc, because when the reincarnation disc is reassembled, the great Tao is most prominent around it, almost within reach, and the easiest to comprehend. Yi Qing revealed the most crucial information, and Chen Mobai finally learned of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying ancestor's strength, a 7th-order true immortal who had mastered the acquired yin-yang Tao. If he could seize this opportunity to elevate yin and yang into the innate Taiji, his strength would leap to become one of the most powerful beings in the immortal realm, second only to the Heavenly Emperor and the returned true King of the Void. The Heavenly Emperor's pure Yang realm is limited. If the true King of the Void transcends after this calamity, then the nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor, who has attained the primordial Great Tao, might even be able to compete for the title of the first Tao Lord of the immortal realm. It is precisely for this reason that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect will go to any lengths to suppress the wheel of reincarnation. Given our friendship, I will definitely help without hesitation, Chen Mobai agreed without any doubt. He didn't have many friends in the Tian realm, but Yi Qing was his best friend. Besides this, Chen Mobai also greatly admired the upright and honest atmosphere of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect from top to bottom, and felt that the Heavenly River realm needed more sects like this. Thank you, Yi Qing said solemnly. Do you know which demonic villains are the enemy? Now that he had agreed to help, Chen Mobai began to learn about the opponents who would be attacking the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. The Usra disc was previously obtained by the Central Demon Lord, who used it to create the Usra Heavenly Demon. Its strength was so great that even the Taixu Immortal suffered a loss. Clearly, he has completely refined this disc. Moreover, this Demon Lord may have already comprehended the refinement of Void Realm, but deliberately suppressed his realm in order not to leave the Heavenly River realm. Besides the Usra disc, the Hell disc is also among the magical treasures that descended from beyond the realm this time. It was the magic weapon of the Black Fly Demon God a long time ago, but this time it has fallen into the hands of some unorthodox cultivator. The demon disc should be in the underworld, but the 9 sons of the demon mother will surely try to send it to the Heavenly River realm. The beast disc has been missing in the Heavenly River realm for a long time, but it is naturally close to the true spirits of demons, so it should be in the hands of one of the true spirits. The human way compass is in the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, while the Heavenly Way Compass has been sent to the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace by the Heavenly Emperor. As the rules of the great Tao of this world change, as long as the 6 subdisciplines are in this world, they will continue to attract each other until they are reorganized into a cycle of life and death. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then asked a question. What if one of the faceplates is not in the Heavenly River realm? Yi Qing actually knew the answer to this question, because he had also thought of it and had asked the 9 heavens demon-slaying ancestor before. The patriarch said that if that were the case, the 6 paths of reincarnation would be incomplete. When beings reincarnate, they can only be reborn in the other 5 paths. Over time, this will lead to an imbalance in the reincarnation ecosystem, causing the collapse of the rules of heaven and earth, or even a calamity. After listening, Chen Mobai thought for a moment and understood the meaning of these words. The disappearance of the subplate will not affect the major event of life and death and reincarnation, but it may cause problems in the operation of this rule of heaven and earth for thousands of years to come. When enough problems accumulate, it may be necessary to reorganize the cycle of reincarnation, or even cleanse the beings of the 6 realms. Thinking about it this way, it's not good to keep the evil spirit Taoist Pan hidden in the suspended pot dojo for too long. After some internal deliberation, Chen Mobai had a general plan in mind. He and the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect are friendly allies. If the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer ancestor can succeed, he will definitely be happy to see it happen. However, if Tongshan Peak is really breached and the reincarnation disc is stolen before that, then in order to prevent the life and death disc from falling into the hands of evil demons and heretics, Chen Mobai will have no choice but to bring the evil ghost Taoist disc to the suspended pot dojo. Next, Chen Mobai talked to Yi Qing about how to defend. This is a matter of great importance to the righteous path. It just so happens that the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance is being established, so we can gather here. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts, and it was clear that this restructuring of reincarnation would at least attract the attention of the Central Demon Lord, the #1 demon in the Heavenly River realm. As the #1 person in the Eastern Continent, Chen Mobai is undoubtedly his worthy opponent. But besides the Central Demon Lord, there are probably many other hidden masters, and it may even attract beings like the 9 sons of the Ghost Mother. After all, compared to the celestial realm, there is no 9 heavenly tribulations separating the netherworld from the Heavenly River realm, so ghosts from that side can come anytime. Fortunately, even if a 6th order being from the netherworld came to the Heavenly River realm, they would be affected by the current ascension rules and would not dare to unleash their true strength. Moreover, Because the yin and yang realms restrain each other, the strength of yin creatures on the Tian realm side is somewhat reduced. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has a sixth-order grand formation, plus 2 nascent soul cultivators and 2 sixth-order magic artifacts. If it's just about defense, Chen Mobai felt that even the central demon lord wouldn't be able to break through. Senior brother Nai has already gone to discuss matters with the Moral Sect and the Taixu Misty Palace. Upon hearing about the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, Yi Qing also spoke up about the matter. This matter concerns the great Tao of their ancestor, and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect will use up all the human connections accumulated over 10,000 years to survive this calamity. Why don't we hold a meeting together? It just so happens that since the establishment of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, we haven't held a meeting at the nascent soul level. This would give many wavering righteous forces more confidence to join and support us. Chen Mobai never forgets to enhance the influence of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance. Because the second primordial spirit borrowed the teleportation array of the Taixu Misty Palace to go to the Western Continent, the Xuan Shui matter was handled very quickly. The Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, which was jointly established by the 4 Holy Lands, had just landed in the Eastern Mausoleum domain and officially began recruiting members. Because of the local atmosphere, many righteous forces have concerns about this. Chen Mobai thought that if the nascent soul cultivators held the first Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance conference, they should be able to dispel such concerns. Okay, I'll invite the other 2 Holy Lands when I get back. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Not long after, Chen Mobai received a message from Shengxi and Shan Miasu asking him what he thought about the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Chen Mobai directly expressed his support. Half a month later, the first grand meeting of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance was held in the Eastern Mausoleum region. The 4 Holy Lands of the Eastern Continent, as the 4 leaders, were responsible for the operation of the Immortal Alliance and also had the final decision-making power, veto power, and so on. Many of the righteous forces that had already joined agreed unanimously and passed the election of the 4 consuls. This was mainly because Chen Mobai and the other 4 nascent soul cultivators were sitting in the very front positions. At the conference, council representatives, including Chen Lingaming, read out various rules and regulations concerning the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, while Chen Mobai and the others left early and began an internal meeting in the cave of True Monarch Wuchen. At the small meeting, the nascent soul cultivators reached a consensus on supporting the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. They indicated that if any demonic forces wanted to attack Tangshan Peak, they would respond and provide support immediately upon receiving the news. Wild Sea. Ever since Chen Mobai annihilated the million demons of Wangxian Island on the land of Dongwu, this most desolate region in the 5 continents and 4 seas has benefited the Wangxing Alliance. As the most powerful faction in the Myriad Stars Alliance, the Flying Sand Sect has also developed rapidly in recent years through trade with the 5 Elements Sect, producing 3 nascent soul cultivators in just 100 years. However, as time passed and the 5 Elements Sect gained a thorough understanding of the Desolate Sea, various medicinal pills and other resources were no longer exclusively available to the Flying Sand Sect. Some nascent soul forces within the Myriad Star Alliance established connections with the 5 Elements Merchant Guild and began their expansion. Because there is so much vacant land on Wangxian Island, these forces, although they occasionally clash, are still relatively restrained. However, the Myriad Star Alliance, originally formed to resist Myriad Immortals Island, has gradually become a mere shell of its former self over the years. Several factions, upon hearing about the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance, even sent disciples to the 5 Elements Sect to express their desire to join. The reason is also very appealing. Many of the forces in the Desolate Sea were originally established by cultivators from the Eastern Continent, who fled to the sea to escape the ravages of war during the war between the Eastern Imperial Court and the 9-headed Great Sage. They still consider themselves part of the Eastern Continent. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't refuse, and handed everything over to Yi Yun and Chen Lingaming to handle, indicating that there would be no shortage of visitors. However, to Chen Mobai's dismay, the Flying Sand Sect did not make this statement. If the Flying Sand Sect also submits, the entire Desolate Sea region can be brought under its control, and he can then prepare to advance the Zhou Tian He Luo star array towards the Desolate Sea. The desolate sea forces that joined the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance were actually at odds with the Flying Sand Sect, but since they couldn't defeat the Flying Sand Sect in the Myriad Stars Alliance, they simply came to join the Five Elements Sect. After they submitted, they all recounted many stories of how the Flying Sand Sect had run rampant in the desolate sea, oppressing the good and kind. Chen Mobai did not believe only one side of the story. Based on the report from the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, and after synthesizing information from various sources, Chen Mobai roughly understood the Flying Sand Sect's intentions. It seems that Taishi Waiguang has the idea of establishing the Fascia sect as a holy land, Chen Mobai said to Qing Nu after analyzing the situation. Over the years, the Flying Sand sect has purchased many pills from the Danxia Pavilion. If that Grand Elder Taishi is really trying to break through to the nascent soul stage, those pills will be of some use. Qing Nu took out the account book with the Flying Sand sect and looked at it, discovering this point. Chen Mobai, tell me, if Taishi Waiguang were to become a nascent soul cultivator, would he continue to rule the desolate sea as his local tyrant, or would he use his nascent soul power to join the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance and become its fifth permanent consul? After thinking about it, King Nu felt that the former was more likely. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This is a principle that has been understood since ancient times. However, the success rate of Taishi Waiguang's transformation into a deity is estimated to be at most 10%, so there's no need to worry about it. Chapter 1249, The Destruction of the Myriad Star Alliance. Chapter 1249, The Destruction of the Myriad Star Alliance. In the Heavenly River realm, achieving the nascent soul stage is much more difficult than in the immortal sects, regardless of resources. Taishi Waiguang was quite a figure. The Fei Sha sect was one of the 10 directions halls during the Eastern Imperial Court period, but there was no record of them having Dao fruits. Even if they had nascent soul pills, they must have been used up by the nascent soul cultivators of that time after the death of the old ancestor He Sha. Previously, the Flying Sand sect had inquired about the nascent soul pill from several holy lands in the Eastern Continent, but even their most precious 5 directions divine sand was not enough to exchange for it, so they were naturally rejected by all the holy lands. Without Dao fruits and elixirs, relying solely on one's own foundation to achieve the nascent soul stage is a sliver of hope, even if it seems like an exaggeration. With the world undergoing tremendous changes, a great calamity is imminent. I only hope that the Flying Sand sect can protect the desolate sea before the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance can spare the resources. Although Chen Mobai has always had his eye on the desolate sea, the Five Elements sect is definitely too busy to deal with it right now, as they haven't even finished digesting their current territory. Currently, the Five Elements sect's focus, besides consolidating its current position, is on expanding into the more resource-rich Xuanhai and Huangsu regions. Huangsu is the lowest priority in Chen Mobai's grand plan. However, if the Flying Sand sect led the Myriad Stars Alliance to submit voluntarily, Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, this would further highlight his saintly virtue. Now that Taishi Waiguang wants to elevate the Fascia sect back to a sacred place, Chen Mobai, though he has his own ideas, will not stop him and is willing to wait for the result of his transformation into a god. Whether it succeeds or fails, he believes that the future submission of the desolate sea to the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance is a sure thing. If they fail, it will simply mean that the Flying Sand sect will submit to them in order to gain the protection of their Eastern Continent Holy Land during the Great Calamity. Even if they succeed, Taishi Waiguang should know that a mere nascent soul cultivator is no match for such a cataclysmic change in the world. However, since the desolate sea is the rear base of the Five Elements sect, it would be better if it could be controlled by us. But for now, maintaining stability is not bad either. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai began to discuss with Qing Nu how the Five Elements sect should deal with the upcoming calamity. Wangxian Island in the desolate sea. Since the great battle between Ancestor Hesha and the Demon Lord, it has collapsed and fallen into the depths of the sea. But at some point, the seabed crust here began to rise inch by inch, and today, it has finally emerged from the sea surface and transformed into a reef island. A boy with a greenish-yellow body and wings on his back emerged from the sea with the island. The boy's entire body was covered in crystal-clear scales. With each breath, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, causing the temperature within a radius of 1,000 miles to plummet. With a splash of water, a beautiful woman, covered only by a few seashells, led a group of demons out of the water and bowed respectfully to the young man. "Congratulations, master, on returning to the 5th rank." The woman was a disciple of the demon lord, the Jade Pearl Demon King. When Chen Mobai triggered the primordial 5 elements extinction divine lightning, her army was already not far from Yunmeng's. Sensing the life-or-death crisis, she spat out her natal pearl at the most critical moment, then revealed her true form, burning her essence and spirit, and used the shell to hold on for some time, allowing the pearl to escape the range of the primordial 5 elements extinction divine lightning. After that, she painstakingly hid herself in Yunmeng's, devouring fish, shrimp, and demons little by little, and after recovering her strength to the 2nd level, she used her innate divine power to transform herself and go ashore, crossing the eastern Wu continent to avoid cultivators, and finally escaped back to the desolate sea with great difficulty. Although her palace in the desolate sea had been breached by the Myriad Star Alliance and all her precious possessions had been stolen, she had 2 secret underwater palaces that remained intact. After entering them, she quickly used the resources she had left behind to rebuild her cultivation to the peak of the 3rd tier. Then, just as she was preparing to break through to the 4th rank again, the demon lord came knocking on her door. After escaping from the Tower of Heavenly Refining, with the essence of a demon lord at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he easily raised this heavenly demon holy embryo to the 4th level. However, if he wanted to advance to the 5th level, he would still need to rely on some resources. After all, the attributes of this heavenly demon holy embryo are not quite compatible with the white dragon dharma form of the demon lord. However, the demon lord cultivated the demon immortal technique, which is a method of dual cultivation of primordial spirit and physical body. Therefore, it took him decades to cultivate a new primordial spirit of the heavenly demon saint embryo. With the completion of the heavenly demon's primordial spirit, and with the precious resources that the Jade Pearl collected from various parts of the desolate sea, the demon lord finally advanced his physical body to the level of the 5th order immortal body. How's the situation going with what I asked you to find out? While adapting to the 5th order power of this heavenly demon saint embryo, the demon lord also asked the Jade Pearl Demon King a question. Reporting to Master, because there are often undercurrents in that underwater canyon that bring forth some precious resources, the Myriad Star Alliance has stationed a team of cultivators from various sects there, led by Tao Zhengdian, the Sand Master of the Flying Sand sect. The Jade Pearl Demon King recounted what he had learned, and the Demon Lord nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the canyon. That is the deepest part of the desolate sea, the sea eye that leads directly into the desolate sea. It was also a cage that the Linkang immortal realm had previously set up. Before the Demon Lord attained enlightenment, he inadvertently entered the realm and obtained the inheritance of the demon immortal technique from the corpse of a white dragon. Under the impact of time, even the cage set up by the immortals of the upper realm has developed flaws. The Demon Lord is the only being who has mastered the method to enter and exit that place. Within the cage lay the remains of many powerful true spirits. Among them is a 6th order Earth True Locust. As long as the Demon Lord goes back and refines it, he can bring the current heavenly demon holy embryo to the 5th order in the shortest possible time. It is even possible to directly break through the physical body and reach the 6th order blood rebirth realm. The Demon Lord of the past refined the remains of the white dragon, which is why he was able to obtain the title of one of the 6 wonders of the world as soon as he was born, and was listed by Wu Qingjai as one of the top masters in the heavenly river realm. The reason I didn't make a move before was because I didn't want to attract the attention of the eastern continent. Now that I've returned to the 5th rank, and the heavenly demon holy embryo will soon be perfected, there's no need to hide anymore. As he spoke, the demon lord stepped out from the Myriad Immortals island that rose from the seabed, and wherever he passed, ice crystals formed on the sea surface, enough for him to stand on. Within 2 or 3 steps, the Jade Bead Demon King saw that the demon lord's back had become just a dot. Looking in that direction, it's right there in the underwater canyon. Shensha Island is the headquarters of the Flying Sand sect in the desolate sea. There is a 5th order spiritual vein here, making it the island with the most abundant spiritual energy in the desolate sea. Taishi Waiguang, who was circulating his profound energy in his cave on the island in preparation for breaking through to the nascent soul realm, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. Outside the cave, someone was disturbing the protective barriers. Disciples of the Flying Sand sect, in theory, would never act so recklessly. Doing this while a cultivator is in seclusion could lead to an irreconcilable feud if it were interrupted at a crucial moment in their breakthrough. Could it be that the Five Elements sect has attacked? Upon considering this possibility, Tai Shiwaiguang was startled, thinking that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had finally given up on his reputation. After offering up his divine sand, Tai Shiwaiguang activated the restrictions on his cave. But he saw his own grand disciple leyline standing at the door with a panicked expression. "What has disturbed my seclusion?" When Tai Shiwaiguang saw that it was leyline, he was initially furious, but he quickly realized that something big must have happened. He suppressed his anger and asked with a cold expression. Reporting to the ancestor 7 days ago, the soul tablet of Uncle Tao, who was guarding the desolate Abyss Grand Canyon, suddenly shattered. After Uncle Xiang learned of this, he left me to guard the sect and led the other 2 nascent soul elders to the Grand Canyon to investigate the cause. However, 3 breaths ago, in addition to Uncle Xiang, the soul tablets of the other 2 elders also shattered. As the current leader of the Flying Sand sect, Leyline spoke rapidly, explaining why he had to disturb Tai Shiwaiguang's departure from seclusion. "How is this possible? So many nascent soul cultivators, unless it's a deity transformation cultivator making a move." Tai Shiwaiguang asked in shock after hearing this. "Has the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness come to kill us?" Although Chen Mobai has a very good reputation, cultivators who grow up in an environment like the Tianhe realm will not put their own survival on the kindness of others. Therefore, given the opportunity, Tai Shiwaiguang wanted to become a deity and bring the Fascia sect back to the ranks of the Holy Lands. In this way, he would be able to speak on equal terms with the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor, whose hands are covered in blood, instead of being subservient to the Five Elements sect as he is now. It shouldn't be. If it really was that person who made the move, then Shencha Island would probably be in ruins by now. Leyline shook his head and answered with a wry smile. As the #1 person in the Eastern continent, if Chen Mobai didn't care about his reputation, even with the Flying Sand sect's powerful array protecting him, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the power of a single bell. Which nascent soul cultivator was that? Tai Shiwaiguang knew very well that even if he himself took action, it would be impossible to kill Tao Zhengdian, who possessed the 5 divine sands, so easily. "No, I've already asked the other sects in the Myriad Stars Alliance who sent people to the desolate Abyss Canyon. Most of their disciples' soul tablets have also been broken." Leyline added with a grim expression. "You should know that the desolate Abyss Canyon is one of the few spiritual lands in the desolate sea that can produce fifth-order resources. The most powerful forces in the Myriad Stars Alliance have sent cultivators to guard it, and there is even a fifth-order low-grade array. However, they didn't even have time to send out a message for help. Now, even 2 of the other 3 nascent soul cultivators who went to investigate have died. Since junior brother Xiang's soul tablet is still intact, it means he is still alive. He should be able to leave some information. Immediately issue the highest-level Myriad Star token, gather all the high-ranking cultivators of the Alliance, and I will personally lead them to the desolate Abyss Grand Canyon to investigate." Tai Shiwaiguang thought about it for a while, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and issue the order. "I have to go." It should be noted that both the deceased Tao Zhengdian and the still unknown Xiang Chunlei were sand masters of the Flying Sand sect, possessing one of their sect's inherited magical treasures, the 5 divine sands. The whereabouts of the heavenly meteor sand, which was previously stolen by Mingzhen, are still unknown. If these 2 divine sands are also lost, and 3 nascent soul cultivators die, the Flying Sand sect's strength will drop from the strongest in the desolate sea to an ordinary nascent soul force. Tai Shiwaiguang was also very clear that under these circumstances, even if he forcibly attempted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he would almost certainly fail due to his mental turmoil. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the prestige he still held in the Myriad Star Alliance, gather all the forces of the desolate sea, and head towards the desolate Abyss Grand Canyon. Furthermore, Tai Shiwaiguang, the Grand Elder of the Flying Sand sect, also knew a secret. There was a passage beneath the desolate Abyss Canyon that led directly to a secret realm left behind by an immortal. This was a secret that the ancestors of the Flying Sand sect had obtained from the Emperor and Empress. It was precisely for this reason that, when the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, The Flying Sand sect left the eastern continent and migrated here. However, after trying for a long time, they still couldn't find the passage to enter the immortal realm. And now, a mysterious entity has actually massacred the cultivators of the Myriad Star Alliance stationed there. They are most likely after the secret realm. Tai Shuiguang considered all the information at hand and concluded that since junior brother Xiang was still alive, and not all the garrison cultivators were dead, it meant that the intruder's strength should not be at the nascent soul stage. If the power of the Myriad Star Alliance were gathered, they might be able to kill him. Perhaps we can even take this opportunity to find that passage. Upon realizing this, Taishi Waiguang could no longer sit still. Soon after, the Wangxing Alliance army was mobilized. Half a month later, Chen Mobai, in Huanglong Cave, received the latest intelligence from the desolate C5 Elements Merchant Guild. All the high-level cultivators of the Myriad Star Alliance are dead. Chen Mobai looked at Yuan Chie, who had personally returned to deliver the message, and was shocked. It can't be said that they're all dead, but most of the cultivators who went to the desolate Abyss Canyon with Taishi Waiguang had their soul tablets broken. About 20% of the cultivators still have their soul tablets, but they've all lost contact. Their communication talismans disappeared into the canyon and never returned. Given the gravity of the matter, Yuan Chai dared not be negligent. Before coming, he used his connections with the 5 Elements Merchant Guild to inquire with all the participating sects. That's practically the same as being dead. Chen Mobai muttered to himself after hearing this, then looked up at the direction of the desolate sea. He had been wondering what reason the entire Myriad Star Alliance forces in the desolate sea could have given to the 5 Elements sect. He devised many methods to divide and conquer, support agents, and suppress local stubborn forces. Unexpectedly, the high-level cultivators from the desolate sea were suddenly led into a ditch by Taishi Waiguang and were completely wiped out. Currently, there are only a handful of nascent soul cultivators left in the entire Myriad Star Alliance. Under these circumstances, the remaining nascent soul cultivators are probably in a state of panic. They probably want to serve the 5 Elements sect and hope to gain its protection. Sure enough, a few days after Yuan Che returned, all the cultivators with some ability from the desolate sea Myriad Stars Alliance fled to Eastern Wu on treasure ships. Only cultivators at the Foundation establishment and Qi refining stages rent houses in various immortal cities of Eastern Wu, hoping to obtain the protection of the 5 Elements sect. Meanwhile, cultivators who had reached the core formation or nascent soul stage spared no expense in using spirit stones to travel via teleportation arrays to Baiyuan City. However, the most astute among them was Ryuan Lylong. Knowing that Chen Mobai was in seclusion in Huanglong Cave, he went straight to the neighboring Fengyu Immortal City, and with the core disciples of the Fascia sect, purchased many properties. According to the rules of the 5 Elements sect, cultivators who buy a house and settle down there will receive the full protection of this holy land. After buying each of his disciples a property in one of the major immortal cities in Yunmengs, Ryuan Lylong finally felt a sense of security.